No, they it looked like they were setting up a small kettle, but they had set up a line around the area that there was an intersection that was blocked off. So they set up a line at the other end of the intersection, and now everybody's. And then this blue truck here pulled up, and the line broke off and got into the truck, and now everybody's taking off.
Been definitely making an effort.
He said, "Go home."
No,
they
show people that
look like they were setting up a small kettle, but
destruction of property. Sometimes it happens right next to me, and there's not a whole lot I can do to control that. But I am trying to be conscious about that, and continue to document what's going on, but not endanger folks that may be doing that.
I don't know where the other people are. If it's by the helicopter, looks like that's all the way down and way South Berkeley or Oakland almost.
Most of the destruction,
it's a long ways away.
Most of the destruction has been, at least when we were in downtown Berkeley, has been on major.
Yep, I'm heading back
major
the direction of home now.
Chase.
So there probably isn't much more to see.
Come on, that guy might kick someone's ass.
Most of the broken windows and stuff have been at banks, Chase, Wells Fargo, places like that have lots of money and
Telegraph and 60th.
Are not small town mom and pop businesses. The small mom and pop businesses are being defended by protesters when there are people that enact violence towards them. Most of the protesters try to stop that from happening. It really is amazing. I was talking earlier about how I think a lot of the looting that and destruction that is happening is a expression of the severe income inequality that is happening in America right now.
It goes against everything I've heard in the media. Oh, you're hurting people by hurting your local businesses.
Mainstream media is definitely saying that message. They're saying that protesters are targeting local businesses and destroying the areas in which they live. And for the large part, I can say that's not true. There are people that have done that, and there are people that continue to act out and do that. But most of the targeted destruction and the wholesale destruction that I have seen,
Telegraph and Woolsey,
major businesses, is not of mom and pop shops, is of major corporations, places of business, and that's just the reality of it.
Alright, they're coming. Let's just walk a little slower, maybe.
Yeah, this is water.
We are definitely back here on my car.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. Wherever it's going to get. Whatever.
I bet.
But a lot of people go. Tonight may end without a clash with police.
Yeah, so there won't be much more to see, but I'm just going to keep this rolling for a little bit longer. The chat's pretty entertaining to watch and read, so.
Not as targeted as they were earlier.
Just kind of watching what you guys say as I walk back towards home. Oh, looks like there's another police line. Great.
Right turn, every move. Telegraph, grab another time. Nigga, stop.
Show around these guys.
There are definitely less and less people of color in the crowd, and more it seems to be white anarchists trying to lead directions. Some indecision about where people want to go. Hey, why don't you not co-opt this to make it about capitalism? It's about race. No, I'm not kidding.
Yeah, so a recap. Let's see, we walked and walked and walked. We walked down to the freeway. Basically, we started at Shattuck and around Shattuck and what was the intersection? Well, we started on Shattuck. There was a gathering. Went around to University, went down to University, came back around to City Hall.
So
had a little thing at City Hall.
Indecisive about where to go.
From
And
City
the
Hall,
cops have caught up.
we
The cops
came back
are,
up to Telegraph.
really caught
Hung
up
out
with
at Telegraph
the-
for a while,
the
then walked
protesters.
down to Oakland, walked down to the freeway. Down at the freeway, some
who
people
were,
climbed onto
really
the freeway.
on where to go.
A group of about 150.
More and more, again, we're seeing
And then
this crowd
so
as people
we
start
split
to leave
up,
the crowd.
and
The crowd is
people,
becoming
there
more
were
and more
a number of
white,
people on the
less
freeway,
and
and
less black.
our group
less and less people
went
of color.
to another off ramp
It's
and waited
becoming a
for
lot
the people
more,
to come off of the freeway.
Anarchists
So we hung out there for a while.
trying to
The
destroy
people
things rather
came
than
down from the
peacefully
freeway,
protest.
and we decided
It's
to
being-
walk back up Telegraph
I've heard people
to
talk
come up to Berkeley. We came back up to Berkeley, and that's when
I've seen people talk
the
about capitalism.
anarchists really started ratcheting it up. As we were walking around Berkeley, a ninja guy was hiding in the shadows, and like an idiot, I was pointing my camera at him because he had like pretty incredible gear setup, very tactical looking, with the microphone pin. I could hear like radio chatter coming from him, and he was like crouched down in this dark corner, kind of like with his bicycle, and I was like, this guy looks like looking at me, and told me to keep it down, and this is right across the street from City Hall, and I was like, okay, I just didn't know what was going on here, so it was interesting, and then he came at me, and started to walk away, and he grabbed me from behind, put the phone out on him, hit a cracked screen, and
that is
after that, things were pretty hairy out there. That was about the time when
it's not.
the Red Pants dude
And
was
as white people, it is
out
not
there,
white people's place.
and I didn't really get to see much of what's going on with that. I guess a little bit, you know, in between, to rewind just a second, in between Oakland, when we were walking down Telegraph to Berkeley, I met up with Mr. Kai. He hooked me up with a battery charger, or, you know, charged battery, and some additional batteries. So that's basically what's kept us up tonight. My batteries about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, so really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anyways, after so back to where we were at City Hall of Berkeley, there was just a little bit of chaos at that time. Crowds, you know, there was a pretty large crowd going into Berkeley. I think when things started happening there, a large group stayed at City Hall. Another group was down Shattuck. Another group was down Telegraph. So everybody out is, you know, kind of in small groups. And it seemed that all we could do was try to find out where the other people were by following where we could see the helicopters and police lights, which, you know, probably was just taking us to the bad element.
I'm sorry about
so
that.
it really wasn't effective.
She
to
kind
try
of
to
came
keep
and
up with
forced her
what
voice
was
into the
going
live
on.
stream.
And that basically
And
brings us
that's
to
one
where
of the
we are
things I do
now,
want to
and
avoid in
getting
this. I want
back
to
home.
avoid
So definitely
white
have
people
seen a lot
co-opting
of,
this movement, because that's not what it's
smash
about. It is
windows
not
down
what
the
it's
way.
about. And
Let's,
that is
recap
frustrating to me.
for the night.
As someone who is white, I'm white, and white people need to own their shit and not co-opt this. White people need to not make this about capitalism. This is about race. This is about police brutality. And class is a part of it. Class is a part, but this is not a protest against capitalism. That is a different protest. This is a protest about police violence against people of color and about how police target people of color. That is what this protest is about.
So, and I think a few of them,
Me too.
probably, you know, there's a lot of senselessness in what's going on too. So, probably a few of them where that was the case.
In an interesting turn of events, protesters are just walking right past a freeway entrance. And this is just me as a white person documenting this, but again, I think this is evidence of other people co-opting this movement in this direction. The ring of this protest so far has been shut it down. It's been about shutting down major freeways. We've seen that across the nation. It's been about shutting down things to be symbolic of
a major
Black lives being shut down, to shut down the inconvenience of America, like Black lives are inconvenienced every day.
This happens again, but you know, you can't really.
The tone of this protest has changed.
This is
The
something
tone of
that's
this
going to
protest
happen tonight.
is very,
I'm
very
not- I
different.
think there's other streamers out there that travel around a lot.
And I just want to
and,
note that because it
are able
needs to be
to
said.
really,
And
you know, would
You know,
probably be able to
that's
put
my voice
contributions to better use. So,
as a
you know,
protester,
if you're wanting to
as-
donate, just
as
support live
someone who
streaming,
cares about this
yeah,
movement a
the
lot.
streams of the
We have some riot cops here.
what's going on. You know, you might look at some of the other ones to donate to. You know,
Other entrance of the freeway.
I'm not too concerned about it. And this is just something
Protesters
to
just
do,
walking right past.
because I need to get out and see what's going on and participate in all this.
It really does not feel right to me. Again, and this is just to me as a white person, but it does not. This does not feel right. This protest has taken a weird turn and has moved away from its original
Last night I
inception
went through and looked
and
at the settings
become
on
something
the
else.
chat,
And
I did
frankly, that
open it
makes
up
me uncomfortable
just,
because it's
so that it
again,
was
white people
using the
co-opting,
chat and not just social
this
stream
movement
and
to
also
to their own
allow
agenda,
anonymous
to
chatters.
smash
I could
shit,
put it
to
back
smash
to only
capitalism,
allow,
People are not being
registered users, but
confrontational with the cops.
I knew that
They're
would
not
bring
stopping in
more
front of the cops.
trolls,
They're not
but I'm
confronting
not
the cops
too
about
concerned about it.
violence. They're just continuing on their merry way and trying to smash capitalism. And that frankly is not what this movement is about. That's just my view on
most
that.
of the time, I'm just hanging out, watching streams, and
white people
trying to see what's
trying to
going on out
express
there.
their
So
opinions, about
this is an opportunity to
this.
contribute back to that.
And the crowd is really starting to thin out. I think a lot of the real protesters that get what this is about, are starting to fall apart and to leave this protest. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick with it, because this does not feel right to me. For my presence to be here, just doesn't feel right. James and Sane, whoever it is that is messaging me and telling me to stop filming the ground. I've been doing that to avoid taking video that would incriminate people, especially incriminate people of color. That's why I've been doing that, just to be honest. I can really only see a few of the tweets. Oh yeah.
The GoFundMe link, I think there was a guy, Piggy Smalls, he's one of my friends. So if that was the person that posted the link, then it was legit. I'm not seeing too much trash through here. I know some places had quite a bit of trash. But I also know that a lot of protesters were breaking apart from the group to clean up all the trash that was being spewed. So I think people clean up a lot of that. Well, how can you protect free speech but not racism when racism is protected under the umbrella of free speech?
All right, sorry about that. I dropped.
Not that I would want that in my chat.
Messages. I'm probably going to be calling it a night here. This protest has turned. Most of the people of color leadership is gone. This protest is no longer really being led by people of color.
Is protected.
It's mostly being led by white people, and
still a group out there smashing stuff,
which is pretty unfortunate.
It sucks.
So I think with that, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for watching and being involved, and
yeah, I'm fine
trying to pay
without
attention.
mods.
And,
I might mod a couple people
try to
just for
respond to
people that
stuff.
are spamming. Spamming
But
is
it looks like the
probably
protest is starting to disperse more and
only
more.
kind of
A
garbage
lot of
that
the
gets
people of
annoying.
color leadership is gone, as I said, and once that has happened, it leaves just a bunch of white people.
Yeah, I'll take you guys right to my house.
That's not what I came here to document. I came here to try to boost.
After the night, I'll brush my teeth.
Color.
I'll probably have the most viewers then.
That I think is an important moment in racial history in America. So yeah, thanks for watching. We may try and live stream something later this week, depending on my energy levels. Like I said. So,
No, I'll cut off the stream before I.
Anyway,
don't worry.
I think I'm gonna call it a night. Hope everyone stays safe. Hope the people that continue to protest stay safe, and hopefully continue to keep this focused on the movement that really has been ignited. Hopefully that can continue. All right. Have a good night,
I don't
everyone.
really have a Twitter.
Stay safe.
I might set one up for streaming. Now at Dwight and Telegraph. What's going on the Black Lives Matter stream? Oh. Bows and arrows? Yeah, I'll go look at bows and arrows for you. Yeah, I'm gonna go check out bows and arrows. It's so strange waiting for walk signals now. Here's bows and arrows. Bows and arrows is all good. You can get some pretty awesome shoes there. They're expensive. You might be able to find them the same ones. Don't smash my shit and take my SIM card. Yeah, so that was all right. Telegraph in Ashby. No, I'm not going all the way back down to Ashby. Yeah, now I'm just your drone, basically. I do a Twitch TV version of this where I'll just like follow the commands and mobile operation. And before he gets killed. Every now and then some words of wisdom come through. You white ass cracker, boring piece of. I know, it's boring. Actually, you guys are entertaining me at this point because I just have to walk home. Yeah, this is Telegraph. Don't give up. Make yourself useful. Jump. To be honest, I actually didn't jump. I just pushed the camera up. Are you walking while black? Be careful. I'm not. But I can see how that could get somebody into a bad situation.
So you're going to Stockholm? I'm going to cross.
Can you look at Cream? Which place is Cream? I don't think I've ever been to Cream. Pappy's. I'll look at Pappy's. I'm almost at Pappy's. Pappy's. That's some spray paint, but oh, there's something going on back down where I just was. Down at the end of the street. What we'll do is walk down to Shattuck. It's you know, it's hard to quantify how many businesses were vandalized, just because there's, if you consider spray paint vandalism, then, you know, like there's lots of places that have been spray painted. Broken windows would be a another thing, and I'm not seeing too many, but I mean, I've seen, just like walking around right now, I don't see any, but I've seen quite a few throughout the night. Time warp. Ask a cop how his night's going. Well, if you're asking how many places have been vandalized, you know, is it, spray paint can be taken off. It is vandalism, but I think if somebody's asking how many places have been vandalized, if you were looking at like broken windows, or you'd probably be wondering more about broken windows or looting, rather than spray paint, which is something that can be handled. Gibbs sounds like it's going off. Should we go ahead and get a beer?
You ain't got near shit on shit.
Telegraph and Alcatraz. Alcatraz is a long ways. Yeah, if you spray painted my place, that would definitely be vandalism. No doubt about it. I don't know Gary McClub. The banks are going to be okay. I think if there was any real damage, we would be able to put all of our money together and help bail them out. Don't worry about the banks. Complain, or, you know, be tough it out, but I don't think I got another walk down to Alcatraz. Actually, I'm not sure how far Alcatraz is even from here. Durant, if I'm at, maybe somebody can tell me. Yeah, I know that their Uber is gonna basically hand over all my information. Anyways, how about not Uber? You can use Lyft. Yeah, Lyft. I didn't say Uber. I said Lyft. Nine a.m. cleanup. I might as well just go there and get a sleeping bag. Tech programmers. I took the week off so I could watch, or so I could learn Angular JS. So that's going to be what I'm doing next week. I don't need to be out here streaming. Sales.js? Sales.js. I'll take a look. I'll look it up. Oh, I didn't know Angular messed everything up, but everybody's looking for Angular. It's like on every job and every like tech conference thing that's out there. Just seem like that's Ember, reactive, Node. Yeah, I do need to learn Node, but I don't know what. I think to learn something, sometimes I need a problem to solve, and I've always used Apache so much that I know frameworks to handle most of the things that I encounter. So I haven't, I know Node, you basically write the application into JavaScript and it runs on the server, with the port that's open to serve the pages. So it's really super lightweight. But I guess I just need to think of a problem that I could solve with it to start learning that. PHP is old. PHP is what I work with most. You know how far you are. Tip the bike over. Django is Django the Python CMS. I think I could handle Python. I think that would be if I were to want to learn something, Python would be up high on the list. I know a little bit. Framework, okay. I've never really got into Ruby on Rails for some reason. I don't know why. I know it's useful and people make some really amazing things with it. It's just, I don't know. Let's start a chant. Oh yeah, file transfer protocol. File transfer protocol. $1,700 for a nice place or a beater. $1,700 is a one bedroom that's nice. Not a one bedroom, like a studio that's nice. If it actually has a bedroom, it could be an okay one bedroom. If it was more than that, it's not going to be so great. Did anybody actually see the ninja? I mean, the guy that jumped out of that dark corner and got me? Or was I the only one that saw that? I'm not sure where Jaberos is. Yeah, Black blue. Yeah, he had black. He was wearing all black, had a blue LED that was flashing on him, and just all geared out. I had Durant and Fulton. I think I still hear a helicopter really far in the distance, but not like it's been earlier tonight. So you got condoms. Yeah, okay. I'm glad somebody else saw him. He basically, I thought he was going to come at me and like do something for a minute there, but and I was kind of worried to walk away because he was still kind of coming towards me. But he did keep. He was asking, do you want to see what I'm up to, or do you want to, do you want to find out? And at that point, I was like, nope, 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 I'm out. And so I just walked and hoped that he wasn't still following, and he wasn't. Telegraph in Alcatraz. Ugh. No, I can't head back to the rise at this point. Because I'd have to backtrack and walk all the way back here to head home. Why am I walking so slowly? Do I have an issue with walking? Go back now. Shooting in Oakland. I had one job. Tear gas. I'm not gonna kick it. I'm winding down for the night. Jupiter, we'll check out Jupiter. Is this guy? I'm not a Mormon. Yeah, I'll come back up tomorrow if there's things going on. I have no passion for streaming. Thanks for mentioning that. I seem very calm. Even when the guy jumped out at me, and there's, you know, like that was probably the most riled up, you know, that I got. For the most part, I feel comfortable up, you know, that I got. For the most part, I feel comfortable that I know approximately what distance to keep, you know, and also how close to get to show what's going on, but not get in between the people that are provoking and the people that are shooting things that fly and hit you really hard. So, you know, I think if there were, I think with that kind of sensibility, you know, I've watched other streamers, you know, and got this sense that you're not going to be of any use if you do something that really gets your stream knocked offline. So you don't want to get, you know, right up in it at some points. You know, if there's movement or something, you want to back off a little bit until the movement's died down. So I don't feel too worried, but I mean, with that sort of, it's probably a bit of being naive as well, because that's probably what'll end up getting me hit with a rubber bullet or a can of tear gas eventually. I'm not bashing anarchists. I'm bashing the people that are out. I guess I mistakenly, you know, painted them all with the same brush. The people that are out breaking some windows have what I have thought of as the anarchist attire, and but that's not necessarily the case. And if you're offended by my derogatory use of anarchist, I apologize. I didn't jaywalk. Kick the bench. Hi, how's your night going? You guys see that? There's some rats running around. Don't apologize. Well, you know, I was thinking about, you know, do I want to apologize or not? But a lot of what this is all about is, you know, the dogma and the things that we have in our mind against groups. And, you know, I'm sure that there's some altruistic anarchists out there that really, you know, believe, you know, there are anarchists that I think have a sensibility that of a more communal way of doing things. And that's not the same as anarchists that are just just more about chaos and seeing the systems in disarray, which is, so I think that there's two different things there that are going on. So, but I don't even know. Stop saying the word. Okay, I'll stop saying it. I actually don't know too much about what I'm talking about. That's just what I've picked up. This is what we've come to tonight. Fart jokes. Wait, do I have to light the fart on fire? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm not a student. LA high rise is on fire. All right, let's have a fart off. Up, dog. What's up, dog? Sidewalks forever. I don't know what the Yellow King is. Yep, I'm getting fairly close. I'm gonna have to cut the stream here pretty soon so I can get into my place. I'm sure somebody would want to do the whole spray painting it to see if I think it's vandalization. People is smoke shop. Nope. Oh wow. Am I still optimistic? I am. I saw, that there's a handful of people out there that, will even sort of, they take it too far, break stuff, set fires, really just more on the violent, too aggressive side that, is only going to cause problems where the police do what is it called, escalate. Yeah, so that, you know, they're escalating things where, you know, even just having a sit-in or a lay-in and having people lock arms and not move is, you know, eventually they're going to come in and break that up too. So you're going to have the escalation either way. But so I think that the movement is going to be okay because there's a lot more people out that are chanting and marching for the right reasons than people that were out there causing problems. And that's a really good sign. And the people that are out doing those things, you know, marching and sharing information are growing. You know, I haven't even done streams before this, so, you know, hopefully there's, you know, it's something that's just still on the upswing, and that's the way more people are going to be getting involved. Yeah, I like the 3091 quoted the movement. It's, you know, just if when I refer to it as my general experience from what I've seen out here and what I think, that's how I would describe it. I'm not going to say that. I'll do a lot of things for you guys, but I'm not going to say that. It's crossing the line. Here's a cab. He can take me on to the back down to the protest, right? I don't think so. If you're going to talk about the banks, look into the fractional reserve banking. Yeah, that's a fair thing, I guess. But yeah, just think about the Bitcoin. That's pretty great if it would go to the moon. Oh, they're not happy. Somebody's not happy.
so rich we've never seen, designed to break our will, check us and keep us still. With the name of freedom, they will justify their every kill. Police state, they got their riot shields, tear gas and black batons. This ain't protected servants, clear to see what side they're on. They think that they can do the dirty work of someone else. Sit back, collect the check and disassociate themselves. We're not afraid of you. We will not want it hard. What side you gonna choose? Cause we are not afraid to die. We'll rise up. Fight the police state. We'll rise up. Fight the police state. Rise up! Fight the police! Strike! Fight! Fight the police! Strike! Fight the police! Strike! Fight the police! Strike! Rise up!
Attention, police, military, judges, people of the establishment. You no longer have to serve the corrupt system.
You'll never be a part of it.
You took an oath to protect the rights of the people.
You were just a face for it.
Once they decide to be done with you,
only get used by it.
you will have no choice but to join the people.
But you'll never be a part of it.
Act now while there's still time to choose.
But you'll never be a part of it. You'll never be a part of it. But you'll never be a part of it. So rise up. Fight the police strike. So rise up. Fight the police strike. Rise. So rise up. So rise up. Fight the police strike. Rise up. So this is how the fucking great Americans died, locked up in the houses where it's safe inside. Can't you all see that the war's going on? Right out in the streets on your own front lawn. Wake up everybody cause we've all been played. Open your eyes, you're no longer a slave. Only your bullet that can open our cage. And we all break free, we all break free. Yeah. There is a time to kill. All the hospitals turning ill people away. Lack of health care, our insurance won't pay. Repossessed houses lined up in rows. Millions of citizens losing their homes. Government corruption is out of control. Stacking up profits, selling our souls. Selling our freedom, selling our minds. How sick is this shit? Yeah. How sick is this? Come on, how sick is this shit? There is a time to kill. There is is the time to kill. There is a time to kill. There is a time to kill. To them your life is worth nothing. You out. To them your life is worth nothing. It's worth nothing, nothing. Yeah, your life's worth nothing. Yeah, to them your life's worth nothing. Yeah. So what is it going to take? Hey! Tell me, when is enough enough? Hey! Tell me, when is it time to fight? Hey! Tell me, when is it time to kill? Hey! Come on, tell me! The time is now! There is the time to kill! There is the time to kill! There is a time to kill! Is it the time to kill? Wow! Is it the time to kill? Yeah! Is it the time to kill? Wow! Is it the time to kill? Yeah! Wow! This is the time to kill! 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 Story told 1,000 years ago that the oppressed will break their shackles and take control. The city's gonna burn, the world is gonna turn. You read about it all the time, but you never learn. I see this every day, in every single way. I see it coming, then no running out, there's hell to pay. So once you hear the sound and take a look around, you'll see the rebels taking over in every city. I can hear the fucking rebels coming. Can't you hear the fucking rebels coming? Now in our present day, the circle found its way. It's come around again, the people are in disarray. They come at every age, they're full of hate and rage, as they break out of their cages in every city. I can hear the fucking rebels coming. Can't you calling. Yeah, I can hear the rebels calling. Yeah, can't you hear the rebels calling? Wow, yeah, I can hear the fucking rebels calling. Wow, yeah, can't you hear the fucking rebels calling? Can't you hear the fucking rebels calling? Can't you hear the fucking rebels calling? It's all just become so clear. It's all just become so clear. When it's all just become so clear. I said it's all just become so clear. They left us with no choice but to start a revolution. Wow, yeah, wow, let's start a revolution. Wow, yeah, wow, let's start a revolution. Wow, let's start a revolution. Wow, let's start a revolution. We start a revolution. We start a revolution. No mind, no time, no society man's ever built with no spine, no power, no panic, no king, no queen, no dreams, by no means, no clock, no age, no man was ever let out of that pen with no rage, no fire, with no smoke, or no heat, no weed, no plant from no seed, no locks, no doors, no key was ever made that ain't opened something before. There's no song with no music, or no words, no decision made, no vision with no blur, no friend, no God, no law, no guns, no bullets, no justice at all, no jails, no cops, and no cell, no life, no choice, no heaven or hell. No guns, no bullets, no justice. No facts, no truth. No system that can't be broken down by the youth. There's no religion with no lies. It's so odd, no offering plate to pass on to no God, no white, no black. No race exists that hasn't been choked by the slack. No vote, no hope, and no life. They want us with no sight, no brain, and no right. No friend, no God, no law, no guns, no bullets, no justice at all. No jails, no cops, and no cell. No life, no choice, no heaven or hell. There's no sense in putting trust in your government. Don't trust your government. There's no sense in putting trust in any government. Don't trust your government. No guns, no bullets, no justice. 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 No, let's go, justice. No, Can you let it go? Will you let it go? Till there's no nothing how far? Can you let it go? Will you let it go? Till there's no nothing how long? Can you let it go? Will you let it go? Till there's no nothing how far? Can you let it go? Will you let it go? Till there's no nothing. Attention, brothers and sisters, take a look around. We are killing the future. Whoa! Yeah! Smokestacks filling the air, the factories don't care. They are content with killing the future. Soldiers marching to war, killing more and more. The power hordes are destroying the future. Greedy hands that take from the hands that make. It's a shame that they are stealing the future. When people sit back and watch, like hands on a clock, pick up your clocks and take back the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and define the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and take back the future. Our leaders involved and led, they are mostly dead. They just pretend that they are saving the future. Media's on scam, promotion for their plan, showing their ads and preparing the future. Dirty pigs on the street, pick up badges they beat, claiming that they are protecting the future. But if we don't give in, and we look from within, we can win and take back the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and define the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and take back the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and define the future now. Why now? Why now? Stand up and take back the future. Stand up! Define the future! Stand up and take back the future now! Why now? Why now? Stand up and define the future now! Why now? Why now? Stand up and take back the future now! Why now? Why now? Stand up and define the future now! Why now? Why now? lacing up my boots, back and load my guns. Am I all alone? Am I the only one that can feel this way? My oldest been betrayed. This ain't protecting freedom, this is digging in a grave. There's a force against my will to take aim, shoot and kill, to terrorize a land, and they do it with my hands. But the papers make it seem like I spread the dream, except the real story is a nightmare. The real story is a nightmare. The brothers that I lost, the ones that pay the cost, the innocent that lay in the streets of every day that I see with both my eyes. The loss of all the lives, the blood soaks in the sand, the result from their commands, and it haunts me in my dreams. The visions and the screams embedded in my brain, it's driving me insane. Now it's time to be a man, it's time to take a stand, do everything I can to stop the nightmare. You are not alone. You are not alone. One of the warrior, not the war. Support the warrior into your resistance. Another warrior, not the war. Support the warrior into your resistance. Support to your resistance. Support to your resistance. You are not alone. You are not alone.
Didn't want, and if you're one of these type of people that love to do this stuff and get out there and do it, you're rich already, you know. Go out and find something that you like to do, because the money is there. You just got to figure out how to do it, how to put the situation together like you did, Chris, and Cherie and everything, and what you want to do. You were making a ton of money in the carpet business, but you walked away from that to do something that you love to do. How many people have you helped yourself that you don't even know about yet?
I can't imagine, but we get quite a few emails though, and I've got to say that is much more satisfying than coming back with a big check from a client or an insurance check or something like that. I mean, there's nothing more satisfying than people who their lives change because of something I said or something I've done or something like that. It's just like, wow, I am radiating at such a high frequency that I have effect on other people's lives. I'm not just going and helping them out of a disaster anymore, or, you know, flooding in their house or something like that. Now I'm actually touching them, and they're taking something for the rest of their lives with them. And it makes me reflect upon all the people who have touched me in the same way and have built up the Chris Geo that I am today.
Well, it also does this for you, Chris. It lets you know that you are part of that force, part of that light force, part of those workers that are out there to strive to do good things for humanity, instead of create wars and create tension and create chaos and all the things that are happening out there. You know, the new world government can be people like us. And I don't mean going out there and creating governments. I mean spreading the caring, the understanding, the love for one another, and the helping for one another around. Because when chaos happens, who's going to be there to help us? Nobody but us. That's it. If we expect a government, if we expect all the churches and everybody to pour out and be there and save us, well, then you're barking up the wrong tree. Because when real things happen, it's only going to be you, the people in your neighborhood, your community around you, and your attitude about life that's going to make the difference and make things either better or worse.
That's very true.
It's our choice. It's our choice what we want to do, because we all know it's going to come. So where's your mindset and where's your heart want to be right now? People need to get set. They need to throw away the fear, start accepting things about themselves and the world, and get on with life. Start living it. Start enjoying it, no matter what the heck is going on out there. Start helping one another. And you're going to find that you're living in a community of people that want to do the same things you do. They just haven't learned how to express it yet.
Let me ask you this, and of course, this is just speculation on your own personal opinion, but what's an ideal world? What's an ideal I don't want to call it a system, because system automatically has the connotation of what we're living in now, but I'm going to use it for lack of a better term. But what kind of system can the world have to where we are doing what we're supposed to be doing, and that is creating and loving each other, as opposed to trying to hoard a bunch of these plastic crap that's out there? I mean, these people were standing for 2 days and sleeping on the streets to get these little plastic phones that wound up not even working properly. I mean, this is where people's priorities are in this day and age. And I see people stomping over each other on Black Friday, which is coming up here in a few weeks anyways. And so it's so shallow, such a shallow consciousness that I see in the world around us. However,
use a perfect word.
Yes, let me say this though. As the years progress, I'm noticing that the consciousness shift is really taking place, and there's less and less people out there on Black Friday, less and less people lining up for the iPhones, less and less people who are focused on all the material, and more people who are celebrating Christmas, for instance, as a family, as opposed to a material holiday where everybody's got to get gifts and things like that. People are starting to see the illusion, so it's beautiful. We are at least moving in that right direction.
Yes, we're moving in the right direction, and what you just explained was old school ways. What people are yearning for now, what they're looking for. You know, they're looking for that fine blend. They like their TVs, they like this, but they're also looking for the ways that I grew up with. I'm 60 years old. I could go to my neighbors and ask for a cup of sugar to make something. Back in the day, we were happy. We didn't have to worry about these rogue cops. We didn't have to worry about the government creating more wars and this and that, because back in the day, the people's word and the people's actions had a little more power to them, because we believed and we had the tenacity and the will to stand up and go for it. You know, but what's happening, I really like the word you use, shallow. You know, the people of this planet, this world, our country have become so shallow and worried more about the new Apple phone or iPad or things like this, instead of looking around in the neighborhood and saying, you know what, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, 85 years old over here, can't get out. Maybe I'll just go mow their lawn for them. You know, good things happen from simple things like that. We need to go back to helping and want to turn the freaking news off. Turn the TV off, you know, for a week or two. Detox yourself, you know, from all that craziness. And then just go out and live your life and look for good things to happen, and you're going to find them. The key is look at yourself in the mirror, as I've always said. Make a decision on how you want to live your life. Make your little notations of what you need to do and start doing it. Because fear is caused because of confusion and uncertainties, and this is how it spreads. Fear is very contagious. We see it every day, but Chris, you're right. A lot of people are waking up out there on what's going on. They're starting to sit down with their families. They're starting to do the holidays. They're starting to do all this stuff. Why? Because this is what's missing in our society now. All those religions, all these government officials, all the politicians and their agendas have learned to split us apart, so we can't work together or don't want to work together. And what's happening now? I know I'm chuckling. It's funny because now people are yearning for that, those old ways. That's what they want. They want to be able to walk down their neighborhood and wave at a neighbor and not worry about, oh, is my child playing out in the yard? Am I going to get CPS and the cops called on me? That's the type of fear that's out there. But neighborhoods and people and communities are starting to break away from those mindsets and go back to the old school ways of, hey, how you doing, Jeff? Well, I'm having a pretty good day. You know, people talking to each other, smiling at each other. I found over the last 6 months, I smile at everybody. And for a while, you'd get very few smiles back. Now more people are smiling back and, yeah, well, I got to do this and got to do that, you know, because they have their agendas that they love to do. They're getting away from the fear and starting to live their lives. That's what we have to do. People are yearning for these old ways of having friends. Oh, my goodness, believe that. Having good friends that you can trust. You know, helping the person down the street, helping those people who have nobody. How can you build America back up without doing these things and saying that to hell with the politicians and their agenda? Let's do what us, the people, want to do.
Yes. Beautifully said. So I hope people have been able to take something out of this broadcast. And apply it to their lives, because it's easy to say these things and doing them is something completely different. And as you're going through it, it can be very daunting, and you question yourself and second guess everything, but everything always works out exactly the way it's supposed to. That's the bottom line of everything. So I hope that people can really take some of this to heart. And we're speaking from experience here on this broadcast. That's the thing. I can only teach by experience. And that's why I'm so adamant about doing everything that I say on the broadcast. If I say one thing, if I tell people to eat organic, then I eat organic myself. If I tell people not to take the vaccines, then I don't take the vaccines myself. I can't say anything that I am not willing to do myself. And so I'm speaking completely from experience.
Yeah. And another thing, Chris, that I'll ask anybody out there, how does it feel when you've had a fear of something and then you do something and you pass that fear out, whether it be afraid of climbing a ladder, whether it be afraid to go over 25 miles an hour in your car, whatever. How do you feel when you succeeded and you conquered a fear? What does it make you feel like inside?
It feels great. It actually does.
Yeah.
It feels like a surge of energy. It feels like you've grown a little bit and you've just harnessed this power within you by removing that fear. And you remove the fear, then make room for the strength that comes from removing that fear.
That's right. That's right. You know what I do every time I do it? Yeah. You know what I mean? I did it, but I put some pretty hard stuff on me to try to do. I'm thinking about doing some rock climbing again, but it doesn't matter what age you are. You can be young and have a bully, you know what I mean? Or you can be old with arthritis and just want to conquer a little rock to climb. It doesn't matter what it is. It's doing it and gaining the power of I did it, I can do it. Then you just take something else and you apply the same process and you just keep going. And pretty soon you're not going to have any of these fears anymore. And you're going to be living life, doing things in life that you want to do, no matter what they are.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. I did skydiving and bungee jumping. And I remember first time I did bungee jumping, I'd go up to the top of the tower and I would hold on to the sides as if, I was going to fall off or something. It was chilling. I wouldn't say that I had a fear of heights, but it was kind of fearful. But after doing it,
I call it the oh my God syndrome.
Yes. But after doing it a few times, I started doing backflips off of the tower. Literally, I've got videos of me doing backflips off the bungee jumping tower. I would do the bungee jumping by the waist though, so it wasn't like I was doing backflips with it tied to my feet. But no, it gets to that point to where you're like, all right, come on, bring it on now, bring it on.
Mm-hmm. And that's how life should be for every freaking person out there. Sorry, I hit my hands together, but I get excited about this stuff,
Oh, I'm doing it over here too, so no worries.
We've got to challenge life. You can't just sit in there. How are you going to know who you are sitting in a chair doing nothing?
Exactly.
That's true.
Exactly.
But this show is stepping on my toes quite a little bit.
Why?
You know that. I mean, look at how fearful I am of everything.
Aww.
Tell the audience what you did to me the other night. Tell them what you did to me. That was horrible. Okay.
It wasn't Jesus with the chainsaw, was it?
Not this time.
Actually,
that was last year.
We're going to that haunted house tonight, as a matter of fact, the one with the Jesus and the chainsaw.
Oh, are we?
Yes, Spider Mansion. So we were watching The Ring the other night because it's coming up on Halloween, so we're watching scary movies at night. And in The Ring, there's a scene where she's sitting in the well and she pulls the hair up of the little girl who died in the well, and she's holding the body. And so we had this Halloween costume that had a long black wig. And so I got in bed and I told her, oh my God, and she started getting a little freaked out. She goes, I don't remember what the context of the conversation was, but we gotten on that topic. So she gets up and she goes to the bathroom. As she's in the bathroom, I run over there and I grab the wig out of the closet and I put it underneath her pillow. And she comes back into bed and she grabs it. She's like, what's this? And I go, oh my God. She just turns completely white. And I'm just chuckling.
That was horrible.
It looked exactly like the scene about the well.
Yes, it did.
So anyways, that's what I did. But I like to keep her on her toes. No, I have.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little thing that I did. When I had some missionaries come over to my house, and I love missionaries because they got to listen to me too. It ain't a one-sided conversation. And we had these ladies, and they were LDS missionaries, and they come walking up to the steps. Well, I'd killed a big. Remember this deer? I killed a big rattlesnake that afternoon, and I curled it up on my porch, and I left it there. I didn't think about it. You know, my family knew it was there. It was dead. Boy, these missionaries come walking up on the porch. I never had any problem with missionaries after that. They never came back, you know, but the fear, you know, of seeing that, talk about tricking somebody, you know, they didn't know what to do. You know, I felt bad after I did it, but yeah, those things will get your heart pumping. That's for sure, you know, but you know, it doesn't matter what it is out there. Whether it be my wife used to hate snakes and everything, certain ones she likes now, except for the rattlesnakes, because I taught her about them. Educate yourself and what your fear is on. And that's really going to give you a lot of power against it, whatever it is.
Okay. Thank you. That's good advice.
Yeah. That means that you've got to scare Chris when he's least expecting it now.
No, see, I'm not allowed to tickle him or scare him.
You are. You can. It has no effect.
Oh, it has no effect.
I don't know, Chris. This sounds like turnabout's fair play here.
No, I love you, babe.
Aw, I love you too. But
see, that's what it's all about. What you guys just did right there. You talk about, you know, the scared and the this and that, and the first thing you do is turn around, I love you, babe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if everybody can do that out there in their relationships, wow, what a difference this world would be in.
Well, here's what happened though. The next day, like, there's a scene in the movie, and in the movie, after they watch this video and they have 7 days left to live, they start getting these really bad nosebleeds. So I scared her the night before. The next day, I woke up with a really bad nosebleed, and I told her, I think I only have 7 days left. Because we watched the video. But no, I think that was karma coming right back at me. So
it could have been, but I think what's going on in relationships right now, it could just be primarily in the US, but it could be everywhere in the world, is relationships are no longer a lifetime thing. It's not a lifetime given thing. A relationship can be as long as 3.5 minutes, or it can be as long as, you know, your whole life, but that's becoming rarer and rarer and rarer. And people are starting to use language that's more scientific when they're talking about their relationships. Like, okay, we're in stage 1, which is the honeymoon kind of, you know, falling in love phase. The second phase is where you get comfortable with the person, you move in with them, that kind of thing. And then the third phase is when you start to lose that interest, and then you move on to stage 1 with another partner. And that's not the way that humans were meant to be, I don't think.
No, I agree with you there. The happiest and longest living people are those who are in relationships right now, long-term relationships. In your relationships, we have to understand there is a part of, shall we say, the me aspect in relationships, but the totality of a relationship. And what I mean by that is, you know, well, I need this, you know, for myself to make me feel happy in a relationship, and your partner accepts that. That's a good thing all the way around. You come to agreements and understandings. The reason relationships are so short right now, because today is a throwaway society. They try to scientifically analyze everything the way it should be, when in the beginning it wasn't that. It was people who fell in love with one another, cared for one another, put up with one another's idiosyncrasies, and strived as us, not me. And that's the key right there. Because by striving for us, me is taken care of. I'm going to try to do the things my wife likes and wants me to do and everything, if I feel that those things are being reciprocated. But, you know, the key that people forget about now is how to talk and work things out with one another. You know, I'm just tired, and they get angry and they let the anger go, and I'm done. And somebody else makes a, you know, well, you don't need to be with them. You need to be, you know, this type of situation. So external influences aren't any good, because somebody's always trying to get over on somebody out there. And those relationships that do last a long time, they see the games. They see all the games that other people are playing out there, and they don't want to be a part of that. So they dedicate themselves and their lives to one another, knowing that if they do dedicate themselves to the other individual, that other individual is going to make sure that they're taken care of too. That's the way I look at it. You know, my wife and I have been together well over 30-something years. We quit counting after about 34, 35. and
that's
we
a
look
good
at it
one. I'm
this
gonna
way.
I'm gonna borrow that one when I
We're-
can't remember. When I can't remember the anniversary years,
we
I'm
stopped counting.
gonna use that one. Oh, we stopped counting.
It works.
That's terrible.
We remember the anniversaries, but at the same time, that just gives us something else to celebrate. And your celebration don't have to go out and buy gold or gems for one another. It could be having a cup of tea sitting next to a river. As long as you got that one you love with you and you care about, and that person that's going to be there with you for the rest of your life. I mean, what more love can you ask for?
Exactly.
And that way, my friends, you were throwing away the fear of life when you can come to that point.
Exactly. And there's a story. This is completely unrelated to anything we're talking about, but I saw this story in it was BioEdge. It's like a bioethicist kind of magazine, and it was talking about these old people that had been together for like 60 years. And they were getting really old, and she was going deaf and blind, and he had end stage cancer. And they asked the Dutch government to euthanize both of them at the same time so they could leave together. There's only the government that's going to take care of them when they're, unable to take care of themselves.
Yeah, I think, I have a different, my belief on this is some people are only meant to be here for certain periods of time. We can get into a very big discussion on the suicide and all this, but I believe, like you do right there, once people have lived their lives and they get to a certain point, they should be able to have that choice without any interference from government or anybody else. They have their reasons. They know what's going on. I do not believe that a God is going to be out there condemning me or my wife or somebody for wanting to leave. If two people are in that much love, I just cannot see a God that's going to condemn somebody for wanting to be with this individual, and both go at the same time. I do not believe in a God that is that way. Let's look at the Masada situation. You want to touch base on something like that. How many people committed suicide in that? You know what I mean? That's another aspect. All those people loved each other. They knew where they were going to be massacred by these Roman legions and everything. So they took this way out. Is that wrong? I don't think so.
Yeah.
In Greece,
it's a hard decision.
In Greece,
very hard decision.
When the villages were being taken over by the Turks, the women were literally forming lines around a mountain cliff, and they were, how the Greeks dance in a circle. They were dancing in the circle and throwing their babies off of the cliff, and then throwing themselves off the cliff after they came back around, because that's what they were willing to do to not be under Turkish rule and to make sure that their babies didn't grow up as slaves.
So we have to ask, this is an individual thing. It isn't for any politician to say. It isn't for any church or any priest or anybody else to say. That's an individual choice.
Yeah.
And I have to stand by individual choice.
Me too.
That's a chilling subject. It is. We've got about 6 minutes left, William. Is there anything else you wanted to touch upon?
No, I think, the show, talking about fear, and I just really hope that everybody goes and looks in that mirror, and looks at themselves and makes a decision to do what makes them happy in life. And I know we talk a lot about what's going on in the government and this and that. Some things are inevitable. They're going to happen. But what can you do today and for the rest of your life to make yourself happy? And that's what we got to look at. By making yourself happy, usually it's helping others make themselves happy. So look at whatever it is that makes you tick and whatever the fears that you have, and look at why you fear those things, and work through them, and understand that becoming a spiritual person, tempered with a little bit of logic, there are no boundaries that you cannot, reach. I mean, nothing's going to hold you back. You're going to be able to succeed at everything you do, even if you're poor. And the poor people are the happiest people on the earth because they accept things for the way they are. Sure, they may want a little bit more money, but those are the people that will give you stuff, the shirt off their back, their shoes, the food they have, and everything like this. So, we have to turn around and look at ourselves. Do we need to be poor to be happy? Maybe in some ways. So take those steps to find these things that you fear. and start working on them. Chisel away. See a little chisel in your hammer in your mind every day, chipping away at this thing. If you don't like to talk to people, go talk to a stranger. If you're afraid of heights, find a safe place, climb up with some friends and climb back down, and keep doing this until you get higher levels. If you think that you're not beautiful and stuff like this, look at the friends that you have around you. They're not your friends because you're not beautiful. What is beauty? Skin deep, or is it something a lot deeper than that? Beauty comes from the soul of the person. Those people out there that think they're more beautiful than the poorest person on the street, I'd beg to differ, because maybe their heart's better than that rich person. Who knows? So find your fear, find out what it is, work on it, just blow it to bits. Make sure that it's not there anymore, and start striving, becoming the person you want to be and doing the things you want to do in life. And don't take no for an answer. And instead of, well, I can do that later, I can do that later. Get up off your chair or whatever and do it now. Now's the only time you might have. None of us know if we're going to pass tomorrow. We don't. So do it now.
That is very true. Mm-hmm. There's one thing that I really need to do now. I need to go see the pyramids. I've never seen the pyramids before. And year after year keeps on passing. And I say, you know what? I'm going to go next year. I'm going to go next year. I'm going to go next year. And I realized my mother, she passed away, and she kept saying that about going back to Greece. And it was 20 years that passed from the last time that she went, and never got to go because that one day came and she was gone and there was no more time. So yeah, you've got to do things now.
Yeah, you do. You really do. And I don't care if you're 18, if you're, 8, or if you're 60 like me. Get up and just go do it. Don't fear it anymore. You ain't got time to fear anymore. Life is too short. Grab life by whatever you got to grab it by, and get on out there and start doing what you have to do, and do it because you want to do it. This is for you. This isn't for anybody else. You're going to take away all of your own fears. You're going to go out there every day. You're going to start living your life, and every day do something you don't like to do. If you don't like to help somebody, go out and help somebody. If you're afraid of flying, go to the fair and get one of them helicopters and and a good friend and go up a little bit and come down a little bit, or climb a trail that's up high where you got to look over a ledge. Find something that you can do to just just wipe that fear out of you. And you can do it. I know you can. There's no doubt in my mind, each and every one of you.
Beautifully said. Are you going to take us out with a prayer?
You betcha.
Excellent.
Holy Spirit, I want you to watch over all these people out here. I want you to help them understand that fear is the destroyer of ourselves and of our mind, and that we're the ones that have to take the step to throw the chains of our own personal bondage and fears to the side and grow into becoming the being that we want to do. And help everybody out there that is really having a hard time with some of their fears understand that if they're not going to kill you, they can only make you stronger. And this is a very true thing. So, Great Spirit, I ask that you bless each and every single person out there. And I say this in blessing of all my relatives. That's the way we need to do it. All my relatives is what Michwache. There's many other different native languages out there, but when we say all my relatives, these are special blessings that we are blessed with these relatives that can help us do these things. And that's what I mean. And that's, I can say amen, I can use whatever the Arabs use, but you use the ending statement you need for any prayers that I say, because I don't know what your culture is. So I have to only do what I do. But the Great Spirit is going to bless each and every one of us, those who get up off our butts and decide we're going to take charge of our lives, face our fears, and do something with our lives. So do it.
You've got to do it. You've got to roll the dice and take the chances. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your time, William. Please give Sue a big hug and kiss from us.
Definitely.
I wish you guys have a great time now.
You too. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in this evening. Stay tuned. Dr. Brooks Agnew is coming up with X Squared Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. And Popeye and Joe Joseph are back. We've received a few emails because they both took a week off. Joe went out of town. Popeye happened to move at the exact same time, so it just happened to fall at that same week. But they are
a coincidence, not a conspiracy.
It's a coincidence, not a conspiracy. We didn't fire them. They're still on the network. all that good stuff. So,
oh God, was that what people were saying?
Some people were going, "Oh my God, did they get fired? What happened? Oh, it must be this and that."
Oh my God. Okay.
No, we're all a big family here at Truth Frequency Radio. We really
love each
are.
other. Yes,
and that's why if a host needs to take off a week, it's no big deal. I'm just grateful that they're giving us the energy and time for doing a show. That's the way I run things, as opposed to the other networks that are like, "Oh my God, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that?" Nope. Everybody's got to operate from the heart. That's the only rule. And once again, kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time is going to be. We love you. We'll see you next weekend. Maybe, unless we're moving. I don't know. We'll see.
love you guys. We'll see you next week.
With the renegades, castaways, outlaws to the game like Thomas Paine was. They masquerade us. Who's to blame us now set to explode like a hand grenade does? No peace to seize the police to show peace. Unleash beef, no relief peace. Underneath the beast that lies dormant, forced to use force, torture, use caution. Tossed to the ground like a subliminal blinded, like KRS-One, cause I'm criminal minded. I run with soldiers amongst the vultures, now you're under control. Cause you do what they told you. Front lines now, we're living the battle.
Archaeology, astronomy, alchemy, secrets of the Holy Bible, hidden codes of the Quran, demonology, Tesla technology, solar power, extraterrestrials in the ancient world. More than 500 documentaries, an experimental film lab of cutting-edge music and art, full-length movies, conference reports, and weekly TV shows. The Enigma Channel is the world's first truly global TV station. www.enigmatv.com. Intelligent television for planet Earth.
We are submersed in a construct that was designed to break us and keep us broken, but it hasn't. It failed. We still go on because we were designed from an eternal template of infinite creativity and not a synthetic house of cards built on pride and false power. Breaking free from the programs and paradigms that hold us down takes courage, endurance, tenacity, and trust. The reason it is so hard is because to be a free and sovereign being, we have to smash every lie, even if it hurts. It is good to be reminded of how resilient, unbreakable, magnificent, and powerful we truly are. And if anything provides a foundation for that, it is the book, Our Universal Journey. Go to ouruniversaljourney.com.au.
Hello, I'm Michael from Colorado, and at 68 years I was feeling the sand run out of that hourglass. I understand that I create my own reality, but I wanted a jump start. Along comes RNA drops. Okay, I'll bite. Ascension by default. Right. So 4 months down the line, I find my genital herpes, the gift that keeps on giving, isn't showing up. I guess I didn't want it anymore. Now I'm getting out of bed without the joint pains. The night sweats are gone. Sore, red, cracked, and bleeding skin on my hands is becoming new again, and perhaps most welcome of all, the cares of life starting to disappear in that rear view mirror. Whatever the RNA drops are doing, they are functioning like what I would describe as my personal alchemical adaptogen, opening channels of communication with my own non-physical. Find out what RNA drops will do for you. For a free mini bottle, you pay only shipping. Go to michaelsrnadrops.com. That's Michaels.
My faith in destiny is all I need to prevail.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
Feel it coming in the air.
Yeah.
The sonic symbols everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm addicted to the truth.
I'm ready.
It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Stand for freedom here and now.
Undo the spell.
Only thing that's on my mind. 'Cause who's gonna free this town tonight? Who's gonna free this town tonight?
What's up?
The new world order's going down.
Good evening to all the listeners out there, and the New World Order certainly is going down right here tonight on the Kev Baker Show. I'm joined tonight by my good friend and co-host Johnny Sinclair. It's just the two of us along for the ride tonight. John, great to have you on board again tonight, sir. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Kev. Thanks very much. I'm looking forward to the show tonight. Quite a lot going on.
As usual, John, I woke up this morning feeling a bit tired, and I was thinking I wouldn't manage a show tonight. Then one walk around the car park, came back in, had a cup of coffee, and boom, we had a show kind of ready. But as is the Kev Baker Show, it's loosely scripted. Okay, but tonight, folks, I want to open up with some breaking news from the UK. We've had a helicopter crash down in Gillingham, down on the Norfolk and Suffolk border, near a town called Beccles. It's in Gillingham. Now, the immediate reports coming out of there, it's a bit sketchy right now, folks. That's why I'm a bit over the place here. I'm just trying to find the very latest news for you. And that is that, tragically, 4 people have been killed after a civilian helicopter crash in Norfolk. Now, John, being in Glasgow, this is quite fresh for us, obviously. Not so long ago, we had the tragic police helicopter accident where several people were killed whilst they were on a night out, having a drink, and the helicopter crashed through the roof. So we kind of know what it's going to be like for the people down there, but kind of nasty news coming out of there tonight, man.
Yeah, it's tragic, as you say, Kev. When did you say, was it 4 people that's died?
Yeah, 4 people, John.
Yeah.
So far, that's what the reports are coming out. If there's any updates as the show goes on, I'm sure we can update it. But, I mean, you remember the Glasgow one as well as I do. It's not that long ago, and it's horrible stuff.
Yeah, as you say, that's 4 parents not going home tonight. That's tragic.
Yeah, it certainly is. So our thoughts and prayers go to everyone affected down there, and to all the brave men and women who are also helping with the rescue operation as well, John. I know we like to point out police brutality and the darker side of the services, shall we say, but there's also this side of them, and they need a good shout out when they're doing something like this. But anyway, today, one of the main stories coming out in the media today, and it certainly perked up my ears when I heard it, and that is that Princess Diana leaked a confidential book of royal phone numbers to the News of the World, and that's the ex-tabloid. The tabloid's ex-royal editor says Clive Goodman, 56, made the claims as he appeared at the phone hacking trial in the Old Bailey in London. So, John, it's been talked about a lot in the past how Lady Diana absolutely was at loggerheads with the rest of the royal family towards the end of her life. And this goes to add weight to that. She really did not like them at all for whatever reason, John.
No, she actually hated the royal family after probably finding out just how evil they are. But the poor girl paid with her life for it. So...
Yeah, well, we were talking about that before the show as well. I mean, you can point to a number of different reasons why they probably decided to knock her off. Ollie Damigard, he was talking about the landmine issue. It's right up there as one of the main things that probably put her on the radar. Obviously, because she was such a thorn in the side of the royal family themselves, and then you obviously had Charles and Camilla. For him to go with Camilla and eventually marry Camilla, Diana would have to be out of the way. And me and you were also talking about the fact that it's highly speculated that she may have been carrying a Muslim child. So you'd have had the future King of England, his half-brother, would have been a Muslim, and that would not have sat well with that royal family at all, John. So you can take your pick on any one of those things, or all of them, and then some, why they took her out. But they definitely took her out. Let's not make any bones about that. Now, John, also in the news today, it was Anne. She informed me this morning that, guess what? There's been another bankster, shyster death, my friend. And this time it comes from a man called Edmund Riley. Now, Edmund Riley, a trader at Midtown's Vertical Group, jumped in front of a LIRR train at 6 a.m. near the Soysit train station. He was declared dead at the scene. So this is just the latest in a long spate of the banker deaths. We go back as far back as January 20th, John. And that started off with Tim Dickinson, AG director, and then it's been one after the other since then. What's your thoughts on this one, man?
I was just thinking there, Kev, that a vertical banker has been killed by a horizontal train.
Trust you to come up with that one, Johnny. That's shocking. Obviously, I say this every night. We're not belittling like people and stuff like that, but we're not. You have to have a dark sense of humour when you're looking at this kind of stuff. But John, what's coming? What is it with all this? I mean, is there a conspiracy going on in the banking world? Well, obviously there is. It's a rigged game. What do these guys know? Is this the higher ups who have rigged the game and getting rid of the guys who know where all the skeletons are hidden, how the system was rigged? Definitely something fishy. It's just too many.
Yeah, too many. You think about maybe one or two maybe is a coincidence, do you know what I mean? But when it gets to 9, Kev, there's something seriously going on. These people have been actually forced to kill themselves for whatever reason. It could be they could be held to ransom, like their family would get it. Something will happen, but forced that bad that they're throwing themselves in front of trains and throwing themselves off of buildings. No, there's something seriously wrong.
It's important to note, though, in this latest instance, Mr. Riley, he was not long after a divorce, John, and he was suffering from personal problems in his life. That's what one of his, air quotes, friends who's quoted in the article is saying. But it's important to throw that out there as well, because some people do. There are people with problems. Personally, if I was working in the financial sector and on the money these guys are, I wouldn't. My problems would be far too seek, I think. But who knows? It could be genuine, John.
It could be. Maybe one or two of them genuine, Kev, but not the rest of them. There's something rotten.
Well, you know, maybe it gets you thinking, though, doesn't it? And probably the listeners at home, I dare say some of you have thought about this as well. And I kind of suggested this in a video this morning that I put out. Last night, when myself and John and the guys covered the plane disaster, the missing plane over in Malaysia, it was coming out that the Chinese had been holding on to satellite images that pertain to hold the data of where the debris lay. Now, waking up this morning, that's been taken off the table again, John. That's gone again. So I was saying in my video, I wonder if there was any banksters on this plane, because we have to start looking beyond the search, beyond what happened. We need to start looking at why something might have happened, why it might have been relevant for us to go down the rabbit hole and speculate as to what's going on. And John, I know last night you mentioned the electronics guys on this plane, on this flight. I believe there was up to 20 of them. Why don't you just recap that again, just for the listeners, in case there's anyone new listening tonight?
Yeah, there was 20 people that was reportedly electronic warfare experts. And it also turns out that some of these guys, this is in today's news, that they were working on cloaked technology. Now, there's a lot of really important people on this flight. And we also we just wonder what the cargo on this flight was as well, Kev. So, loads of shenanigans.
It's these guys, they were working for a company called Freescale Semiconductors. Now, it's reported that they work on DoD contracts, and you'd have to think maybe with them working with RFID stuff, chips like that, and maybe there was some kind of prototype technology that they were showcasing somewhere. I know this is like a whole heap of speculation and adding dots that might not be there, but we have to start looking at why something might have happened. And John, I think the worry is if there is something that's happened here, some kind of kidnapping or something like that, then how would it have been pulled off? Now, we've seen reports of fighter jets in the sky, haven't we? We've seen reports of maybe fighter jets going up there. And I said last night that if you're going to pull this off, you are going to need the involvement of a government. So are the Chinese sitting interrogating these guys? to try and get the intellectual property out of them for military purposes?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, because if you can imagine, when that plane took off, it went across the east. Now, if it would have come down, it would have come down in probably one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. So that would have been found pretty quick. Somebody would have seen that. Going west, where they says the transponder came on. Now, there's talk of them having, like, is it ghost signals that they put out?
Yeah, there was reports of a ping being picked up. We've also had reports of Rolls-Royce. Now, they make the engines for the Boeing 777s, John, and they basically have a link back to the Rolls-Royce factory. They can do diagnostics on it all the time, basically. Now, it's been said that the diagnostics were being sent back for up to 4 hours after the plane was reported missing. Now, with the fuel and the load on the plane and everything else, I think I heard it said that gives it a radius of 2,000 miles or so that it could have gone.
Yeah,
so
2,200 miles, Kev.
That is a huge distance. That is a vast distance. And if there is some kind of military involvement from a Chinese or governmental level, then all it has to do is go to a secret military base. And how many satellites really have we got trained over China? Probably not that many, since China call all the shots when it comes to America. Not so much here yet, but it's coming, John.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, another thing we need to really look at as well, John, we've got these Iranians. We need to look at them again. We were talking last night about the blatant photoshops where they've both got the same legs and things. Now, the thing to point out here, folks, is the thing about them using stolen passports. I've kind of got an idea about that, and I'll float this by you. Now, coming out of Iran, they flew to Iran. That's cool. Now, why didn't they fly on with their own Iranian passports? Well, I'm speculating here. I don't know. I've never been over that part of the world. I'm certainly not Iranian. But I was saying to you, John, possibly if they were to have touched down in Beijing and had a connecting flight to Amsterdam with the Chinese, Russian, Iranian links, it's not a stretch of the imagination to think that the Chinese authorities may have informed the Iranian authorities, and they would have been whisked back to a lovely 5-star jail underneath Tehran, underneath Tehran somewhere. So that could explain why they were using fake passports, if you believe they were on the flight at all, or if you believe what we're hearing in the media. Now, whilst on the passports, and this is the point that I've heard mentioned, and I should apologise for us not pointing out this more often. There's reports of 5 people having bought tickets, booked onto the flight. However, they did not board the flight. Now, why isn't the mainstream, and more worryingly, why isn't the alternative media making more of a point about that, as opposed to looking at 2 Iranian dudes who have already been ruled out, if you want to believe the official story, aside from any photoshopped legs onto people? Why aren't we looking at that? And I always think when they're pointing you away from something and talking about other things, you should always look at the thing that they're not talking about. And John, does it not hark back to Lockerbie, which is back in the news right now, with Iranians, an ex-Iranian spy claiming that they carried that out? Isn't it a bit suspicious? We've got Iranians involved here. We've got an ex-Iranian spy talking about Lockerbie, and now we've got one of the same kind of red flags that, in hindsight from Lockerbie, they realised they shouldn't let people put luggage onto planes that weren't going onto planes. What's happening here with these 5, John? Do you think we need to be looking at them?
I'm amazed that they haven't been spoke about, and actually amazed that they haven't been in front of cameras and TVs, and why they didn't go on the plane. The other one that gets me, Kev, is this soldier who either emailed his ring and watch. Now, why was this guy so scared to get on this flight? And this is a soldier. Why would he be so scared to get on this flight, this particular flight, that to give his wife a ring and a watch? Why would he do that?
And again, why concentrate on him, not belittling him or anything, or his family or his story? But there's 239 similar stories on that flight, John. And yet again, the 5 names we aren't looking at are the ones that should still be alive, kicking about somewhere, because they didn't board that plane. Now, did they get luggage on it? That's one of the questions we need to be asking.
If they booked in, then the luggage must have been on the plane. And if the luggage was on the plane, then it should never have took off without that coming off. And that would have been an absolute disaster, as you know, when in airports, when something like that happens.
Was it maybe the 5 dancing Israelis? Did they handle the 2 Iranians all the way up to the checkout desk and then check out of the airport themselves? Were they handlers? Who were they? These are the questions that ain't been asked by a lot of the mainstream, and definitely not enough of the alternative media, because I think these 5 could be key, because they're not looking at them, John. I don't get that at all. And this ping that you're on about as well, how can that happen?
Yeah.
How can they just receive a ghost phantom ping, a random ping? And then you're telling me about a gentleman on an oil rig.
Yeah, it's an Australian gentleman who said that he saw the plane come down. But if that was the case, then they would have known where the wreckage was. So why did they not find the plane if he's seen it? I'm not really sure about that one.
It's beyond.
I don't know if this could be one of the I'll get on the news kind of guys. You never know.
I think if I had to put my money on anything, I'm going with my theory about the Chinese. For some reason, I think the Chinese have wanted that flight for it to be somebody on it, for it to be something on it. They've wanted that flight. And right now, they're gauging public opinion. They've got the whole world suckered in, whether that was an intention of the Chinese or not. But maybe that's why we're seeing a delay in what's happening. And you could throw onto that, John, the fact that it took the Chinese 3 days to announce that they'd seen something in the satellite images that have now been ruled out, of course. Was that them trying to decide, how do we play this? Do we try and say, right, we've seen a bit of debris here, gauged public opinion? No, that's not going to work. I think it sounds a bit of a woo-woo level. I'm not new agey or anything, but I believe there's a lot more going on around about us than we appreciate. And when we look at 9/11, look at the effect that had on the mass consciousness of the public. They even picked it up on the Princeton eggs, John, a random number generator that has been running, and it was a palpable change in the consciousness level of the planet. Now, with most people on the planet right now asking questions about this plane, they had us interacting. They still have us interacting with it. We can search satellite images. We're all a part of this. It's as if they've taken the vibrational level of our consciousness and they're holding us at a certain level right now. And I just worry, in case they're holding us at a level for, in the next few days, an event to come along. And with us already all tuned into this, remember 9/11 was a split-second thing. We only tuned in once it was happening. Right now, we've all been tuning in for what, 6-7 days? There's a building vibration. It's resonating. They probably, I mean, this sounds woo-woo stuff, but if this is the Lucy's at work, the Luciferians, and there's some kind of ritual or some kind of event going on that we can't see, some kind of ritual going on. Maybe they're waiting for a date, but that's what worries me, John, that this plane is going to reappear somewhere. In what capacity, in what context, I have no idea. That's for everyone to sit and speculate about. And it's good to speculate. Our imaginations are a powerful thing, John. We don't use them enough. That's knocked out of us in school. We should always use our imaginations. It helps us to think correctly, in my opinion. But what do you think about all that? Little tirade I went on there.
Well, when you think about it, Kev, yesterday when we were speaking on the show about this, I had asked you, was it okay to go into woo-woo land? And as you said, you practically encourage it. But actually, that woo-woo land story became a newspaper story, because it was actually the same. What I had said was, is there something maybe the guys in this flight, or are they doing something that for another country that they shouldn't be doing, and maybe they don't get out, or there's no way out of it? But it was actually I think it's the New York Times, and Christopher Green was speaking today that they were saying the exact same thing. Are they taken away? Is the plane in a hangar somewhere? These are the things. And the other thing is that 2,200 mile radius now, that takes in half of China, as well as about another 4 countries round about it. So this plane could be anywhere. But what I will say is it's definitely not in the ocean. It's
No, definitely not, John. I mean, from what I've been hearing, there's parts of the ocean that they're searching where, I'm not saying it's like waist deep, but basically if it would be on the bottom, you'd still have the tail fin coming out the top. Do you know what I mean? So you'd still see this. And with all the satellites that are over that neck of the woods trained on there, all the boats that are in the area, again, why was there warships right in that area within 1 hour? What were they so keen to recover? Why were they in that area, John? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Does make you wonder. But we're in the business of wondering here on truthfrequencyradio.com. What else can we say about this plane, though, John? Can we go even further? I heard, was it Hagman and Hagman last night? And they were talking to not an insider, but somebody who's he wasn't willing to say who he was, and he was talking about, or they all ended up talking about, the Roswell event. Now, that was back in 1947, John. Now, imagine that happened in today's modern era with social media and social networking and stuff like that. Could they actually be conditioning us for something otherworldly? Could it be like the program, I don't know if people have seen it, The Event, where this is kind of alien technology, or they're going to tell us it's alien technology we're seeing? Are we getting primed for a Project Bluebeam? I know I've mentioned Project Bluebeam a lot. It's one of the things that I first came across when I wandered into the rabbit hole, so to speak. Go and check out Project Bluebeam, guys. I know there's a lot of people, is it right or is it crap? But certainly interesting stuff, John. What do you think on that kind of angle? I mean, we could even go into the realms of, was there some kind of temporal shift? Was there wormholes? You could go everywhere with this. I mean, you had Einstein's was it the Rosen bridges? I mean, anything.
You can take this anywhere, because that's the thing about it. Nobody knows where this plane is. As I said yesterday, this could be anything from crashing to getting took with aliens. So, to be honest with you, Kev, even that, as you say, being conditioned for something like this, that would be a good way of doing it. And you say Project Bluebeam. There's a lot of people that they don't believe Project Bluebeam, but if you go and look it up, it's incredible what they've got planned.
Well, let's give it a Project Bluebeam 101. They would basically try and project either a godly figure into the sky, like a deity. It would be Allah over Muslim countries. It would be Christ or God over Christian countries. You get the idea. Or they could go for a fake alien invasion. I believe the fake alien invasion would be the one they could go for, because then we would have an outside threat, a perceived outside threat, an otherworldly Al-Qaeda, like the man in the cave. We can't quite see him, but he's always there, and there'll always be pot shots coming from space. But you've got to remember, guys, we've got weapons in space ourselves. We've got holograms that people now, when you go to a rock concert and see Tupac Shakur on the stage, they actually break down in tears because they think he's alive. That's how real this technology is. And that's the kind of thing that Project Bluebeam's on about. Even projecting godly voices into your head. Well, I can tell you guys, there's Coke machines and drinks machines out there that when you walk within a certain radius of them, they will actually, you'll get a thought in your mind, or you think it's a thought, your own thought. And you'll think, oh, I'm awfully thirsty. But what it is just, is it ultrasound, John, or infrasound? And it's just low enough, you can't hear it audibly, but it just resonates in your ear, and you think that's a thought. So if you don't think they could pull this stuff off, whether Project Bluebeam, the actual subject itself is right or wrong. It was certainly prophetic, because now they've got the technology that can pull this off. And John, you and I both know, or at least I know, that people would fall for this hook, line and sinker. I've seen people taking pictures of clouds, and I'm not talking down against them, but it's just a cloud and they're seeing godly and religious icons in the sky. Can you imagine if it was actually a technological attempt with the stuff these guys have got? There'd be people falling to their knees.
Well, DARPA sure have got a thing for the battlefield that will make you hallucinate. Also, audio as well. You know, it's not just seeing things in front of you. You will actually hear these things speaking to you. Now that's to send you crazy in the battlefield. Now you could just imagine if they did this with Project Bluebeam, and we hear all the sounds and the aliens and everything. Do you know what I mean? And there's a ship that's 30 mile wide.
They would have religious figures in the sky trying for us to take the ship and assimilate to the board, pointing straight after the bridge.
So, you want the news and information without the hate, the hype, the fear? Well, you've come to the right place. You can support Truth Frequency Radio by spreading the word on social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, or your favorite forums. Want to take Truth Frequency Radio on the road? Listen on your iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, or other mobile devices. Want more than just the free stuff? Sign up for a VIP membership for as little as $4 a month and get super high-quality downloads, member-only content, and instant access to your favorite shows without the wait. It's only through your loving support that we're able to cover the cost and continue broadcasting. So now, stay tuned for more Free Speech Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. KTFRA, worldwide.
A sudden change in the wind. The day grows dark as ominous clouds move in and lightning begins to carve arcs in the sky. And you realize you are not prepared.
I'm telling you,
The number of intense storms is increasing exponentially in the U.S. Tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding, and droughts are happening with greater magnitude and frequency. If you are choosing to rely on the government to save you,
and no one's coming to help them,
you could be dead wrong. The first step towards self-reliance in the face of disaster is a visit to mypatriotsupply.com. There you'll find the absolute best prices on storable foods, non-GMO seeds, emergency water filtration devices, and so much more. All orders over $49 qualify for free shipping in the lower 48. Visit us online or call 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927 and speak to one of our preparedness advisors today. Remember, before it's time to survive, it's time to prepare. mypatriotsupply.com.
Sure, I'm glad I tried that new Iodine Now microplant powder formulation. You liked it, huh? I told you it would change your life. Yeah, I feel fantastic, and I have so much more energy.
Hi, I have your Iodine Now delivery.
Oh, yes, my second order arrived. Thank you so much. Hey, buddy, why don't you ask this lady out for a date? Good idea. Now that I'm taking Iodine Now, I have the energy to enjoy my life again. It looks like you're getting back your old charm, buddy.
I'd love to go out to dinner with you. And can I try some of the Iodine Now?
Of course you can. You just delivered me a 1-year supply. Your future looks really great. I finally agree with you.
Iodine Now, part of the microplant powder family. Microplant powder is available in 15 different formulations. Call 888-910-4367 or visit the website to find the one that's right for you. And listen to our new audio descriptions for every product only at MUSA.org.
exposing the hate and exploring the love. This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
Time to pay. Time to pay. Time to pay.
Welcome back to the second half of tonight's broadcast of the Kev Baker Show. Thank you so much for taking the time to tune in to truthfrequencyradio.com. Please head over and get yourselves a subscription. It'll cost you less than a packet of cigarettes a month, guys, and this is really one of the alternative media sites. So please go and show the love, get yourselves a subscription, and like I say, for the price, it's value for money. What more can I say? Now, John, before the break, surprise, surprise, we were going into the missing plane. Not like me. If people know me from TruthTube 451, I do sometimes kind of end up getting focused on these events, but hey-ho, that's the way it goes. It's interesting stuff in my opinion. Now, other stuff I've got on this, I've got an article here from The Guardian today, and just the key points from this article is the headline reads, Pentagon sends destroyer through the Malacca Strait. And we've got bylines that read, P-3C surveillance aircraft has been working in the area. Reports that the plane flew for hours after vanishing are denied. We kind of said that, and it touches on the Rolls-Royce engines, okay? Now, basically, it says here that the Pentagon has told The Guardian that the US is moving the USS Kidd, a destroyer, northwest through the Strait of Malacca. It's been suggested it's headed for the Indian Ocean, but they're saying that they're just searching the Straits of Malacca. And then you add to that the P-3C. Now, I always remember a phrase that Rahm Emanuel came out with, and it was, you never let a good crisis like this go to waste, John. Now, be this real or be it fabricated, would I be wrong in suggesting that, wow, it's good cover for moving some pretty heavy-duty military assets in and around that area right now when we're seeing armies on the move and rumours of war? Or again, am I just speculating, man?
No, I mean, that actually would be a good idea to move that around just at that time. Because you think of the amount of traffic that's going about there, as you say, the other side of that Malacca Strait is the busiest shipping lane in the world. So, yeah, there could be a few things getting ported to and fro.
That's the thing, folks. They use these events, be they fabricated or real, as vehicles for other things, be it political vehicles, be it military cover for moving assets. I mean, you think what we could have on the back of this? Let's look at the whole passport fiasco. I've been saying for a while now that they could use this just much the same as they rolled out the body scanners after Mutalib, the underwear bomber. They could start now making a case for, well, with 1 billion passports a year not being checked at airports, just think about that. 1 billion passports a year don't even get checked at an airport. And Americans get made to take off their shoes and get their crotches felt. It's ridiculous, okay? But what they'll do is, be it Chertoff, he was the one that profited last time, one of these shysters in government, they'll have their hands in the pockets of electronics company, might even be somebody like Freescope, or what was the name of them, John?
Freescale Semiconductor.
Yeah, and funnily enough, they make RFID technologies.
Actually, they have on their website, Kev, they have a headline. It says, making the Internet of Things a reality.
Whoa, stop there, John, stop there. The Internet of what?
Yep, the Internet of Things.
We've mentioned this before on here, John, and it's something that we're going to have to get Days along for a show one night as well. He's well versed on this stuff. The Internet of Things, folks, if you haven't checked that out, I urge you to head across to YouTube. There's a video from IBM. IBM ties in with all this as well because they had employees on this plane as well, John. It's been reported. That's right. And they are heavy into the Internet of Things. And the Internet of Things is basically all your electronic gadgets, right down to wearable gadgets, all talking and communicating with one another, and every bit of data that they can collect and collate, right down to toothbrushes that can pick up on what bacteria are in your mouth. That'll be sent back to some kind of central hub somewhere, okay? Now, that sounds a bit woo-woo, does it not? But I can assure you guys at the CES 2014 conference this year, these very gadgets were on show. And just the other day on InfoWars Nightly News, Leanne McAdoo was at a technology conference, and she was talking to a guy who basically was saying that the wearable gadgets are just a natural progression to what they're really heading for, which is implantable chips. And the guy says it quite matter-of-factly and is happy to go on to discuss it. So if you think that's in the realms of the impossible, then no. Scary stuff, John.
You think about those wearable chips, Kev, and their Wi-Fi capabilities. You think if they were to target somebody, that they could use anybody in the street as a connection to somebody's house?
It's not even that, John. It goes even scarier than that. And remember, the psychopaths are running the asylum at the moment, so we have to go to the scariest level. They can use the bloody lights to actually put you into the same hypno state as you go into when you're watching the television. Your brain will end up resonating at that 26 flickers a second, and you will be in the theta state. Highly suggestible and absorbing all the propaganda from the hypno box in the corner. Now, John, we kind of went down the rabbit hole, but on you go, man. I know you had something to say there.
Yeah, it was just, when you mentioned the lights there, Kev, there's actually lights that flicker at a certain rate, and it's data it's sending. Your eyes don't see it, but it flickers that fast. It's actually sending data to a computer that's picking up these flashes.
Well, we'll be able to tell everyone all about that in the next few months, living in Britain's first Intelli city, where the lights will be listening to us, they'll be watching us, the bus stops will be talking to us. That'll be fun, John. But like we were saying, this been used as a political vehicle to roll out that kind of passport system. And then what else could you have rolled out on the back of this? Really, you could probably have, well, what could you have rolled out? Approved flyers. You might have to actually become an approved flyer or something like that, something kind of Orwellian, some kind of tyrannical system.
Yeah, they were talking about putting things on your wrist, and if you became a rowdy passenger, yeah, you get buzzed. What a dog.
It's like that film Con Air, folks. We'll be sitting on planes like Con Air. There'll be like electrified seats and everything. We'll just be in cages like the animals they call us anyway. Bordering on the ridiculous, John, but what can you
say? If they'd done that, they could do away with the TSA.
No, you can't have that. Every pervert needs a good job like that, John.
Right enough. There's nowhere for the paedophiles to go for a job.
I mean, who would want that job? I mean, I know people probably say, oh, hypocrite, hypocrite, you're a security guard. I'm trying to fight from within the belly of the beast. I'm trying to educate them. So I see myself as a kind of infiltrator working for the better good. But these goons over there, wow. But we say these goons, John, I've seen pictures of train stations in the UK where it's not goons in uniforms. It's actually police with sniffer dogs. And they're actually checking passengers getting on and off trains and stuff like that. And it's kind of the modern day image of harking back to Nazi times, people at trains with Alsatian dogs and things. And I mean, I mind I showed you one night an advert that was on MTV, and it was basically an advert telling people that the Holocaust happened to people like us. And it starts off with a family in their house, and then there's a knock at the door. The jackboots come in, it's the black uniforms, gunpoint, they're marched out of the house, aren't they, John? And then it flicks back to a time when it was the Jews getting put onto the back of the trucks. And it's very, very powerful stuff. And I still can't, to this day, understand why MTV put out adverts like that. And if anyone hasn't seen that stuff, because I know when I said to John, I said it as if, oh, well, everyone that's into this information must have seen this. John was absolutely blowing off his chair, weren't you, man?
It was amazing. I'd never seen anything like it on TV, because it's a really, really hard-hitting video. And I actually urge everybody to go and have a look at that.
Well, I kind of copied the format from that, folks. And when the Boston bombings had happened, we'll remember the scenes of the neighbourhoods in lockdown. Women getting taken out at gunpoint when they're looking for a young guy, a young scared guy who probably hadn't done any kind of bombing anyway. And what I'd done was I took those images of the guys on the porch knocking the door and taking the women and the kids out of the house at gunpoint. And then I cut to pictures of the Holocaust and said, remember, it happened to people like us. It got a good few views at the time. It's powerful stuff, but it's true. And then you think of the Boston bombing, John, and all those people after that lockdown coming out and celebrating, actually showing Stockholm Syndrome, celebrating their captors, celebrating their tyranny. Back in 1776, they went to war over tax on tea and things, and now they're actually celebrating their tyranny in the United States. It was a horrible thing to see. I mean, I'm no American, but I admire America, the country, and always will. But to see that, John, it was horrible stuff. And talking of Boston bombings, I mean, that to me is one of the false flags that stands out. It stinks. And you've been looking into another false flag, I believe, John. And that false flag is that of Sandy Hook, is it not, man?
Yeah, the Sandy Hook one, Kev. The reason actually I went to this because I was speaking to somebody today about it, and they hadn't even heard of Sandy Hook. And when I was telling them about everything that happened in it, and then telling them everything that actually didn't happen in it, then I had their concentration for about the next hour. But it was just actually sad to see that they hadn't heard of Sandy Hook. Now, as you know, there was 26 people died in Sandy Hook. It was meant to be Adam Lanza, a young boy, 18. Now, after this, they actually demolished that school, okay? And it's still guarded. And the landfill where the rubble was taken, that's still guarded 24 hours a day. Nobody can get anywhere near this thing. I don't know really what... They've even come away with the first time in their history that you can't get a death certificate for anybody that was killed in Sandy Hook. And that's the first time in 200 years, kids. You can go and get anybody's death certificate.
Well, when you look at these false flags, John, there's always a first. The Twin Towers, they melted from jet fuel burning up. Steel structures collapsing like that from fire. First time ever, and it happened twice that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, sorry, I just wanted to chime in.
No, that's cool. The other thing about it, the young boy, Adam Lanza, now, although he was near enough 6 feet, it was actually only 120 pounds. Now, that's only eight stone something to us. Now, he was supposedly dressed like a riot cop with headgear, and he had bulletproof vests and things on his leg. And now, Kev, you're a soldier, and you're quite a wee guy yourself. Now, I don't know if you've ever had this kind of this gear on.
Well, John, I was like a whippet when I first joined the army, and the older guys who were training us, the drill sergeants and that, they were laughing, going, "Baker, just you wait, because once we put the weight on you, I will see how far in front you are then." And I used to laugh at them. Wouldn't even be out of breath, John. And then slowly but surely, the boots went on first, and then it worked all the way up to, see, once they put the helmet on me, that's without all the body armour that Adam Lanza was supposed to have been wearing. Trust me, if you're not physically strong, you ain't walking about with all that gear on. Plus fully ammoed as well, John. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of ammunition alone, the weight of that, the guns that he had. Now, there must have been, I don't know how many handguns, and there was an AR-15. Now, he was meant to have came to the school driving like this. Now, that just doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all.
Well, John, I'll throw one in there before you go to your next one. What about the fact that the police were told to wait 15 minutes away from the school? They were parked up well away from the school, yet every other drill, they went right into the school grounds. And then also, why was no trauma helicopter sent there immediately? Every other drill that ever run in the state, and they run these drills all the time, folks, they'd always send trauma helicopters. Why weren't they ordered that day?
They were actually asked, Kev, and they told the reporters that they couldn't believe that they weren't called that day, because There should have been a fleet of these things.
I tell you what they
flying
did
about.
order that day, though, John. Almost immediately after the event had happened, somebody, in their wisdom, probably a commander who's in charge of directing, I use that term, I pardon the pun, but don't pardon the pun really, but directing events. I mean, he's obviously made the decision not to call the helicopters, but in his infinite wisdom, he ordered porta potties. Mobile toilets turned up after 2 hours, but yet no trauma helicopter.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Do you know what, Kev, that there's actually no proof of any children or adults dying? There's none.
I've said this as well. See, when it first happened, John, you, like we said last night, stay back. Don't really jump in.
Yeah.
It was stinking. It was walking like a false flag. It was smelling like a false flag. There was a good chance it was. But now, with hindsight and everything else, yep. I don't think anyone died that day, apart from maybe Adam Lanza.
Yeah, I think he may have been the only one. And I think maybe he went there already dead. But that's another story.
I also agree with that.
The Connecticut authorities released a final report. Now, somehow they managed to leave out the children's names or the children's sex. Now, there was only 53 autopsy photographs, but the children were meant to have been shot at least 3 to 5 times. So if that was the case, then there should have been at least 4 or 5 photographs, maybe for every child, or even more. So you're talking maybe hundreds of pictures. So that doesn't even tie
And John,
in.
who declared them dead at the scene? They were declared 26 dead within not long after the event, but not long enough for a coroner to have been there.
Well, the coroner is the only one who can pronounce them dead. So that's another question that will never be answered, because if you do ask any questions, well, you're looking at a 5-year jail sentence and a Class 1 felony. Now, that's if you get any information, because everything is classified. Why? Probably the only time that you'll ever see anything like this happen.
Well, John, funny you should say that. And it's a bit poignant, because for 12 more minutes, it's actually the anniversary today, tragically, of the Dunblane shooting here in the UK. Now, I believe that there's some records pertaining to the Dunblane case that have been sealed for 99 years. And me and you, sir, and everyone else listening tonight, I would hazard, I guess anyway, everyone else listening tonight, will not be around when those records get released. Because, for whatever reason, they've been sealed.
Just like Sandy Hook.
And of course, Dunblane, John, that was the one they used to take our guns totally out of the hands of the few who still did have them. Yeah. And let me assure all Americans out there, you cannot give up your guns. Yous know that, but even people outside the US, trust me, we know that yous can't afford to do that, because that is the one barrier left between yous and those scenes from the Holocaust. Might sound a bit dramatic, but the people in charge don't care about any of yous. They really don't. Sorry, John.
No, if you think about Sandy Hook, it's actually, obviously it was meant for the guns, okay? But it's spectacularly backfired, because there was probably more guns bought in the coming months than in any other time in history in America. The guns went through the roof. They were selling them in millions. And that was over the months after Sandy Hook.
But of course, Connecticut now, John, it's basically the front line of the battle in the Second Amendment, because they're obviously now mandatory registrations, I believe, are coming up. And of course, what happens then if you haven't registered your firearms? Could be
It's
a
an illegal
flashpoint.
firearm.
There could be flashpoints there. Let's think about this. Do you think the criminals, do you think a gun ban's going to affect them? I hate to tell people, I hate to point out the fact that criminals most probably use black market guns anyway, so that they can't be traced. And I hate to point this fact out to most people who want to ban guns out there, but you can't ban guns on the black market. It just forces them onto the black market. It makes it harder for people to catch people who have carried out shootings, and it makes people without guns victims. That's what we are. That's why you see states in America where there isn't a gun ban. That's why you see the crime rates are low. People won't go burgling your house if they think you've got a shotgun behind the door. It just stands to reason. And I'm not talking about people walking about with, although I don't have a problem with it, I'm not talking about walking down to your work with an AR-15 strapped to your back, an AR-14, whatever it is. That's not what I'm talking about. But surely we should have the right to decide, even here in Britain, John, how we defend our own home. It's our home. No matter how much the government are edging their way, tiptoeing into every aspect of our life. John's cat's attacking the keyboard there.
Yeah, it's the gun thing that Americans should never, ever, as you say, give up the guns. We can't even defend ourselves in our own home now, Kev. Do you know what I mean? If somebody comes into our home and we attack him, then there's a good chance that we're going to jail.
That's the nanny state in which we live, John. It really is.
Yeah, this is true, Kev. The nanny state is gone mental, and it's really picking up pace anyway as we go, because the Common Core is just like it's nanny state stuff as we've spoke about. So, just gets worse by the day.
Between Common Core and stuff like the CCTV, which is the main thing in this country. I mean, it's the electronic surveillance in this country, isn't it, John? It's not America. It's in your face. It's like something out of a Hollywood movie. They've got like tanks, and they call them like riot control or crowd control and stuff like that. And I even heard about a story. I believe, I can't remember what city it was. Sorry about this, but they were talking about how they'd bought a couple of these armored vehicles, and it was basically when they spoke to the chief of police, they were talking about how they had been purchased solely for dealing with Tea Party, anti-government, pro-Second Amendment groups. I mean, that's pretty telling, folks. I mean, what are they expecting? They're obviously expecting a lot of violence and when you think about those groups just mentioned, John, they don't exactly have violent connotations attached to them. They're all peaceful kind of protests. They just want change. So what are they gearing up for over there? It's quite worrying.
Well, when you see the amount of bullets that they're buying them in their billions, and this is not just to stifle the bullet trade, do you know what I mean? So that they've got all the bullets and you've got none. It's nothing to do with that.
Beyond that, John, it's hollow points. Yeah. They can't even use them outside of the US shores. And I've heard that they're stored in empty shops. There's plenty of empty shops that have gone bust after the financial crisis and stuff like that. They're supposed to be stocked with these bullets for when the civil unrest begins. And really, really, really worrying, John. I don't know. Do you think it will come to that over there? I mean, your son's over there. You've got a really vested interest in this.
Yeah, martial law is going to come into America at some stage, because Obama will make sure of that. That's going to be one of his things. I think Obama's legacy will be the guns. If he can do that, Kev, then he'll go down in history as probably one of the worst dictators ever.
I think he thought that Sandy Hook would prep the consciousness of the people and the public opinion with all those children. I think he thought that would be the pendulum event. It would swing the public opinion, and then maybe just one after that. I know it sounds terrible, but just another one after that, just to cement that public opinion. I think he thought he would have got them. But like you rightly said, gun sales went through the roofs and people went the other way. And people really do need to stand up for their rights when it comes to the Second Amendment. I know people don't like Adam Kokesh. Some people don't like him, but hats off to that man for what he done down in Washington at the Freedom Plaza. How what a name for a place when you think about what happened to him on the back of cocking a shotgun there. I mean, how long did he spend in jail, John? I know you followed the case probably more than I did.
Yeah, I think he was in for about 10 months, which is ridiculous.
For doing what he's
for loading a gun, which he's entitled to do, yeah.
In a place called Freedom Plaza.
Yeah.
What a mockery that makes of the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Well, John, that's almost another night done. I wonder what will happen overnight that we'll have to talk about the plane tomorrow. Now, folks, I believe Mr. Chris Everard is coming on tomorrow. So myself and John will have the company of Chris Everard. He'll be talking to us, hopefully, about the Ukrainian situation. I want to get a take from the kind of, I'll look at the Russian side, because I tend to, or people seem to think I tend to paint the Russians up in a favourable light. However, they ain't all they painted up to be, and I've always said that they are evil, same as the West, same as NATO. And the lesser of two evils, folks, is still evil. Both systems are corrupt, and I hope Chris Everard will come on and shine the light on that. So for another night, Johnny, thank you, and I thank each and every one of the listeners out there.
Joe Joseph here for Truth Frequency Radio. According to allgov.com, since 9/11, a total of 238 Americans have died from a terrorist attack. That's 24 a year, making your chance of dying 1 in 625,000. Conversely, you have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming a victim of police brutality. Yet we spend trillions of dollars on the war on terror while militarizing an abusive police force. At truthfrequencyradio.com, we have a team of the very best personalities in independent media. A team that's dedicated to bringing you reliable and rock-solid news and information so you can arm yourself with knowledge and join the fight against worldwide oppression and tyranny. Truth Frequency Radio. News without the hate, hype, and fear.
Judith Baker was once a promising science student who dreamed of finding a cure for cancer. This expose is an account of how she strayed from a path of mainstream scholarship to a life of espionage in New Orleans with Lee Harvey Oswald. In her narrative, she offers extensive documentation on how she came to be a cancer expert and what led to her involvement in the development of a biological weapon that Oswald was to smuggle into Cuba to eliminate Fidel Castro. Details on what she knew of Kennedy's impending assassination and her belief that Oswald was a deep cover intelligence agent who was framed for an assassination he was actually trying to prevent are also revealed. Me and Lee by Judith Baker. Special JFK 50th Anniversary Signed Limited Edition. $30 including shipping. Limited number of these available. Order your copy today at federaljack.com/store.
Sure am glad I tried that new Iodine Now microplant powder formulation. You liked it, huh? I told you it would change your life. Yeah, I feel fantastic, and I have so much more energy.
Hi, I have your Iodine Now delivery.
Oh, yes, my second order arrived. Thank you so much. Hey, buddy, why don't you ask this lady out for a date? Good idea. Now that I'm taking Iodine Now, I have the energy to enjoy my life again. It looks like you're getting back your old charm, buddy.
I'd love to go out to dinner with you. And can I try some of the Iodine Now?
Of course you can. You just delivered me a 1-year supply. Your future looks really great. I finally agree with you.
Iodine Now, part of the Micro Plant Powder family. Micro Plant Powder is available in 15 different formulations. Call 888-910-4367 or visit the website to find the one that's right for you. And listen to our new audio descriptions for every product only at MUSA.org.
Broadcasting worldwide in complete defiance of the U.S. Patriot Act and the NDAA.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
The views and opinions expressed on the following show are those of raving lunatics and do not necessarily reflect the views of this station, its management, or its advertisers. Nothing you hear should be construed as legal or medical advice.
I've got one that can see.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Power don't come from a badge or a gun. Power comes from lie. Lying big, getting the whole damn world to play along with you. Once you got everybody agreeing with what they know in their hearts ain't true, you've got them by the balls.
There are no sides. There's no Sunnis and Shiites. There's no Democrats and Republicans. There's only haves and have-nots.
I moved for a bad court thingy.
You mean a mistrial?
Yeah. That's why you're the judge and I'm the law-talking guy.
The lawyer.
Right. If there's one thing America needs, it's more lawyers. Can you imagine a world without lawyers?
Oh.
Listen, sucker. I'm more militant than you and your whole damn army put together. While you out there chanting at rallies and browbeating politicians, I'm taking out any money front sucker on a Humble to get you my way. So I'll tell you what. When your so-called revolution starts, you call me, and I'll be right down front showing you how it's done. But until then, you need to shut up when grown folks is talking.
You are listening to Live Free FM.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sentient creations of all shapes, colors, and sizes. Tonight is June 2nd, Sunday, June 2nd, 2013. And you're listening to Live Free FM right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. We're also being broadcast live on Unbound Radio and on UCY.tv. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's picking up the stream and helping promote the show. I also want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's in the chat room earlier. It looks like we got Ombro44 and we've got Jules is in there. Jules is the one responsible for making sure the show gets picked up on UCY.tv. I want to say a big thank you for that. We've also got myself, Sovereign King. I'm in the chat room as well. And we have... Oh, it looks like Vincent Easley's there and a bunch of anonymous listeners. Tonight is going to be a little bit strange, and hopefully going into the future, it'll make a little bit more sense. But I've actually got one of my really good friends, Jeremiah, we've been friends for a long time. Kebs is there. What's up, Kebs? Me and Jeremiah have been friends for a long time, and I'm trying to get Jeremiah into co-hosting the show with me. So we're going to try out. We just got back from my storage unit. All of my studio is in a storage unit right now because I don't really have a place of my own. So I got my computer set up over at one of my friend's house where I'm staying at right now. But within the next month or so, I should have my own place set back up and have the whole studio going. But we had to improvise tonight and try and get both of the microphones up and working. So I've got Jeremiah with me. Jared, why don't you do a mic test real quick?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
If you guys are listening in the chat room and you can hear both of us, let me know if Jeremiah needs to turn his input up or his microphone up. Let me know. If I need to turn mine down, let me know, and we'll try and get it taken care of. It
would be very much appreciated.
Yeah, we kind of just threw the show together real quick, but hopefully everything turns out okay. So, anyways, this is Live Free FM. Enough of the awesome, boring intro about stuff that you guys probably don't even really care about. We are going to talk about a lot of crazy stuff tonight. But first, I'm going to introduce Jeremiah because that's the proper thing to do.
Manners.
And you guys are probably going to notice that me and Jeremiah have a very similar sense of humor. So some of the jokes that we make might fly over people's heads, but me and Jeremiah have been buddies for a long time, and we both feed off of each other's sick, twisted sense of humor. So
it's hilarious once you get it.
Exactly. Jeremiah I actually dated Jeremiah's sister a long time ago, and after me and his sister broke up, me and Jeremiah actually ended up staying really good friends, and It's kind of an odd way to start off a friendship, but that's what happened.
It worked in the long run.
It did work in the long run. When Jeremiah first met me, and the very first time that he kind of got into thinking that maybe I was a lunatic, what was the very first thing that, when you first met me, the very first thing that made you kind of start going down the crazy path?
I don't know. We just got talking one day, and then I think I asked you what your opinion about 9/11 was, and then we went over to a buddy's house, and then boom. It all started there, down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think I was dating your sister for like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you asked me what I thought about 9/11. And you actually I was in the middle of civilization when 9/11 happened, so I had an opinion about it right away. But where were you when 9/11 happened?
I actually lived in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. It was quite long and crazy story. But there was like nobody around. We're talking like the closest Walmart's even a hour and a half drive away. Just no civilization.
So were you like hiding from the cops, or what were you?
No, my mom just happened to be a crazy hippie.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
So you were living out on a wolf sanctuary, right?
A couple years later, I ended up moving to the wolf sanctuary, which was kind of in the area.
Oh, I thought you were already on the wolf sanctuary. So you were completely no TV or anything when 9/11 happened?
No TV, no power, nothing. You ran off of solar power.
And then when I had met you, and you obviously did not have the same opinion that I had, but we went over to my brother's house, and we watched Loose Change. I think the second Loose Change movie.
Yeah, it was the second one.
And ever since then, nobody likes you because you're crazy. That's okay.
True.
You know what? We might in the future, maybe even on this episode, we might cover like communication methods, because that's something that a lot of people run into is when they start preaching any kind of like 9/11 truth or fluoride truth or anti-government rhetoric, which actually is becoming more and more acceptable nowadays. But when people start saying stuff that other people aren't used to hearing, the way that they communicate those ideas can have a huge effect on whether or not those ideas are received. And a lot of times when people first start getting into all this stuff, they're overwhelmed with information. They kind of get overloaded. And the way they approach people with it is not very productive. A lot of people approach people the way Alex Jones does with a bullhorn, and I've found that not to be very effective. So in the future, we might actually, probably next week, we might actually do a whole segment on effective communication skills, especially when trying to put across alternative ideas. I want to give a big shout out real quick to Jax Rocks, who just joined us in the chat room, and I can't read your whole name. A fear though the something. If you type something, I could. A feather nut, I think is what it is. A feather nut. Much love and thank you for joining us. So first of all, how did Jeremiah is actually somebody that was one of my very first court cases that I took on and actually won. So I think it'd be a good introduction story for people to hear about your court case, because that was actually a very interesting story. So you got, and this was partially my fault. Me and Jeremiah used to.
Totally your fault.
It was totally my fault. Me and Jeremiah used to go to Hapkido every week, and we trained together. And we were running late one day, and I told Jeremiah, "Hurry up, let's get on it." And he's speeding. And we get pulled over by a police officer. And why don't you go ahead and let the people know what happened after that?
Like during the trial?
During the police officer stop.
Oh, well, that was really fun. Well, I pulled over and the cop came up and asked for all my information and gave it to him. And then he asked for your information because, well, they didn't like your tattoos and shaved head, apparently.
No. And I refused. And then he was like, getting to the point where he was going to arrest us all if I didn't give him my information. So I just finally did because we were already late for class.
Yeah, it was slightly intimidating.
To you, maybe.
Not anymore, but back then it was.
Right. So we get to class and then we start studying, and Jeremiah wants to fight his ticket. And so we studied for a while, and we went over some of the things that happened in court. First, we tried the sovereign citizen route and the all laws contract.
And that did not work at all. That shut down pretty hard. The judge was very intimidating about it. He didn't want to hear anything and eventually started threatening me.
And what about the prosecutor when we went and talked to the prosecutor?
Prosecutor just absolutely freaked out and started yelling at me that I was just a punk kid and he deals with sovereigns all the time and I don't know what I'm talking about and I think that I'm above the law.
And so then we kind of, and that was actually the response I was getting a lot because I had taken on a lot of cases before yours, and every single time that I tried the sovereign citizen stuff, we kept running into the same brick wall. So we decided for your case we were going to switch it up and
went the Mark Stevens route, correct?
Yeah, we tried some of the stuff that Mark Stevens promotes, and you know what? We put in some motions, or you put in some motions, and they just basically ignored them, right?
Yeah. I didn't get a response until I actually got there the day of the trial, and they physically handed them to me.
Yeah, and that's totally ambush law. It's like, here you go, last minute notice. So when it came down to it, the prosecutor puts the police officer on the stand. He asks him the normal questions they always ask. How long have you been a police officer for? Where did you train? When was the last time you got training on a radar? What makes you suspicious that this guy was speeding? And then you go up and you start your cross-examination, and you were visibly shaken, literally shaken.
It was very nerve-wracking at first. I was sweating pretty profusely.
So you're wearing some of my court clothes. You're wearing one of my nice shirts and a tie.
They were fancy.
They were fancy. I'm fancy pants. You're wearing some of my dress clothes. You're shaking, like literally I can see you shaking through the shirt. You go to get a drink of water and you spill water all over the little table there.
Yeah, I'm very clumsy.
And you asked the cop 3 questions?
I think it was around 5 questions, and it was very intimidating, but it felt absolutely amazing afterwards.
So before we get to the afterwards, what did you ask him?
It started off with, officer, would there have been a crime committed if I was not within the state? And he looks at me and goes, no, there wouldn't have been a crime committed. It was like, well, officer, was I in the state? And he just looks at me and goes, yeah, kid, you're within the state. And I next ask him, well, is that your opinion or is it a fact? And he goes, it's an absolute fact. It was like, officer,
factually speaking.
I get tongue-tied. I'm a little nervous, people. I apologize. Factually speaking, what is the state of Colorado? And how could I have physically been inside of it? And he tells me that it's the ground. And so then I ask him, officer, was the ground not there before 1876, the year Colorado officially became a state? And then he was just completely speechless.
And so at that point, the prosecutor doesn't know what to say. Usually at that point, a prosecutor will jump up and say, objection, calls for legal determination. It picks up every time you do that. The mic picks up that noise. We're a little bit unprofessional tonight. We'll get better as the time goes, though. So usually the prosecutor at that point will be like, objection, calls for legal determination, and that's exactly what we want. But that time, the prosecutor did not say that. The prosecutor just kind of looked stupid. Like the cop, the judge, and the prosecutor all looked like deers in the headlight. Not a single one of them knew what to do at that point. It was kind of ironic.
Then the judge eventually jumped in and was like, I'm not going to allow him to answer that question. It requires legal opinions.
Right. And so, Jeremiah, what did you say at that point?
I believe I froze up.
You did freeze up. It was awesome. So Jeremiah goes, I don't have any further questions then. And he sits down. And at this point, the judge realizes what he'd done because he just, on the record, said that the witness was not capable of rendering legal conclusions. Jeremiah did not do the proper thing, which at that time I would say the proper thing to do is to move to have all of the legal determinations of the witness stricken from the record. Jeremiah did not do that, but what did the judge do after you sat down?
Eventually he told me that I was found not guilty because the state had not proven that I had to follow a law.
Yeah, so it
was really weird.
So the judge goes around and around for about 3 minutes, making up all kinds of weird, totally non-consequential statements about the case and about just real strange stuff. And then he stops at the very end of his little rant that made no sense at all. And I'm like, what? Is this guy having a seizure up here? Makes no sense at all. And then he stops in the middle of it and he looks at Jeremiah and he looks at the prosecutor and he says, basically, I feel that the prosecution has failed to prove that you are required to follow the road rules of the state of Colorado. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the case. So he basically told the prosecutor in not so many words, you did not prove that this guy is subject to the law. And me and Jeremiah walked out of there with the case dismissed.
After I shook everybody's hand.
Yeah, Jeremiah goes up, shakes the judge's hand, goes up, shakes the police officer's hand, and then walks.
He's squeezing on my hand as hard as he could, like he was going to break it. I just had the biggest grin on my face.
And then he walks over to the prosecutor and shakes the prosecutor's hand.
After days before telling me I'm a punk kid and he can deal with me and I don't know what I'm talking about.
And this is what's really funny is because, Jeremiah, before this, how much studying have you done of the law?
Oh, not very much.
Okay, and this is what I run into time and time again. I've studied the law a ton, only because it's something that really intrigues me. It's a mind control system, and all mind control systems really intrigue me because I don't want to be a slave to them, so I study the heck out of them to make sure that I'm not susceptible to them. Jeremiah had never studied the law at all, except for maybe me and you had sat down and I went over what I would recommend doing or what I would do in your situation. We went over it maybe like, I don't know, how much time do you think we spent going over this stuff?
Less than a month.
Less than a month.
And that wasn't even getting together like every day, maybe like 2 times a week.
Yeah. So Jeremiah goes in there with a month's worth of training and just wipes the floor with a prosecutor who probably went to at least, I don't know, 5-6 years of law school. 5-6 years of law school. The prosecutor goes in there a week before he's telling Jeremiah, oh, I'm just going to wipe the floor with you. Jeremiah goes in there, asks 4 or 5 questions, and just totally shuts down the prosecutor. And this is not atypical. I've seen this happen quite a few times where people who have no training in the legal system whatsoever, but because the legal system is completely fraudulent, I know some people think that the legal system could be used for good in the criminal area at the very least, but even the criminal courts are completely fraudulent. And because of that, if you can get that through your head and you know how to call them on their fraud, you pull the supporting card out and the whole house of cards comes crumbling down.
It was absolutely an amazing feeling from going in there physically shaking and sweating to just feeling like you're on top of the world afterwards for beating the man.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was one of those moments that I don't think I'll ever forget, because it was the first time that I'd taken on a court case and actually seen a judge in the middle of a court case straight up admit that the prosecutor could not prove that the law applies to somebody I was helping. And when you realize that the law doesn't, that there's no proof, not a single shred of proof that the law applies to you whatsoever, and then it starts unraveling. Then you start realizing the law doesn't apply to anybody, and this entire court system is completely criminal. It's it's pretty crazy. It's kind of, how did that affect the way you look at the world when you finally went through that process?
Absolutely life-changing. Like, just from going in literally scared of the system, and just like now it's like, not afraid of anything. It's such a relief. Like, it's hard to describe. It's easily one of my 3 favorite moments in life. It's one of the stories I always tell new people, and they look at me like I'm insane.
But it's funny because we actually have other friends who have tried the same thing, and I'll be the first one to admit we haven't got every single case thrown out, but we've had a few other friends that have gone in and gotten their cases thrown out the exact same way, and everybody that hasn't gotten their case thrown out, that's actually, settled for a plea bargain or something like that, as soon as they start questioning the core things that we question, which is basically, what proof do you have that your stupid law that you're trying to charge me with violating, what proof do you have that that law even applies? As soon as we bring that stuff up,
the game just changes.
Right away. And it's crazy. It's crazy to watch. And you can see visibly the prosecutors, the judges, the witnesses, all of them, the intimidation switches. It's like where you go in there completely intimidated. As soon as you start realizing that you're calling them on their BS and it's not working, that their BS is no longer working, and as soon as they start realizing it, it's like the momentum just flips. It's like when you're watching a football game and it's, the end of the game and your team's losing, and then all of a sudden they intercept it and the momentum just flips and they're able to run it back for a touchdown, and then they're able to kick it off to an onside kick and get another touchdown. And all of a sudden the team that was shaking is now in the lead. And it's really like that when you watch it happen, or when it happens to you. All of a sudden you're just like, whoa. Well, what just happened? I was totally in fear. And I don't really go into the courtrooms in fear at all anymore, because I've seen it happen so many times that they really don't even stun me. It's like the whole illusion of authority that they have is just completely non-effective on me now. But
when you could physically see it on their face, the look of shock and that they don't know what to do.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy, dude. I wouldn't say everybody should do it, and that's what I tell people when they come to me for help right away. I tell them, look, I'm not saying you should do this. I'm not going to tell you what you should do, but I'm going to tell you what has happened for me before, and I'm going to tell you how you can attempt to duplicate it. And a lot of times they go in there and they can duplicate it, and on the few times that they haven't been able to, the amount of I don't know if it's because of the fact that they know that it'd be so easy to appeal the cases, but every single time that I've taken on a case and it didn't result in a case dismissed, the sentencing was way, way less than even what they said in the plea bargain. Like David's one of our other homies. David went in because he was foolish and was drinking and did something stupid. Didn't harm anybody, didn't violate anybody's rights, but he got caught drunk and he was under the age of drinking legally, and went into court, fought it. The plea bargain that they were giving him, even up until the date of the court, they kept dropping the plea bargain less and less and less. And even up till the date of the court, the prosecutor was like, okay, I'm going to give you a year of probation and a year of breathalyzers and this amount of money. And then David gets up there and gets every single witness disqualified. The judge disqualified every single witness and still refused to throw the case out. Even though he had disqualified every single witness, the judge just flat out refused to throw the case out. And that's why I say these court systems, they're completely fraudulent. They don't even care about their own rules. And that's what I try to push is the rules, get them stuck on their own rules. But there sometimes happens they don't even care about their own rules. But when we went in there, the prosecutor was asking for like a year probation, a whole bunch of money and fines, a whole bunch of community service, and breathalyzers the whole time. The judge finds David guilty, even though he disqualified every single witness against him. He still found him guilty. Then when it comes to sentencing, the judge asked the prosecutor, do you have any recommendations for sentencing? The prosecutor says 3 months probation, and if he can take these alcohol classes and get them done, he can be off of probation early. And David went in there, and I think he was on probation for like a month and a half. So the plea bargain beforehand was a year of probation, a bunch of community service, alcohol classes, breathalyzers, and a bunch of money for victims' compensation, even though there wasn't a victim. And he refuses to take the plea bargain, gets found guilty, which usually the sentence is way worse if you're found guilty, gets found guilty, and the prosecutor recommends 3 months probation and early probation if he gets the classes done. So David went in, did the classes in about a month, and was completely done with it. And that's typically what we see when we take on court cases is Jeremiah's story or David's story are the typical ones. You just stand up to these people and question their authority, and they start realizing that they have no authority whatsoever.
My personal favorite one is the one we did with Chris.
And we might have to wait until after. Chris is another guy. Chris, I can't believe still has his license because he's always getting tickets, but he does the same thing every single time. And even when he doesn't get his case thrown out, they never take points off of his license. I don't understand this, but he is not. He's won one or two of them, and he's lost 2 of them. And both times that he lost, both times that he got found guilty, both times they said they were going to take his license away, and they refused to actually take the points off of his license. So he still has his license. And I think he's even, and this is not like whatever. He got a motorcycle and he wrecked his motorcycle just being stupid, but a lot of people with crotch rockets wreck them. But he was supposed to lose his license there too, and he did the same thing, questioned their authority, and didn't lose his license. I don't understand how.
It's because all they wanted was his money.
It is, and that's something that I tell people going in is really all they care about is your money. And if you've got like a dollar amount that you're willing to pay, because honestly, the fact of the matter is you go into court, a lot of times when you try this stuff, they're going to make you sit there all day. I've gone into court and had a 9 o'clock docket and been there until 3 p.m. One time I sat there for like an hour waiting for the judge to come out, and she refused to leave chambers. She refused to enter the court. And I'm sitting there like 45 minutes past when I was supposed to be there. There's nobody there. I asked the bailiff, I'm like, where's the judge? She's like, I don't know. This is really weird. She goes back to the chambers, comes back, and she says, yeah, she's not going to come out. She refuses to enter the courtroom while you're here. And I'm like, seriously, I've seen some weird stuff in court, but being told that a judge is intimidated and will not enter the courtroom if I'm in there is just another one of those aha moments where you're just like, dude, what authority do these people really have? And it's none. It's all arbitrary. It's all in your imagination. But if you guys want to learn more of that stuff, I'm going to be posting all of the old shows where we talk about a lot about this in the near future. So keep an eye out for that in the website, livefreefm.com. We'll be back in a minute. This is Live Free FM. I'm Nathan Frazier. I got Jeremiah joining me. Don't go anywhere because we've got an awesome show. Stay tuned.
5% appear too small. Be thankful I don't take it all.
So, you want the news and information without the hate, the hype, the fear? Well, you've come to the right place. You can support Truth Frequency Radio by spreading the word on social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, or your favorite forums. Want to take Truth Frequency Radio on the road? Listen on your iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, or other mobile devices. Want more than just the free stuff? Sign up for a VIP membership for as little as $4 a month and get super high-quality downloads, member-only content, and instant access to your favorite shows without the wait. It's only through your loving support that we're able to cover the cost and continue broadcasting. So now, stay tuned for more Free Speech Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. KTFRN, worldwide.
Here at MyPatriotSupply.com, our customers are number one. Built on a self-sustaining business model, we don't owe our existence to big banks or big business. Instead, the company was built by you, the customer. The success of My Patriot Supply is a testimony to the loyalty and dedication of each and every one of you, to our old-fashioned values and top-rated customer service. These elements alone have made us the number one choice of patriots everywhere. We believe that being prepared should not be a luxury reserved by people with large disposable incomes, which is why we have the products you need at the prices you can afford. We bring you our Patriot Pantry brand of storable food, which features top-of-the-line flavors and carefully packed to store for 25 years. Plus water purification systems, non-GMO heirloom seeds, survival gear, and much, much more. Visit MyPatriotSupply.com or call 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Nutritious food is real body armor. It builds muscle, burns fat, improves digestion, and feeds the entire body the nutrients it needs. Did you know the U.S. government banned the hemp plant from growing in the United States and classified it as a Schedule I drug to hide it behind the marijuana plant? People have been confused about this plant for over 80 years, and many still don't know what hemp is. So now you know hemp is not marijuana, and marijuana is not hemp. They are different varieties of the same species. Hemp HempUSA.org wants the world to know these basic facts and to help people understand that hemp protein powder is the best kept health secret you need to know about. Remember, hemp protein powder contains 53% protein, is gluten-free, anti-inflammatory, non-GMO, and is loaded with nutrients. Call 888-910-4367, 888-910-4367, and see what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you. Only at HempUSA.org.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the show. This is Live Free FM, the #1 program on the radio airwaves. I'm joined tonight by Jeremiah. Jer, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. So if we have a little bit of audio problems, it's because we're doing a new setup and we had to throw it together right away, right before the show. And it was a big headache, but we finally got it going like 20 minutes before the show started. So hopefully by next week, we'll have it completely worked out to where everything sounds really good. But just bear with us. The show will get better and better and better and better and better because it's
better than that.
That's right. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to Dances with Poles, who just joined us in the chat room. Much love to you, Modern Man. And I'm assuming Jill's probably listening as well. So much love to both you guys. Road Dogging is there. What's up, Road Dogging? Also, we've got Stalyansky in the chat room, and I'll read your question in 1 second. Oh, you know what? Okay, so Stahl says how can I use that in court when I'm suing a cop on his illegal search and seizure arrest? Now, this is the thing, and people always ask me this. How can I sue or press a lien or force them to do something? I don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I don't use the court system to force anybody to do anything. I've never used the court system to put a lien on anybody. I've never used the court system to sue anybody. And the reason why is because my whole approach is that the court system is illegitimate, and I demand that they show their legitimacy. And if I'm saying you have to drop the charges because you have no proof that your rules or laws are even applicable to anybody, it's really two-faced of me to go back in and ask the same court to use its authority and its jurisdiction against somebody else. So number one, the court's not, in my opinion, the court's not going to go after a police officer anyways. And number two, if I'm questioning the legitimacy of the court and then turning around and appealing to the legitimacy of the court at the same time, it really hurts. It really is counterproductive to the approach that I take. So at least for me, I don't know how to do that. And sometimes I don't know everything. Actually, a lot of times I don't know everything. But as far as forcing the court or using the court to force somebody else to do something else, my whole approach is that the court doesn't have the right to force anybody to do anything in the first place. So if that's my first position, it's really double-minded of me to then go and try and use the court to force somebody to do something. So I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sure that there probably is a way to do it. I'm sure a lawyer that goes after police officers probably knows how to do it. But I don't use the court system in that way whatsoever, so I have no idea how to do that. I apologize, but that's just not the way that I take stuff on, which is really, most people take stuff on the exact opposite. Most people are, you tell them to do this, you put in this administrative procedure, or you tell them, you give them your billing schedule and blah, 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 blah. And if they don't do it, then you press a lien against them and you get the sheriff and da-da-da-da-da.
It's not like they follow their own rules anyway.
Exactly. And where in the rules does it even say that you can press a lien against them for not upholding a contract that was, not even accepted by them in the first place. And who says that they're even, anyways, we'd have to do a whole show on that. And we might actually in the near future, because I've run into so many people. And that's the disappointing thing. I've tried to help people that were really stuck in that mindset, and it blows up in their face. And it blew up in my face. It blew up in Jeremiah's face. Luckily, Jeremiah was like, okay, let's try something different. And we did. And that one actually ended up working out well. But Jared's mom, actually, she tried some contract stuff, but it wasn't in a criminal case. And actually that one ended up coming out in her favor. But besides that one case, which wasn't even criminal, every single time I've tried to use contract law, every single time I've tried to countersue or do any of that stuff in a criminal case, I've never had a single time. I've never had it work. And I've tried it, at least 10 or 15 times. So I don't know. That's a huge rant for a very let down, disappointing answer. So that's what you get here on Live Free FM, letdowns and disappointments. Make sure that you're here every week to have your dreams shattered.
Oh, typical you.
I know, huh? So anyways, you mentioned Chris, and Chris actually has one of the most outstanding stories as far as anything that's ever happened. Chris had a traffic ticket for speeding up in Denver.
What a surprise!
Yeah, actually, Denver loves giving people tickets, even for just driving 5 or 6 miles over, which is crazy because Denver traffic is crazy, and you have to drive over the speed limit in order to be able to change lanes. But then they'll pop you for just trying to get around cars. It's kind of crazy. They got a good scheme going up there. But Chris got a traffic ticket. Went to court, asked the judge a couple of questions. I think he asked the judge like 3 questions, and the judge just shut him down and was like, I'm not answering any of these questions. The next time Chris went back to court, the judge had recused himself, and it was now a female judge. And so it was a totally different judge. Chris is like, well, where's the judge that I seen last time? And the new one is like, well, he recused himself and he's no longer on this case. I'm taking over this case. And she's a higher, more superior judge. So she's going to know how to handle Chris. And Chris goes in there and he asks the cop 2 questions. He asked the cop, oh gosh, I don't even remember what he asked. It wasn't the state question. It was cause of action.
That's right.
He asked the cop, he goes, officer, did you file a valid cause of action in this proceeding? And the cop goes, I don't know what a cause of action is. Chris goes, well, it's a ticket. For this case, the cause of action was a ticket. Did you file a valid ticket for this case? And the cop goes, yeah. All snooty, blah, blah, blah.
Better than all of us.
Right? And so Chris goes, officer, how many elements are in a valid ticket? And the cop had no idea. He just froze. He's like, and he starts to stutter a little bit. And the judge looks at the cop and she goes, do you have your notes from the stop? And he goes, no, Your Honor, I don't. And she goes, case dismissed. And Chris goes, what? That's it? And he goes and sits down.
But that's just the beginning. The next part's even better. So the next guy goes up and gets the cop on the stand.
Wait. The next guy has never met me, never met Chris, never met Jeremiah, doesn't know anything about the crazy stuff that we do in the court.
All he's done is witness what Chris just did.
And so he walks up and he's got his pants rolled up, he's got his do-rag on, he's a black kid, he looks like he's straight out the ghetto, didn't even dress up for court at all. He just straight up looked like a thug, walks up to the stand, looks at the cop. It's the same cop that issued Chris the ticket.
And then he goes, well, did you file a valid cause of action against me?
Has no idea what happened in Chris's case, has no idea why Chris's case got thrown out. All he knows is that Chris asked these 2 questions and the cop had to throw the case out. The judge looks at the cop and she goes, do you have your notes for this guy's traffic stop? The cop goes, no, ma'am, I don't. She goes, case dismissed. And then she stops in the middle of it and she goes, is anybody else here because this cop pulled you over? And like 6 other people stand up, and it's pretty much the whole rest of the docket that was being tried that day. And she goes, you can all go home. Your cases have all been dismissed.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Like, it's the best story ever. And if I didn't know them, I wouldn't have believed it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was crazy. But we've seen Like, well, at least I can't even count how many times I've seen prosecutors and judges just completely change they'll be all barking at you and all aggressive and then all of a sudden you're like, I just have 2 questions. And then bam, the whole momentum changes and all of a sudden they're like, oh crap, what do we do now? And usually the easiest thing to do is throw you out before anybody else tries to do what you're doing.
Because with my case, once I started doing the contract law stuff, and there were a whole bunch of people in the courtroom, and they just shut me down. But the actual day of my trial, they put me on the docket alone. Not another soul was in there besides myself and Nathan. And then at one point, an old man came in and actually sat in the back.
And I think that guy was actually a judge. I think he was just sitting there as a judge. But yeah, that was the thing is when we went to Jeremiah's actual trial date where they were actually having the cop up so that he could actually question the cop and cross-examine him and all that. When we went to Jeremiah's actual trial date, we walked into the court, and the first time, like Jer said, the whole court was just jam-packed. There was like 50 people on the docket. When we went back for Jeremiah's actual trial, there's 4 courtrooms in Loveland, 2 on the bottom floor, 2 on the top floor. On the bottom floor, in courtroom number 1, there's like 19 people on the docket. On courtroom number 2 on the bottom floor, there's like 15 people on the docket. He's not on either one of them. So we go upstairs and we check the upstairs dockets. Courtroom number 1, there's like 6 or 7 people on it, not Jeremiah. So we go to that was number 3, my bad. Then we go to courtroom Then we go to courtroom number 4 and we look to see if Jeremiah is on courtroom number 4's docket. And lo and behold, Jeremiah is the only name on the docket. They cleared that courtroom out and shoved everybody else into the other 3 courtrooms so that nobody could see what Jeremiah was about to do. Yeah, speechless. But that's like literally once you start doing this stuff, you see him pull this kind of stuff all the time, and it's just crazy. And like I really haven't been very active in the court system ever since my brother died, because it's been a nightmare trying to deal with my mom, and she's actually in the hospital right now, and she's attempted suicide like 6 times since my brother died, and it's been a huge nightmare, and I haven't had the energy to take on anybody's court cases, except for I just actually did take one on, and we were successful in it. But with the exception of the one that I just took on like a month ago, I haven't had the energy or the time or the ability to actually help anybody with their court cases. But when we were doing it actively, we were seeing cases like this all the time where you just leave dumbfounded. Like, how do these people still continue their jobs? And then you realize that these people, by letting your case go, they have to understand that what they're doing is fraudulent. And they got called on it once and they dismissed the case. But how many other people are they just raping and taking their money? And then you have to realize that these people understand that what they're doing is not upholding the law. What they're doing is raping and taking people's money.
It's almost like they just don't care about you. Can you believe it?
What? The criminal courts don't care about people? They just want money? That's crazy talk. You might be one of them Al-Qaedas. All right. So anyways, that's enough of that. That's how I know Jeremiah, though. I made him go crazy, and he was living in fear for quite a while.
It was a couple of years of just freaking out. And anytime I would meet somebody, it was like, you got to hear about this. And taking like like you said, the Alex Jones point where you're just yelling at people and it just shuts them down and nobody wants to hear anything, to how I am now. And it's been like 9, maybe 10 years.
I don't know if I've known you that long. You're making me sound old now.
You are old. You're getting old, man.
We are getting old. Back in my day, movies were only $4. Anyways, back when I was a kid, you could buy a bag of weed for $20. Actually, I get weed cheaper now. We live in Colorado, though. Oh, we should cover that. Dude, okay. So Colorado just passed, and this was not on the show notes. I apologize, Jer. Colorado just passed Amendment 64, where it's legal to have up to an ounce of weed on you at a time, and they're trying to make it legal to sell weed to people, and they're going to have weed tourism, not terrorism, tourism.
Allegedly.
But they just actually passed a bill, I think it was a bill, to where they can pull people over and take their blood. You know, like you can force them to take you to the hospital if you want them to, but they can take your blood. And if you have like more than 0.05 nanograms of marijuana in your system, you can get a DUI now. So now that they've legalized weed, now they've started using it as an excuse to take blood from drivers and charge them with DUIs. But what's messed up is the legal amount of weed or cannabis or THC that you can have in your system, you can smoke like a week ago. You can smoke once a week and get pulled over 5 days later. And if you're not somebody who smokes or is like active working out and getting that stuff out of your system, you could have smoked.
There.
Yeah, you could have smoked like 2-3 days ago and still have 0.05 nanograms of marijuana or THC in your blood, and you can get a DUI even 3 or 4 days after the last time you smoked. So you could have been sober, clean and sober for 4 days, and according to the new Colorado law that only passed because Amendment 64 passed, now they and lots of people are getting popped with this. I've heard of 3 people that I know already getting popped with this, and it's going to be a lot of fighting, and people are going to have to fight against this. But as soon as they passed Amendment 64, I knew they were going to start doing this. Everybody was all, it's a victory, it's a victory. I was like, dude, just wait till the new laws that they have, that this justifies them pushing on us that they couldn't have gotten away with before. And here it comes.
This is crazy. I haven't heard anything about this.
Yeah, I should have sent you the link so that you could have read about it before the show, but I did not. So we're going to talk about something that I did send you a link to, and that is Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson is our big ups of the week. We're going to try kind of change the show a little bit. We're going to still have interviews with very exciting guests. And if on that subject, if you missed last week's show, I had Stefan Kinsella on, and we did a huge discussion on intellectual property and the legitimacy of patents and copyrights and all of that stuff. And it was probably one of the most thought-provoking shows that I've ever done. So if you have not listened to it, go back and check it out. It's in the archives. It's from last week. I think it's called Against Intellectual Property. If you haven't heard it yet, be forewarned, it's gonna be very hard to listen to, because Stefan is a lawyer. He's a patent lawyer, but he's against the idea of patents, and he's actually only a patent lawyer that helps protect people when they're being attacked by the patent system. And Stefan is completely against the idea of intellectual property, and he lays out his argument superbly. And before I actually read his book, I was a proponent, not an opponent, but a proponent of intellectual property, being that I'm a comic book artist, a video game designer, a software developer, a graphic artist. I was very much pro intellectual property. And then I read his book, and I have to admit that it kind of made me start actually rethinking my position. And after going back and forth for about 4 or 5 months, just arguing with myself about it, taking my pro IP argument and putting it against my own anti-IP argument, I pretty much have come to the point now where I no longer see intellectual property as being valid. And Stefan Kinsella came on, and we had a very, very good eye-opening conversation about the subject. So if you did miss last week's episode, go over to livefreefm.com and download the last episode. It's called Against Intellectual Property with guest Stefan Kinsella. And just a fair warning, prepare to have your mind completely blown. It was a really good episode. Tons of good episodes. If you're listening, if this is the first time you're tuning in to Live Free FM, and you want to go and check out some more crazy rantings like we've been talking about so far tonight, go over to livefreefm.com. We got tons of shows there. I'm trying to upload the rest of the old library of archives, and I think we have close to like 100 episodes now, so go check them out.
The old shows are good, but they're going to get even better soon.
Because Jeremiah's here, and everything he touches, he's like King Midas, and everything turns to gold.
More like awesomeness, but whatever.
Everything turns to awesomeness. All right. So Woody Harrelson did an interview, and it's raising a lot of eyebrows. He was in Details magazine. So I'm going to read this. This is from Breitbart.com. Breitbart is a dead guy, I think, who died by very suspicious circumstances. But on his website, it says, Woody Harrelson hates the government far more than the stereotype of the average Tea Partier would suggest. The Now You See Me star told Details magazine that he'd be open to living without government rather than the corrupted one that we have today. He's an anarchist, to be blunt, and he's not on board with Obama's Hope and Change coalition. Quote from the article, Details. So, you dislike Democrats as much as you just dislike the GOP? Woody Harrelson. It's all synchronized swimming to me. They all kneel and kiss the same ring. Who's going to take the oil industry or who's going to take on the oil industry or the medical industry? People compare Obama to Lyndon Johnson, but I think it's I think the better comparison is between Obama and Nixon, because Nixon came into office saying he was going to pull out of Vietnam, and then he escalated the war. A lot of us were led to believe that Obama was a peace president, but there are still, I think, 70,000 troops in Afghanistan. Corporations like Grumman are so powerful that, I don't know, is this the kind of shit that we want to talk about? It's making me depressed. No, I don't believe in politics. I'm an anarchist, I guess you could say. I think people could be just fine looking after themselves. Later, Harrelson found himself expanding on his anti-government feelings. The government may change faces from time to time, but it's not like we fight wars for democracy. We fight wars for capitalism and for oil. And I wouldn't say capitalism because what we have is not capitalism. But anyways, I digress. Back to quoting Woody Harrelson, I keep coming back to the same gosh darn subject, I guess because it's what really bugs me the most. So Woody Harrelson came out and said he's an anarchist. Jer, you're not an anarchist.
No.
Jeremy.
I like the concept of it. It's just overall, I don't know how everything will work out in the end. It's like how a lot of liberals love socialism, but it's never going to work, and I'm completely against socialism.
But Jeremiah takes the same point. I love the idea of anarchism, but it will never work on a big scale.
Basically.
So longtime listeners know that I am an absolute anarchist, and to me, it's because government is I've too many times I've been in court, too many times I've seen the authorities and their authority just crumbles, and I realized that the whole thing is just a scam. And too many times throughout history, there's not one form of government that was incorruptible. We started out with the smallest, least powerful government ever, and 200 years later, we have the biggest, most powerful government ever. So even the most limited and the most restricted piece of paper or constitution or whatever you want to call it, even the most powerful restrictive piece of paper ever written was not enough to hold government criminals at bay. And if the Constitution couldn't do it, nothing can. You can't create a position of power where people have the right to rule over other people and steal money from them and not expect that position of power to be filled by people who want to rule over other people and steal from them.
I got to say, I completely agree with that. Okay.
So for me, it's not anarchism has all the answers. It's believing in government is retarded. And it's like you're an alcoholic. You keep doing the same crap over and over. How many different governments have we tried, and how many of them have been successful?
0.
And how many anarchies have we tried?
0.
Exactly. So
I'd say it's worth a shot. I don't know.
I'm
kind of a pessimist with certain things.
Well, yeah.
With a lot of things.
Jeremiah's like, people are stupid.
They are. Oh, my goodness.
Not all of them.
85%.
Yeah, but that's because they went to government school.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm just playing government school. I loves you. That brings us actually to our next story. Government school is so awesome. Government school is getting more and more crazy. I cannot believe some of the stuff that I hear about that happens going on in the government schools. This is from MSN.com. School says deaf boy's name sign looks too much like a gun. Brace yourselves. This is from MSN again. Brace yourselves, because this is the dumbest thing you'll hear all day. The Grand Island, Nebraska School District is forcing a 3-year-old deaf boy to change the way he signs his name because they say the gesture in his name violates their weapons policy. Preschooler, 3-year-old preschooler Hunter Spanger's personalized name sign is a registered sign with the Signing Exact English, a modified version of American Sign Language, and it involves extended index fingers that the district says resembles a gun.
It resembles a finger.
It is
a finger.
It is a finger, right? Says the sound that you just heard was our heads popping or exploding from all of the stupid. Quote, "We are working with the parents to come up with the best solution we can for the child," a school spokesperson said. How about letting him keep his own name? So this is where we've come to in the public education system with the zero tolerance policy that really came into be after 9/11, not even 9/11, Columbine. It's to the point now where a kid whose name is Hunter and speaks sign language and shows his name by making a finger gesture that could resemble a gun is not allowed to use his name in school. How do you explain to a 3-year-old, sorry,
Your name is offensive.
Yeah, we're a bunch of fascists, and we're not going to allow you to say your name at school the same way you say it at home. Like, how ridiculous is that? And what is threatening about a kid pointing his fingers?
There should be nothing offensive about it.
So when I was a kid in school, we used to play cops and robbers on the playground. We used to run around.
Cowboys and Indians.
Yeah, we used to run. Cowboys and Native Americans, Jared. We used to run around.
I'm sorry, I'm offensive.
We used to run around the playground pointing our fingers at each other and going bang, 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 bang all the time, every recess. And nobody ever got suspended or kicked out of school or anything for it. I got kicked out of school a lot of times for a lot of things, but making a gun gesture with my fingers was never one of them. What do you think is the reason? Actually, let's see if we have time. We got 27 seconds. We do not have time. When we come back, we're going to look at this story a little bit more. We're going to look at what the heck is going on with the school system that this is happening. This is Live Free FM. Don't go anywhere. We've got more amateur radio hour coming up. Stick with us.
At Truth Frequency Radio, we bring you the very best personalities in the independent media, without the corporate influence and with limited commercial interruption. Over the past year, Truth Frequency Radio has become one of the fastest growing media outlets in the world, and we owe it all to you. That's why with every donation of $30 or more, we'll send you your very own Survive Drive as a way of saying thanks for your continued support. The Survive Drive is jam-packed with nearly 600 ebooks to help you survive everything from everyday life to major disasters. Donate today and we'll continue to wage war against the powers that shouldn't be. Again, thanks for your support and for making Truth Frequency Radio your choice for news without the hate, hype, and fear.
Archaeology, astronomy, alchemy, secrets of the Holy Bible, hidden codes of the Quran, demonology, Tesla technology, solar power, extraterrestrials in the ancient world. More than 500 documentaries, an experimental film lab of cutting-edge music and art, full-length movies, conference reports, and weekly TV shows. The Enigma Channel is the world's first truly global TV station. www.enigmatv.com. Intelligent television for planet Earth.
Nutritious food is real body armor. It builds muscle, burns fat, improves digestion, and feeds the entire body the nutrients it needs. Did you know the U.S. government banned the hemp plant from growing in the United States and classified it as a Schedule I drug to hide it behind the marijuana plant? People have been confused about this plant for over 80 years, and many still don't know what hemp is. So now you know hemp is not marijuana, and marijuana is not hemp. They are different varieties of the same species. HempUSA.org wants the world to know these basic facts and to help people understand that hemp protein powder is the best kept health secret you need to know about. Remember, hemp protein powder contains 53% protein, is gluten-free, anti-inflammatory, non-GMO, and is loaded with nutrients. Call 888-910-4367, 888-910-4367, and see what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you. Only at HempUSA.org.
Exposing the hate and exploring the love. This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
The problem in the past has been the man turning us against one another. We have been unable to see the truth because we have been fighting for 10 square feet of ground. Our turf. Our little piece of turf. That's cracks, brothers.
Since they're just twins, I don't suppose you might let us take a quick look-see inside your bag. Oh, I very much mind, Annie. There's no such thing as a quick invasion of civil liberty. Oh, it all starts with a quick look-see into someone's bag, and then it's a brisk peek-a-rooney at our phone records. And before you can say 1984, the thought police are forcing you to bend and spread.
Bend and spread? Are the thought police going to make love to us?
Welcome to the gross business of martial law. Welcome to what used to be individuality, seized and disintegrated by cowardly groupthink. Welcome, my friends. Welcome to the machine.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there. Choice I leave to you.
You are listening to Live Free FM.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the show. This is Live Free FM, and you're listening because you can handle the truth. My name is Nathan Frazier, and I got Jeremiah joining me tonight.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
It's going awesome. I'm answering for everybody.
Everyone
that's listening, I want to give you a whole bunch of virtual radio love because gross. Jeremiah, shut up. You're ruining the show.
Ruined everything. Terrible person.
You ruined everything with your awesomeness.
It's your fault.
I made Jeremiah go crazy. He was moderately sane before I met him.
By normal standards, which aren't fun at all.
Right. Now he's one of my crazy buddies. So
I'm the crazy guy at work.
Yeah, right. So anyways, we're not going to talk about work. We're not at work right now. We don't talk about work. Go get me some chicken sandwich and some waffle fries.
I love waffles.
Okay, so back to the show. I apologize. I smoked some herbs before the show, and I'm not completely on track like I should be.
He's a dirty liar. He's never on track.
Oh, yeah, huh? Well, I should be, though. All right, so this is Live Free FM. We're in the second hour. You're joining us tonight because you've got good taste in radio. And I want to say thank you for having impeccable taste in what you listen to because that's awesome. Anyways, I want to give a big shout out to B3 who just joined us in the chat room and a bunch of new anonymous listeners. If this is your first time listening, I repeat the propaganda over and over and over again, go to livefreefm.com. Check out all of the archives. If you're listening to a podcast or an archive right now, you should stop what you're doing, hit the pause button, go to Facebook, go to Google, go to Twitter, go to wherever, and share this episode so that me and Jeremiah can get famous and quit our crappy corporate jobs.
That'll be the day.
Yeah.
I'd like to do a special on the chat. Jax Rocks, you are absolutely hilarious, brother. I'm over here just dying laughing for what you're posting.
And that's the other thing that I wanted to say. Oh, it looks like we just got Rebecca 2U just joined us in the chat room. Much love and thank you for joining us. If you guys, literally, we have like the best audience in the chat room. We've got like the greatest group of listeners probably on the internet. And usually, even when there's discussion where people disagree, almost everybody there is very polite to each other. You got the occasional trolling back and forth, but pretty much everybody there treats each other with respect. And we don't have very many abusive people at all. So if you guys want to tune in and you want to join the conversation, literally, if you're listening live, you're robbing yourself if you're not joining the chat room, because we've got a great group of people in the chat room. And if you want to go to the chat room, just go to livefreefm.com and hit the chat and listen button. Or you can go to radiolivefreefm.chattango.com. But in the future, that might not be the same address because I might try a different. I keep getting spam for Chatwing, and I'm going to check it out and see what it is. But if you guys have any opinions about Chatwing, let me know in the chat room whether or not it's worth trying to check out. So anyways, back to the show. Actually, we're going to jump backwards just a little bit. We were talking about Woody Harrelson and who was it? Road Dogging. Road Dogging says he does not like Woody Harrelson because Woody Harrelson is part of the cult of Hollywood. And you know what I'll say? I'm like 90% there with you, but I actually do like Woody Harrelson, but I don't know him personally. I only know the persona that his publicist allows me to know, so I can't really make a decision on that. But I really have liked a lot of Woody Harrelson's movies, and I was watching an interview with Wesley Snipes. It was years ago. And Wesley Snipes, who, as many people know, got in trouble for tax evasion, for not paying his fair share. And Wesley Snipes ended up doing a bunch of time in prison. And Jeremiah thinks that's funny. He's like, what? A black man in prison? That's crazy. Oh. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's hilarious. Terrible. Jax Rocks, you're killing us over here. We're trying to concentrate and you keep derailing our trains of thought. Anyways, I was watching an interview and Woody Harrelson was talking about
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes was talking about White Men Can't Jump, and he was talking about how when he was doing White Men Can't Jump, Woody Harrelson opened his eyes to a bunch of stuff, and he was talking about the Federal Reserve. He was talking about the income tax system. He was talking about the IRS. He was talking about how the money is manufactured and how the Federal Reserve is a private bank. And he's saying that he learned all of this from Woody Harrelson on the set of White Men Can't Jump. And then he said when they got together and made The Money Train, after that movie was when he decided to stop paying taxes, because by that time Woody Harrelson had convinced him that the whole thing was a fraud and he shouldn't be paying taxes. So that's kind of, and maybe people don't know about this, but Wesley Snipes actually started like a privatized militant training camp. Like if you wanted to learn like guerrilla warfare, military combat tactics, Wesley Snipes would teach you them for a price.
Dude, that's crazy. I'd never heard about that.
Yeah, and that was part of the reason I think why he got targeted, because he took it upon himself to start training average everyday Joes on guerrilla warfare tactics, and obviously the government probably would not like that very much. But
it seems like once you start questioning the mainstream, they either make you out to seem like you're completely insane or they just throw you in prison.
And see, that's what we were talking about is obviously Wesley Snipes got thrown in prison. Lauryn Hill just got in a huge bunch of trouble because, and if the listeners don't know who Lauryn Hill is, she's a singer with the Refugees, and she says She stopped paying her taxes a while ago, and she says she doesn't want to support the government anymore. And she says that in her court proceedings, she said the reason that she hasn't been getting very much work in the music industry is because, and this is her words, that the music industry is ran by people who push an agenda to not elevate consciousness, but to actually dumb people down. She says that the hip-hop industry is about taking the black youth and making them even dumber than they already are. That's not to say that the black youth is dumb, but that's what her words were, is that the whole point of hip-hop nowadays is to dumb people down. And a lot of white kids listen to hip-hop too, so it's having that dumb-down effect on more than just black people, but she made it a black thing because that's part of her whole spiel, is to make it a race thing. And I don't think that the people at the top really give a crap about race. I think that they probably attack and keep people divided by race, but I think for them it's more of just a tool rather than something that they actually care about. And for me, it's not something that I really care about at all. But Lauryn Hill does care about it, and it's something that she's passionate about, and I dislike that about her, but whatever. The fact that she was willing to stand up and refuse to pay her taxes, and the fact that she was willing to stand up and call the record industry for what it is in the middle of court is commendable to me. But what happened to her was, after she got sentenced to go to prison and after she got sentenced to pay all this money back, the judge adds a caveat to her sentence and says, I want you to go to counseling, and you're obviously delusional because you think that there's a conspiracy inside of the record industry to dumb people down and to hold back and suppress conscious music. I'm ordering you to go see a psychiatrist or a therapist until you get these crazy thoughts out of your head. And literally, it's funny, but it's not even funny, but literally he said, you're going to therapy because you believe in a crazy conspiracy theory that the record labels are trying to dumb people down. And because she admitted that that's what she believed, and this is an insider to the music industry, because she believes that, she gets sent to prison and sent to re-education camp, basically. And that's where I've met people in the rap game that are semi-celebrity status, and they reject the status quo. But we used to do Ghost of the Republic, and that was a pretty much hip-hop show, and we interviewed a lot of hip-hop artists.
It was a good show.
It was an awesome show. It's not as good as Live Free FM, but that's just because I've gotten a little tiny bit better on my radio broadcasting since then. In the 5 years I've been doing radio, I've gotten a little bit better. But anyways, we interviewed producers, we interviewed hip hop, semi-mainstream artists, and pretty much all of them said that if you want to break through, if you want to get to that next level where you're superstardom in the rap game, you basically have to sell your soul. And maybe not to the devil. I don't know how much I believe of all that selling your soul to the devil stuff, but there's accusations that you have to basically like prostitute yourself out to the higher ups. There's and these are completely accusations. I'm not saying I have proof either way, but there's accusations that like, if you want to sign with Dr. Dre, you have to, and this is the weird part, you have to like have sex with him, male to male sex, but he likes to be the receiver. It's not slander. I'm not saying that I have firsthand knowledge of that. I'm just saying that I've heard this from other rappers. And, same thing with Puff Daddy, Drake, a lot of these rappers that are like heavy hitters in the game. A lot of the just slightly underneath them rappers that are way more talented but can't ever seem to break through, they say it's because they're not willing to sacrifice themselves like that. They're not willing to go in there and do the weird things that the record industry wants them to do. And so I don't know. I mean, Road Dogging says that the entertainment industry is basically ran by people that are in some sort of weird cult, and there's enough there that it makes me question whether or not that's the truth, and it makes me kind of lean towards the possibility that it is the truth. I'm not exactly sure. But Jerry, you were talking about Charlie Sheen, Rosie O'Donnell,
Gary Busey, anybody that seems to like question how mainstream media wants to present their quote unquote case to how everything should be. And then they just end up going crazy.
And you know what? I kind of wonder if the people like Rosie O'Donnell and Charlie Sheen was one that really made me suspicious, because he comes out and says that he thinks the government did 9/11, and he writes this scathing letter to Barack Obama and like a faux letter to the president interview style. He comes out and says all these really brilliant things, and then a week later he's going off the wall talking about drinking tiger blood or shooting up tiger blood and winning and all this crazy stuff. And to me, with how easy it is to tie two beliefs together, when the media has somebody who's coming out for 9/11 truth and anti-Obama truth, and then a week later he's talking about drinking tiger blood or I bang rocks of tiger blood or whatever. I don't even know what that means. But
it almost seems like it's staged.
It almost seems like it's staged. It almost seems like they told Charlie Sheen, we want you to go do this, and then we're going to make you look crazy. And then what that's going to do is it's going to take everybody that was attracted. Because as soon as Charlie Sheen said that stuff, Facebook and MySpace blew up with everybody that was pro 9/11 truth attaching themselves to Charlie Sheen's message. And then a week later, Charlie Sheen comes out, has a mental breakdown, says he drinks tiger blood.
It makes anybody that likes that position just look just as crazy as he is.
Exactly. It's guilty by association.
Exactly.
And so everybody who was plastering their Facebook pages with Charlie Sheen stuff, a week later, they've lost all their credibility because the guy that they were using to back up their argument has lost all credibility. And that's why we've got to be careful not to place the legitimacy of our arguments on celebrity status. And that's why when Road Dogging comes out and says that he doesn't like Woody Harrelson or doesn't care that Woody Harrelson is saying these things, I totally agree, because that's the point, is that just because a celebrity comes out and says blah, 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 whatever. The same thing happened with Rosie O'Donnell. They made her look crazy. Gary Busey comes out and says some brilliant stuff, and then a week later, TMZ's got pictures of him peeing on himself behind a bush. And that's what seems to be like a repeating thing, where they let a celebrity come out, and I'm thinking that they actually make these celebrities come out and say these things, and then a week later, they make that celebrity look crazy. And with Charlie Sheen, he lost after he did that whole big fiasco.
Didn't he lose his 2.5 Men show?
Yeah, he lost his 2.5 Men show. And then as soon as it says we're getting some echoes. I apologize if we got some echoes going on, guys. Did it just start, or has it been going on for a minute? Anyways, if you guys hear me and you want to answer me, if there's some echo going on, has it been going on the whole time, or did it just start? I'll just try and continue like nothing's going on. Oh, refresh killed the echo, so never mind.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. Killing echoes is awesome. Remember Echo the dolphin?
Yeah, I remember Echo the dolphin.
If you kill Echo, it's because you hate dolphins. Anyways, totally digressing. I apologize, guys. The point that I was trying to get has totally lost my mind. But basically, don't latch on to celebrities. Don't hope that celebrities are going to bring the change that you want to see in the world, be the change you want to see in the world. And you know what?
It makes me laugh, dude, because it seems like Alex Jones always seems to attach to these people really quickly the minute they come out and say anything somewhat anti-government, and then they do something completely insane, and any sort of truth that Alex Jones decides to do, it just makes him look insane, and anybody that follows him insane. And since he's like considered one of the biggest people in the movement, which is just a joke.
Anyways, Jared, you can't diss on Alex Jones because I'm trying to get famous here. I'm trying to ride on his coattails.
Forget that, bro.
Just joking, Alex Jones. We love you.
No, we don't.
I don't know you, but I don't really care either way. Anyways, we're not gonna go.
The idea is not to bag on them.
The idea is not to put your faith in celebrities, and just because a celebrity says something that you like and you want to hear, it's just as stupid to put your faith in that celebrity as it is to put your faith in a politician who says what you want to hear. Because I've heard it said before, Hollywood and Washington are the same. Washington is for actors who are not as pretty as Hollywood's actors. So realistically, putting your faith in a actor who says something you want to hear is just as foolish as putting your faith in a politician that says something you want to hear. But that actually brings up a point, and this really bugs me. So the girl that I'm staying with right now, she has a little daughter, and they were watching the Disney Channel earlier, and they were watching that movie Pocahontas. Have you ever seen that movie, Jared?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So in Pocahontas, she's singing this song about how evil the white people are, and she says something about how tall can the sycamore grow? If we cut it down, we'll never know. And it was like a little jab at people that cut down trees. And it brought back this flashback of this movie, Ferngully. Have you ever seen Ferngully?
Oh, yeah, dude. I totally remember Ferngully.
Okay. Yeah, your mom probably forced you to watch that movie.
Yeah, my mom was a crazy hippie.
So Ferngully, the whole point of it, it's an old animated movie, and the whole point is loggers are cutting down the rainforest, and there's these little fairies in the rainforest, and they're trying to save their home, and so they shrink down one of the loggers so that he can see how horrible logging is, and then he gets big and he goes and stops the loggers, and it was redone as Avatar.
Oh, God.
Avatar was basically the same premise. It was a guy was mining for energy and some sort of energy source to run all their electronics, and he got stuck in an avatar of one of the natives to that planet. They were on another planet mining this energy source, and the natives of that planet wanted the mining to stop, and so one of the military guys, like Blackwater kind of esque guys that was there, he gets mind planted inside of a body of one of these things and takes over and goes and lives through the world of these natives, and it's the same story over and over again. Where
before that we used to call it Dances with Wolves.
Dances with Wolves, but Dances with Wolves doesn't hit the point that I'm trying to make. So shut up, Jeremiah. Speak when you're spoken to.
You see how he treats me?
Okay. So anyways, Ferngully was an animated movie, and Pocahontas was an animated movie. And animated movies use a ton of paper because they're animated. You have to draw up tons of different character sketches. It takes thousands of pieces of paper, and people are going to say, well, they use plastic vellum sheets and see-through plastic now.
Now it's CGI.
And I'm getting to that, but you're jumping ahead.
My bad.
Again, speak when you're spoken to.
Stop hitting me.
James McFadden just joined us in the chat room. Much love to you. Thanks for joining us. So anyways, Ferngully and Pocahontas both bagged on the evil capitalists that cut down the trees, and yet both of these movies, how many trees does it take to make an animated film?
7.
You did your research. Good job, Jared. Now, it takes tons and tons and tons of trees to make an animated film, to do all your concept artwork, to do all of your basic sketches for the characters. It takes tons of paper to make these movies. So the points of these movies are, don't cut down trees for paper, and yet the movies are brought to us exclusively by companies that cut down tons of trees to get paper to make animated films. So it's good for us to do it, but not for you to do it mentality. And then you were talking about the Avatar movie and how that was pretty much 100% CGI. And the point of that movie was stop mining for energy sources to run your electronics with. And yet how many computers do you think had to be running all the time for that movie to be made? 7.
7.
Tons. So Hollywood likes to hit us with this guilt trip stuff where they tell us it's okay for us to cut down the rainforest to make cartoons for you, but it's not. The point of the cartoon is to tell you that it's not okay for you to cut down trees. Or go ahead.
If we do it, it's fine, but don't you dare do it.
Exactly. And that's what we get from Hollywood. So when someone like Road Dogging says, I don't trust anybody from the Hollywood cult, yeah, I'm prone to agree with you, because this is what we get, these huge double standards where even when they're coming out trying to say something that should be positive, it's just blatant hypocrisy. And It just is crazy. I guess so. Oh, you guys are awesome in the chat room. I love you all. So that was my little rant about Hollywood and how hypocritical they are, because when you see these things, when Al Gore came out with his movie Inconvenient Truth, exactly. When Al Gore came out with that, and then it comes out later that his electric bill is like 10 times the size of the average family's electric bill. And this is the other thing, man. People think that without government, that all of these corporations would just pollute the planet away. And at least with government, we have government there to keep them in check so they don't just pollute and destroy the planet and deforest the planet and blah, 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 blah. But then you know what? Look at tanks. Look at aircraft carriers. Look at jets. How fuel efficient are all of these vehicles? How much gasoline do they dump into the ocean, or do they dump in order to get a aircraft carrier out into the ocean? How efficient are these planes? Have you seen how much gasoline it takes, or how much petroleum or fuel that these airplane fighter crafts take? Way, way more than the average car does. I think that they say that these aircrafts burn off so much fuel that a lot of times they have to refuel them up in the air. They go from one place to another, and they have to stop in midair. Well, not stop in midair, but they have to, in midair, have a tanker plane come down and refill these jets up, because that's how much fuel they have. Our government pollutes so much more than any corporation that they're claiming to protect us from the pollution of that corporation. Any corporation out there that's polluting, any person out there that's polluting, the government that's supposed to stop us from polluting, that's supposed to protect the environment from the evil polluters, that same government is the worst polluter on the planet. The amount of gas that our government wastes is astronomical compared to the average person, and even astronomical compared to the average corporation. And then when we see these corporations like British Petroleum last year, when they had their April 20th explosion and oil leak, what happened to them? Did the government protect us from that happening? Absolutely not. Did regulations protect us from that happening? Absolutely not. Did the government go and hold those people accountable for the mass amounts of pollution that they dumped into the oil like government is supposed to do? Absolutely not.
So funny. I've never thought about it like that before.
All right. We'll be right back on the other side of these commercials. We're going to start some stuff.
Everything I do, I do it big. Screaming that's done. When I pulled up the lot, that's done. I'm from a town, when you see me, you know everything. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. I put it down from the whip to my diamonds. I'm in black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Did you know that the blue lotus flower was used by the ancient Egyptians as an aphrodisiac to experience feelings of euphoria and ecstasy? And ecstasy. And ecstasy. Did you know that Thai kratom was used by the Buddhist monks to produce a relaxing and dreamlike state? Did you know San Pedro cactus was used by the Native Americans to quest for visions and heal the body? Bouncing Bear Botanicals is your #1 supplier of rare and sacred plants and a proud sponsor of Truth Frequency Radio. By clicking on the banner at truthfrequencyradio.com, you can learn more about a vast selection of entheogens, including Amanita muscaria, also known as a sacred mushroom. So click on the banner at truthfrequencyradio.com, and you'll also get up to $40 off your next order.
American gardeners and fellow patriots, make the right choice with your money, time, and your family food supply. Choose 100% pure heirloom seeds in the Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com. Why spend more? The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com is only $37.95 and includes 20 varieties of pure, hardy, easy-to-grow heirloom seeds. Yes, only $37.95. That's 70% less than our competitors. You could buy 3 Survival Seed Vaults for less than one of theirs. The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com MyPatriotSupply.com includes detailed planting and seed-saving instructions and ships same day. Plus, all orders over $49 ship free. MyPatriotSupply.com is American-owned by patriots like you, passionate about freedom and preparedness. Call now, 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927. Or discover more emergency preparedness items when you order at MyPatriotSupply.com. Choose the original. Choose the Survival Seed Vault at MyPatriotSupply.com.
Since our founding in 2005, we at YouTube have continually strived to bring you the best possible video experience on the internet. But now we're updating YouTube to make it even better and give our users more of what they want.
Ever since our Google Plus integration, we've seen a 30% reduction in racist and bigoted comments. People are even starting to notice the complete lack of bigoted comments, and frankly, they miss them. To make up for this deficit, we have added auto-commenting bots to YouTube Plus that can be set to either type racist or hateful comments. Similar to the auto-comment bot, we've created the auto-spam bot, which allows terrible YouTubers to beg people to watch their horrible excuses for videos they put out. These comments can go out to every video they've ever interacted with.
Hey guys! So we're like really wanting to be filmmakers on YouTube, and we'd totes appreciate it if you come watch our videos and comment, like, and subscribe. That'd be totes amazeballs. Yeah, we really like subscribers.
YouTube Plus. We own you.
Now we see everything that's going wrong with the world and those who need it. Just feel like we don't have the means to rise above and beat it. So we keep waiting on the world to change. We keep on waiting on the world to change.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Live Free FM, probably the dopest radio show that nobody's ever heard of, except for like 20 really awesome people that are here fanatically every week. So much love to everybody that joins us every week. And
spread the word.
Spread the word. Help make us famous. That'll be awesome. Oh, okay. Anyways, so back to the show. We were talking about some of the hypocrisies of government protecting us from pollution and the idea that government's going to protect us from these polluting corporations and blah, 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 the same old tired arguments. And I think Jack's Rocks, somebody, I want to say it was Jack's Rocks, put up in the chat room, what about the fact that I have 6 giant garbage trucks driving down my street a week picking up recycling? How much diesel is being used by 6 trucks? And that's really what it comes down to, is a lot of times in Fort Collins, I know that the city that I live in, it's this way. You have to go get licensed in order to pick up trash, which I'm not going to say I'm completely against licensing, but against government licensing, absolutely. But you have to go get a license from the government, and then you can lobby the government to forbid anybody else from getting licenses. So we've got 2 companies in Fort Collins, and they're the only 2, and it gives us, it's kind of like Coke and Pepsi. We have the illusion of
choice. Yeah,
the illusion of which corn syrup is going to rot our teeth out. But anybody else that tries to get into it, if you've got like a duopoly or a monopoly, there's no point to make a better product or provide a better service, because if government's regulating everybody else and they can't do the job anyways, then you don't have to worry about making sure that you actually are energy efficient when you're picking up recycling, because nobody else can compete with you. And if nobody's allowed to compete with you and you've got the monopoly on the service providing, then who cares if your customers are happy? And that's what's wrong with government in general. Is government is the idea that certain products should be provided by a group of people who can force us to pay for their product, whether we're happy with it or not, and nobody's allowed to compete with them. I'm not saying, when I tell people I'm an anarchist and people are like, oh, you don't want us to have roads, you don't want us to have public schools, you don't want kids to be educated, you hate poor people, you don't want old people to have health care. No, that's not it at all. I don't want those services provided by a group of people who are allowed to rob their customers and not have any competition. Because if you have a service provided to you by someone who's allowed to rob you and take your money, whether you're happy with the service or not, and nobody's allowed to compete with them, how good of a job is that person going to do? How much are they going to care about whether you're satisfied with their product or not? And that's why everything the government does sucks, because nobody's allowed to compete with them. So there's no drive for them to provide a better service. And the companies, we call it capitalism, but all these companies that get in bed with the government and use the government regulators to put out in, we'll get into that in a second, but these companies that get these no bid contracts with the government, of course their products are going to suck too. So that's why our roads have to be tore up every single year and relayed. And that's why your kids keep coming out of the public schools dumber and dumber and dumber. And that's why Blackwater, or whatever the company's name is now, gets away with the crazy stuff they get away with. That's why BP can dump trillions of gallons of oil into your ocean and not be held responsible in the least bit. It's because we have this thing called government in the mix, completely messing up everything. I wanted to read this story real quick, and we'll get Jeremiah's thoughts on it. Justin Bieber. I got hose on my, you can call me Justin Bieber.
Oh, love you, Jaron Benton.
We love you, Jaron Benton. I took Jeremiah to a Jaron Benton concert for his birthday the other week. It was awesome.
It was the best concert of my life.
And people are like, who the hell is Jaron Benton?
Right? It's really funny because back in the day, I used to be just a crazy metalhead.
And I took Jeremiah to a rap concert for his birthday. It was awesome. But anyways, the point of this is Justin Bieber, somebody used his face on a billboard, and it's him looking all mopey, doing his duck lips thing. And it says, why is Justin Bieber so sad? And I'm not quoting it because I don't have the picture in front of me, but it says something like, why is Justin Bieber so sad? Maybe it's because minimum wage rates are going up. Or maybe it's because 24% of teenagers can't get a job. And Jared, when I met you, you were very hardcore liberal, and
super liberal.
Super liberal. That was going to be
funny how you can change.
That was going to be his superhero name. We were going to start a group. I was going to be super anarchist, and Jared was going to be super liberal. It was awesome, and then we realized that we can't fly or bounce bullets off of our chests.
Maybe you can't.
That was a hard lesson to learn. I was like, oh, that didn't work at all. Okay, anyways, so people are having this huge debate about whether or not minimum wage should go up, and a lot of people are arguing that minimum wage should go up. And Jeremiah, actually, when we were talking about it today, Jeremiah thought that minimum wage should go up, or am I quoting you wrong?
It seems like a good idea. Why don't we just pay people more? Because if they could, they wouldn't pay us absolutely zero.
Right, and that's
basically slave wages if they could. So
hold on. I own my own business, and I'm not trying to make anybody my slave.
Okay.
So not all business owners want to pay slave labor.
All business owners,
but a lot of the big giant corporations, if they could get away with having slaves, they probably would love it.
Yeah.
So a lot of people argue that we need to raise minimum wage because the cost of living is going up, and minimum wage is way too low. Now, this is my only argument. Actually, I have a couple arguments against it. Number one, first of all, I'm gonna add the caveat. Right now, if the way our economy is set up, the dollar and what the earning wage of minimum wage is not nearly what it should be for the cost of living. I'll admit that. If we still had the same value per hour as was back in the 50s or 60s, the average household back then could work. One parent would work, the other parent would stay home and raise the children, and the family could own their house, they could own a car, they could own the horse, they could own the land, and they weren't slaves to the bank, they weren't slaves to the government. But now it's totally not the same way. And realistically, the amount of taxation that they were under back then and the amount of regulations that they were under back then was so minimal. So it was really easy to start your own business. If you worked for somebody else, they weren't taxed to death, so they could actually pay you a living wage. You didn't have all kinds of regulations to jump through. So it was really easy for people to create jobs back then. Not so much anymore. But this is the problem with raising minimum wage, and this is why it's like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, and you're not actually addressing what the real problem is. The real problem is not that people aren't getting paid enough. The real problem is that our government just keeps printing more and more money, and the more money gets printed, the less valuable each dollar is out there. And every time they print more money, your dollar becomes less valuable, and that's why minimum wage has to go up. But the problem is people don't understand. There's two things that happen when minimum wage goes up. Number one, the big companies, the giant corporations that employ a pretty big percent of the job labor force anyways, most of them, like Walmart's always behind. They're always in favor of minimum wage rates or raises. And it's because they hire people at above minimum wage, barely above minimum wage, but they hire people at above minimum wage. So if minimum wage is $7.25, Walmart will hire you at $9 an hour. While their competition, say you work at a Walmart deli and you get paid $9 an hour, and the local deli down the street that's mom and pop owned, they can't afford to pay you $9 an hour. So they're going to hire you at minimum wage when you first get hired. And after a year, you might make $8.25. And after a year, after that, you might actually make it up to $9. But at first, and the turnover rate in a deli, I'm assuming, is pretty high. So a majority of their workers are going to be working at less than $9 an hour, where everybody in a Walmart deli is working at least $9 an hour. So when the government raises the minimum wage to $9 an hour, it doesn't hurt Walmart at all. Walmart's already paying everybody there more than $9 an hour. But all of Walmart's competition, everybody that Walmart hates competing with, that wasn't able to afford $9 an hour, all of a sudden they have to make a choice. Either we fire half of the people that work for us, and they have to go find jobs at Walmart, or we go out of business. And that's great for Walmart because now there's one less competitor for those deli dollars. Deli dollars. I should patent that. Anyways, so the point is when they raise minimum wage, these big giant corporations that are already starting people at more than minimum wage, it doesn't hurt them at all. But all of their competitors that are small mom and pop shops, those people go out of business. And then what does that create? That creates even more power and more monopoly for the big corporations that already were very powerful. And their grip on the economy and on the market, we do not have a free market. We don't have anything close to a free market in this country. And these companies that are in bed with the government, getting all kinds of subsidies, Walmart can get trillions of dollars in subsidies to pay that $9 an hour. Joe and Gina's deli down the street that's locally owned, they can't get those subsidies. They can't help, or they can't get those trillions of dollars to make up the losses that going up to $9 an hour is going to do. So now all of the competition is gone, and the big giant companies that are really wreaking havoc in the marketplace, they don't even have to worry about it because they're not in a bad position at all anyways. Same thing goes for a lot of regulations. A lot of these big companies, they'll implement the regulations that they're having lobbyists out there pushing for. They want a new safety regulation. They're going to implement it 2 years before it becomes a law. And then once it becomes a law, they've already been doing it for the last 2 years. They paid the lobbyists to pass this or to get this regulation passed. Now this new regulation that's supposed to help everybody be safer is really being used to put out all of their competition. Now all of their competition that wasn't expecting this regulation to pass or wasn't expecting this minimum wage to pass, now they're screwed. They get paid. They have to pay fines. They have to choose whether or not to fire people, or if they raise everybody's wage, they have to look at the fact that now we might go out of business because we can't afford to sell the product. And then the fact is when you raise everybody's wages, how are you going to make up the money for it? How are you going to pay those people's wages? You have to raise all the prices. So if I get $1 more an hour and I go to buy a sandwich from Joe and Gina's deli and the sandwich is $2 more, what does it matter that I got that extra $1 an hour? If everything I'm buying is now more expensive, is $1 more expensive or $2 more expensive, who cares if I got an extra $1? How did that do me good in the long run? And people are so short-sighted in their thinking, they don't even realize that by passing these laws, by begging the government to regulate the market even more than they already are, all they're doing is driving out all the small businesses and basically guaranteeing that only the giant businesses will still be around. And these liberals that hate Walmart and then go out and demand a minimum wage increase don't realize that they're doing exactly what Walmart wants. And these liberals that hate Walmart and they want big corporations to pay more taxes, they don't understand that what they're saying is all of your competition that can't afford the tax rates, all of the companies that are going to be put out of business and leave you with a monopoly, they're basically begging the government to get rid of their enemy's competition and then leaving it to where only the big giant corporation that they hate is the only one left to provide them with the services or the goods that they need. And it's so short-sighted. It makes me want to cry that people don't actually think these things through before they go out and demand that the government start regulating businesses. Joe, do you think I'm just crazy for saying all that?
No, life is much easier when your opinion is handed to you.
Exactly. So there you go, folks. I handed you your opinion. So you're welcome.
Question that as well.
Yeah, and that's something that listeners hear me say all the time. You don't know. I mean, who am I? I'm just some crazy guy. I might just be talking out of my butt. But at least weigh what I had to say against what mainstream media has to say and come up with your own opinion. And I think that I honestly think that if you give some real critical thought to it, you'll understand where I'm coming from, and you'll realize that mainstream media, government, and giant corporations are all working against you. And anything that they all get behind, like minimum wage increases, tax increases, more regulation over the marketplace, anything that they're all getting behind, it's probably not to your best interest. So just be careful of that. Real quick, before we jump into the final story of the show, I want to give a big shout out to Mike SLC, who joined us in the chat room, and to James McFadden, who joined us as well. B3, if I mentioned you earlier, you get 2 shout outs. Much love to you. And apparently I'm doing a pretty good job because not everybody has left after my crazy anti-minimum wage hike.
Yay.
Did you say yay or
yay?
Okay, sweet. Anyways.
Reading the chat.
Oh, okay. So the last thing that I wanted to talk about tonight, H.G. Wells. I got Netflix. Jeremiah. Okay, so this is dope. I started accepting Bitcoins for some of my artwork a while back, and I did a job and I got 2 Bitcoins for it. And at the time, Bitcoins were like $12 a piece, and so I charged $25 for this like 10-second video that I made for an introduction for a company, and I didn't charge them very much at all because I really liked the product that they put out, and so I would have done it for free. But oh, Ghost Dog, much love, Ghost Dog. Thanks for showing up. Anyways, back to my original train of thought. I did this video for a small company, and they paid me 2 Bitcoins for it, which was the equivalent of $25. Bitcoins are like $150 a pop now, so those 2 Bitcoins turned into like $300, and I was able to spend them at bitcoinstore.com. And I got a little tablet that Jeremiah's been using to watch the chat room all night. It's a little Samsung Galaxy S tablet, and I think it's like Galaxy 2 tab or something.
Plug.
If you would like to try out the Galaxy Tab, go to galaxytab.com. I don't know. I'm not being paid by Samsung. But
read your text.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, the point of the matter is I got paid $25, and because Bitcoin has gone up in value so much, I was able to get a new mic stand. I was able to get a new pop filter. I was able to get a bunch of stuff so that Jeremiah can actually do the show with me now, which is freaking awesome.
Absolutely. It'll get better over time.
Absolutely.
Fresh meat.
Fresh fish. Anyways, but he's been using the tablet that I got, which is super awesome. But I was able to watch, Jeremiah let me use his Netflix password. So I was watching on Netflix last night something called like Prophecies or Prophets of Science Fiction. And they did a whole show on H.G. Wells. And this is what I want to end the show on, is this my take on H.G. Wells. I don't like him. There. We're done. Now, H.G. Wells is famous for writing some very famous books. He wrote War of the Worlds, which later, I think George Orwell did a radio broadcast, and a lot of people say that this was just a test to see how quick people would freak out over just blindly believing what they heard on the radio. It was back, I think, in the 50s or the 60s. H.G. Wells's book was read over the airwaves, and people went into mass hysteria. Water. It's so awesome. I do get paid by water. Go get your glass of water right now. Every time I mention water, water pays me 25 cents. Yeah, anyways, that was a stupid joke. Don't laugh. You only encourage me.
I think it's hilarious personally.
Okay, so anyways, H.G. Wells wrote a bunch of books. He wrote the War of the Worlds, and he wrote The Invisible Man. He wrote The Time Machine, and I think it was something like A Taste of Things to Come or A Look at Things to Come. And he always would touch on science. And so the point of the show was how H.G. Wells's science fiction becomes later real science. And they were talking about how H.G. Wells came up with the idea for lasers. In War of the Worlds, the aliens had these like guns that were basically lenses, glass lenses that would direct the light in a way that would create a heat beam. And then within a few years, or maybe a couple decades, the government was creating actually pretty much the same thing, laser weaponry. And another book, he basically, I think H.G. Wells was actually the one that invented the term atomic bomb. What happened was scientists had found these glowing pieces of radioactive metal, and the first thing that they noticed about them is, hey, these little pieces of metal are glowing, they're luminescent, yet they don't have a power source. There's no gas pipe going into them, there's no electrical cord going into them, yet they glow in the dark, they put off light. How is this possible? So obviously these little pieces of radioactive metal must have some sort of power source. And this was right around the time he was alive, and he predicted that in the future they would be able to figure out where that energy was coming from, and they'd be able to use that energy to create atomic bombs. And I want to say, I can't remember the name of the book, but I want to say it was something like A Look of Things to Come or something like that. But basically the whole world destroys itself with nuclear war or atomic war, and we'll get back to that in 1 second. But he talks in The Invisible Man, he talks about how if mankind, if the book was about a scientist that figures out how to make himself invisible and does just crazy stuff. I think he probably like rapes some chicks. I think he steals some stuff, and it starts talking about, well, what would people do if they were invisible? You know, and the point of H.G. Wells's books, which really got emphasized in the later one where the atomic war breaks everything, and towards the end of that book, the happy ending is a technocracy where all of the government becomes scientifically minded, and we have a technocratic society where it's a one world order, a new world order with one government, and it's a technocracy, a scientifically ran government, and that was his solution to everything. And the problem was, in all of his books, the problem was, or at least the majority of his books, the problem was blatantly laid out. We've got science now, and if it's left to man, science will go horribly awry. But if it's left to government, it'll be okay. We need government in charge of science. That was like the main gist of his life's work, was science, if left to man, will go horribly wrong. But as long as we have government regulating and in control of science, it'll be great. And all of the horrible things that he said science, if left to man, would bring us, heat rays, laser weaponry, atomic bombs, invisible crap, invisible men, basically. All of these things that he said, if government doesn't regulate science, these are the evil things that men will come up with. Every single one of those things, laser weaponry, atomic bombs, invisible, now they've got, the government is paying for research on like basically cloaking suits that can cloak people if they don't already have the technology. All of those things that we needed government to regulate science, to protect us from science going that direction. It's government that gave us all of those science things. It's government that took science and turned them into all of the things that H.G. Wells said we needed government to protect us from. And it raises the question, if we didn't have government distorting the marketplace, if we didn't have government sitting there putting its hands, intermingling with science, putting tons of stolen money to direct the direction that science was going, where would science have gone? I mean, we've had some crazy scientific breakthroughs, internet, 3D printing, file sharing, all of these things are brilliant. None of those came from the government. File sharing didn't come from the government. 3D printers didn't come from the government. Internet, people can say it was government dollars that gave it to us and government satellites, blah, 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 blah. The point is as soon as people had computers, they were thinking, how can I make this computer talk to this other computer? And they would have figured it out eventually anyways, with or without the government. So giving government the credit for internet is kind of foolish in my opinion, but whatever, it is what it is, so I'll give you that one. But the point is, if we didn't have government using and manipulating and dumping tons of money to direct science in the form of weaponizing everything, because that's what they do. Every time a new science comes out, the only reason government wants it is to weaponize it and use it to kill people. They'll go after if you file share, if you use technology to share something, you're a horrible person and we need to tie up the legal system by putting you in jail. But if you want to use technology to kill millions of people, hey, come get a job with the government. That's the distortion that government has given to science. Unlike what H.G. Wells thought that government would be the thing that would protect us from science gone awry, government has been what has created science to go awry. And what I want you guys to think about as I leave you tonight with this thought, where would science have gone without the distortion of government? Where would science have gone if we didn't have trillions of stolen dollars directing all science that they could get their hands on towards weaponization? Would we have flying cars? Would we have food replicators? What would we possibly have that we don't have now if it wasn't for the interference of government? Think about that. Think about how much government has distorted all marketplaces, but especially science. Where could we be now? Where could society be now if it wasn't for the interference of government and science? This has been another episode of Live Free FM. I'm your host, Nathan Frazier. Tonight, I was joined by Jeremiah. Hopefully, for more time in the future, many more times. Jeremiah, any last thoughts? We got about 30 seconds before we're out of here.
Oh, not really. Just had an absolute blast. Things will get better over time. I'll get a little bit more comfortable.
It's going to be an awesome future.
Amazing.
Yeah. The show's going to get better and better. The show always gets better and better, but hopefully Jeremiah will be able to join me more and more often. We've got a little bit of way to go getting the studio set up, but in the future, be here every single week, every single Sunday. Catch us live. Catch the archives at livefreefm.com. If you want to be free, you got to live free FM. Faith in each other, not in authority. We're out of here. We'll catch you next time. Much love to everybody. Peace.
Good night.
When you think of your iPhone, you think of your very identity. It becomes such a part of you that you need it, like a junkie needs crack cocaine. But that junkie always needs more. So for the iPhone 5, we took the last iPhone, our most amazing design yet, and gave it 18% more excellence. It gives you the iPhone 5. With this radical new way of thinking, we took the iPhone 4S and completely retooled and redesigned the entire structure. We were able to make it thinner, longer, lighter, shinier, heavier, thicker, and much wider.
Simply put, this level of invention and quality control has never been matched in human history.
For over 3,000 years, we've been in the background, controlling governments from behind the scenes. and creating a new world order. However, we are losing the war, and we need your help. Join the Illuminati now. Travel the world injecting poor brown-skinned people with vaccines. Steal their oil and their gold. Or perhaps you'd like a job as a farmer, growing genetically modified corn, which we make into oil and sell it with no label. Or if you've ever wanted to be a pilot, you could join our chemtrails project. You'd be in the air all the time then. Oh yes, it's time to join the Illuminati. Oh, and don't forget to like us on Facebook.
Hello, I'm a Democrat, and I'm running for President of the United States. My voting history shows that I've done everything I can to support our minority groups. I want to end the war against illegal immigration, because, after all, they're citizens too. However, my opponent rejects the idea of such acceptance. He's even been seen stopping Hispanics in the street and accusing them of being illegal. And yes, it's true that I voted in favor of funding for Planned Parenthood. I not only advocate, but promote a woman's right to have an abortion. In fact, last week I personally aborted an entire class of third graders. Yet your Republican nominee has been seen at abortion clinics, yelling at rape victims, telling them it was the will of God to bear their child. He has no respect for anyone who isn't also a rich white man. Whereas I will give you all free healthcare, free food, and free abortions. My son. I'm your Democratic candidate, and I approve this message. Funded by Tampon, the American Minority Political Outreach Network.
Exposing the hate and exploring the love. This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political band which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, and that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is in the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new governments. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states.
At every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people.
We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown.
And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Yes.
God save our American states!
God save our American states! Fighting for humanity and against globalism, one mind at a time. It's the Freedom League with Joe Joseph and John King.
Welcome, everybody, to this edition of the Freedom Link, Wednesday, the 28th of May, 2014. Boy, I'll tell you, not much internationally going on today in the news, and probably good that that's the case. So tonight I kind of want to highlight some of these hodgepodge topics that I've been meaning to get to, and I haven't been able to get to, but they're very important. And some of them really highlight a lot of the problems that we're seeing, not just in America, but the world in general. And I want to start off tonight by highlighting a Police State USA piece that really kind of made me go, huh? What? And that has to do with a paralyzed man that was raided by SWAT and then eventually sentenced to 25 years for possessing his own medicine. Now, this is the kind of world we live in. Chronic pain sufferers often come under attack by the DEA because they're low-hanging fruit to justify their cosmic funding, if you will, for their war on drugs, their phony war on drugs. They need to justify it somehow. Going after international drug cartels is nice and all, but that's dangerous, you see. So instead of dealing with that and going after, if you want to call it criminal, going after the, quote, criminals, instead of that, they go after people who suffer in silence, who the majority of their money goes towards medical treatment, so that when and if they are charged, they can't afford a decent attorney and can't defend themselves. It's a very sad state of affairs. That's exactly what happened to a wheelchair-bound MS patient, a chronic pain sufferer, and this is what millions of Americans go through on a daily basis. But it says a wheelchair-bound man suffering from paralysis, severe chronic pain, and multiple sclerosis was raided by masked gun-wielding agents and ultimately sentenced to 25 years in prison for possessing a 1-month supply of his own doctor-prescribed painkillers. Mandatory minimum sentencing laws enabled this to happen and remain a dangerous threat to the freedom of Americans who have never been accused of a violent crime. And, it hits me here at home because my wife hasn't dealt with these pain management doctors now in about 4 years because of all of the scrutiny and all of the stress and all of the hoops you have to get through and all of the rights you have to sign away just to get a minuscule amount of relief. So this guy's story is unbelievable. See, the case of Richard Pay dates back to 1985. This according to PoliceStateUSA.com. In that year, Pay, a husband and father, became paralyzed after a severe automobile accident. His condition worsened after a botched surgery. Quote, I felt like my legs were being dipped into a furnace, Pay explained to CBS. They were burning and I couldn't move them. It's an intense pain that over time will literally drive you to suicide. You know how many chronic pain sufferers blow their brains out because it's more relief than having to live in agony every day? You know how many chronic pain sufferers can't blow their brains out when they want to because of the agony that they live in every day? But of course, go after them, right? The problem that you have with this, and Richard Pay is a great example, but like I said, there's millions of people out there that suffer in silence. It's human rights abuse. Think about this. Guantanamo Bay, okay? You have down there, quote unquote, the super criminals, the quote terrorists, or the boogeyman jail. People down in Guantanamo Bay at the height of the human rights abuses that were going on down there with the waterboarding and the like went through torture that is nothing compared to that of chronic pain sufferers. Imagine, if you will, having your legs feeling like they're on fire, like they've been dipped in a furnace all day, all night, every day. Live with it. You know, the problem is The people don't understand things that they can't relate to. It's very hard. It's not anybody's fault. It's called life experience. If you don't know about it, if you haven't experienced it for yourself, you really don't understand it at that level. And chronic pain sufferers are very, very often misunderstood. Because unless you've been there, it's hard to understand what it's like to wake up and you can't move because you're just all locked up. And it takes you 20 minutes, a half an hour just to be able to get out of bed, you know? Or the fact that, you know, you can't do things anymore like you used to. Not because you don't want to. The drive's there, believe me. Who wants to be have their mobility reduced or have to be housebound or any myriad of side effects of chronic pain? They actually say that prolonged periods of chronic pain, by the way, actually shrinks the brain. Causes brain damage. Think about it. You're under constant stress 24/7. Nothing gives your brain a break. The neurons fire all the time. Eventually they burn out. It's just the way it is. And, you know, that causes permanent brain damage. And the problem is there's an effective, simple treatment for pain. Very simple, but because of politics, it's not made available to those who need it without a lot of intolerable BS. And believe me, I've witnessed it on many levels, because not only coupled with the fact that you can't get medicine anymore, doctors are a lot less compassionate. They're a lot more distant because we live in a sue-happy society, but we also live in a society of great dysfunction where now, you know, doctors don't have the mindset that it's, you know, their patient's well-being comes first. You know, the Hippocratic Oath, they don't even say that anymore. You just become a number. You become something to charge the insurance company, you know, and that's it. Oh, you come in and you're having trouble with this. Well, this pharmaceutical sends you on your way. Never mind trying to figure out what's wrong. Let's just treat the symptom. Why? It's much more profitable. Don't think doctors don't get kickbacks and things like that. They do. Everybody, you know, that's the problem. There are very few doctors now coming out of med school that don't know, or that do know what it means to be a doctor. You know, I actually think they become a doctor now more for the lifestyle than actually it being an interest, it being a drive, them being driven to find a cure, you know, that kind of stuff. Those days are behind us. Why? Because everything and all the power is so consolidated now that it makes it very difficult to be able to conduct legitimate science and not fall prey to the dogma that's really taken over the scientific community. And our government, by the way, because, you know, it's not about, oh, the war on drugs, it's about keeping everybody safe and this and that, and it's nothing to do with that. That's not what it's about. And Mr. Pei was just one of many victims to fall prey to this abuse. Now, Mr. Pei knows all about the pain. He says they were burning and I couldn't move them. It's an intense pain that over time will literally drive you to suicide. Mr. Pei knows this because he tried to kill himself twice. Quote, and for me, death would have been a form of relief, he said. Adding to his misery was a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, or MS. His condition made it nearly impossible to do anything except lie in bed on a steady dose of prescription opiates. His pharmaceutical regimen included Percocet, Vicodin, and acetaminophen and codeine. And because of his agonizing condition, his doses were substantial. Pei would take 24 pills per day. Over time, he became tolerant to the drugs and required larger doses to feel relief. This placed him in a dangerous position of attracting police attention, something doctors were themselves wary of. Let me stop there, because through the prescription monitoring program, not only do the federal government have access to your prescriptions, to your medical records and the like, but also local law enforcement, to the point now where you fill a prescription, they know it. When you leave the pharmacy, you better have your stuff in order when they pull you over leaving the pharmacy. It's been done. It's been done very often. This is low-hanging fruit. That's what you considered. Low-hanging fruit. Has nothing to do with criminality whatsoever. It has to do with what I feel is, on a local level, a revenue-generating scheme. But in the grand scheme of things, you're looking at Agenda 21. Another form of it, depopulation. Let's make all the useless eaters. We don't want them to live their days out. I mean, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to contribute. So better that they blow their brains out because they can't take the pain than for the system to have to support them for their entire life. So it's a win-win for them. It's a lose-lose for us. Quote, one doctor was quite frank and said that I was, in a word, screwed, Mr. Pay recalled to CBS's 60 Minutes. Quote, and I was in that medical nightmare zone where you've gone through all treatments and nothing works. And what does work, what does help, no one wants to prescribe because it attracts attention, and no one wants that attention. Pay and his family, once New Jersey residents, had moved to Florida. His original doctor from New Jersey agreed to continue prescribing the advanced doses of painkillers and deliver them through the mail and fax. To ensure that Mr. Pay never ran out of painkillers, an agonizing prospect, the doctor allegedly left some of them undated. And then comes the unwanted attention. Frequent refills of prescription opiates combined with meddling government bent on telling people how to live their lives provided the conditions necessary to make Mr. Pay an easy target of government oppression. So the Pasco County Sheriff's Office and federal DEA agents began monitoring his medical treatments after they were tipped off by a busybody pharmacist. You know, and that happens so often. These pharmacy techs are trained to report you if you're filling too many prescriptions. You know, let me even take this a step further, okay? Because my wife, she suffers from chronic pain and has back issues. So one of the things that is prescribed to her, and this is what's so crazy, lidoderm patches, right? Lidoderm patches. If you don't know what that is, lidoderm's like a lidocaine. Very similar to what you'd put on your skin after a sunburn. But it's on a slow-release pad that you stick on your back, and it provides like a numbing relief, like a surface pain type of relief. Deals with like a lot of the ache or the bone pain. Okay, so lidocaine patches. First of all, they're very expensive. So insurance companies don't like to pay for them. Okay, there's no generic form of it. Only one manufacturer makes it. How convenient. And so I recently changed insurance companies, and I went there with a new prescription because I was like, hey, doc, man, I need some lidoderm patches. Okay, we'll try it again. Bam. Gives me a prescription. I go there. You know what they told me? They said that, well, we need to have the doctor fax in a statement saying that he finds that this is a legitimate and like exceptional need. And I'm like, now let me ask you a question, because I'm sure somebody has had to have asked this before. And she goes, he wouldn't have prescribed it if he didn't need it, right? I said, yes. I mean, really? I walk in with a prescription. I put it on the counter. The doc wrote it. The pharmacist, I've been going there for years. They know me by first name when I go in there. You know, it's almost like, remember the old 80s sitcom Cheers? It's kind of like that when Norm walked in. But I mean, seriously, you know, even with that said, prescription in hand. Wow, we got to get our statement from the doctor saying that this is a legitimate and exceptional need. Why would a doctor prescribe it if he didn't need it? Oh, I think this, here, just take this just to have it. No. And more, the DEA, in partnership with local law enforcement, are putting chronic pain sufferers under surveillance and looking for any opportunity to arrest them, to criminalize them, to fine them, and to take away their ability to get any sort of legitimate treatment for their pain. And eventually, what do? A lot of them blow their brains out. And it's just, what a way to live. And that's what these people do. And it's so sad. They had us under surveillance, recalled Mr. Pay. They followed us to church. They followed my wife to work. They interviewed my neighbors. This went on for 3 months, and they found nothing. So he said, and we began the legal ordeal that would take 10 years out of our life. 10 years. It says, despite the months of investigation and observation of the crippled suspect, who obviously posed no threat, police dispatched a SWAT team to arrest him in the middle of the night. They dispatched a SWAT team. So one night in March, the Pay family experienced a military-style raid by masked, gun-wielding law enforcers. The family was terrified when a battering ram was used to breach their door as they slept. Mind you, the man is paralyzed. He was under surveillance. They knew that he was paralyzed. It's unbelievable. You know what they were trying to find out? This is what they love to set people up with. They want to make it look like you are selling your medication. That's what they're doing. Even if you don't do it, that's what they're going for. That's how a lot of doctors too have gotten put under the thumb of oppression, because they do the right thing by their customers, their patients, and prescribe enough medication to provide relief. And one patient will screw up, right? One patient will take it and go and sell some extra or whatever they had in their medicine cabinet to make a few bucks. And you know what happens? That doctor gets raked over the coals, sanctioned, possibly loss of a medical license, because of something that he or she had absolutely no idea was going on. And last time I checked, you know, when you go to the doctor, okay, it's kind of like this. You know, I'm in an electronic field. That's what I do for a living. And when you troubleshoot electronic equipment, very seldomly, if ever, can you look at a circuit board and say, well, yes, it's the flux capacitor. You know, you got to take measurements. You got to see what's going on. What component on that board is blown? What's not? You have to find the cause of the problem. See, there is no treating the symptom. You can't treat the symptom when it comes to that. Well, the human body is no different than an electronic circuit. If you're a doctor, you're just like an electronic technician or an engineer. Only you're not using a multi-layered printed circuit board. Yours is the human body. And you have to troubleshoot it. Well, you can't troubleshoot it by just throwing duct tape and paper clips at it, which is the equivalent of all the pharmaceuticals that they jam down your throat. You can't do that. The alternative is not good. It doesn't end up going well. Same with electronics. You can duct tape and paper clip something for a little bit, but after a while, nope, doesn't work. And consequently, you have to go, if you're a legitimate technician, engineer, or doctor, you have to go find the cause of the problem and fix it. And if you don't know how to fix it, you've got to figure out a way to fix it. But that's human ingenuity. Something that we're born with and something that's bred out of us over time, really. Look at Common Core. Look at how it stifles creativity. Look at how it boxes everybody in. Look at how it puts everybody into that same, into the same swim lane, I guess you could say. There's no exceptionalism built into it. Everybody has to ride the wave, just like that school that canceled honors night because they felt that it singled people out. Really? Look, if you do well, if you work hard, you deserve that reward. Without incentive, what do we have? You know? What do we have? If the incentive for doctors is to do nothing more than to treat the symptom because of the pressure of Big Pharma, the DEA, or local law enforcement, then why become a doctor? Think about that. You have to live with yourself every night. When your head hits a pillow, you know, you have to say to yourself, man, you know, I did everything that I could do to help out my patients today. And you're either telling the truth or you're telling a bold-faced lie. One of the ways that we can stand up to this is, you know, the doctors have to stand up. Say, I'm not going to take this anymore. Nope, not playing your game. Not playing your silly game. You guys just step out, walk away. Don't consent. Don't participate. Civil disobedience. It's going to come to it. Eventually we have to. Eventually we're going to have to make a stand. And you can make a stand now, or you can stand up when they've got the guns pointed at you and you have the blindfold on and the cigarette hanging out of your mouth in front of a firing squad. The choice is yours, but you can honestly see the progression heading this way. We'll finish up with the story about Mr. Pei, the paralyzed chronic pain sufferer, and what he went through, especially the ordeal in court and his eventual sentencing and time in prison when we come back. But I thought that this was such a great story to highlight because of the millions of people who suffer and are continually harassed by the government and their local cronies, all in the name of taxation by citation, control, you name it. It's horrible. We'll be right back after these messages, folks. More Freedom Link right here on Truth Frequency Radio, truthfrequencyradio.com. We'll be right back.
So, you want the news and information without the hate, the hype, the fear? Well, you've come to the right place. You can support Truth Frequency Radio by spreading the word on social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, or your favorite forums. Want to take Truth Frequency Radio on the road? Listen on your iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, or other mobile devices. Want more than just the free stuff? Sign up for a VIP membership for as little as $4 a month and get super high-quality downloads, member-only content, and instant access to your favorite shows without the wait. It's only through your loving support that we're able to cover the cost and continue broadcasting. So now, stay tuned for more Free Speech Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. KTFRA, worldwide.
In an emergency situation, would you drink contaminated water? You could if you had the amazing LifeStraw from MyPatriotSupply.com. LifeStraw is the most advanced personal water filter available today. It filters contaminated water from almost any source. LifeStraw is lightweight and compact, perfect for hiking, camping, or in an emergency like a flood. LifeStraw is easy to clean, comes with a 1-year warranty, and has been used worldwide since 2005. Get the amazing LifeStraw personal water filter at MyPatriotSupply.com. Plus, check out Survival Seed Vault, 20 seed varieties for only $37.95, Tatler canning lids, long-term storable foods as low as $69.95, and much more at MyPatriotSupply.com. Enjoy stress-free shipping on all orders over $49. Call 866-229-0927 or visit MyPatriotSupply.com. That's 866-229-0927. MyPatriotSupply.com for emergency preparedness, self-reliance, and food independence.
Doctors don't want you to know about iodine because it allows the body to heal itself quickly and permanently. Iodine Now is a complete powder formulation that will load iodine into the body with vitamin C for the best possible absorption. Iodine Now, available by the case and for protection from radiation, fluoride, chlorine, and bromine, including all heavy metals. We believe that this is the main element that humans need more than any other at this time. This formulation is infused with our bioactive aerobic rare earth nutrient powder that has a powerful negative charge that attracts positive toxins. Why not buy one product that does the job of 20 and saves you space, time, and money? Has a storage life of 100 years, all for about $18 a month. Call 888-910-4367 or visit hempusa.org. Call 888-910-4367. Bringing back the universal medicine for mankind. Iodine Now, only at hempusa.org.
On your way through this adventure, you will be confronted.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome back, folks. Joe Joseph here. You're listening to the Freedom Link on Truth Frequency Radio, truthfrequencyradio.com. Going over the story of Richard Pay, which is an older story, but one that has so much relevance because this is what chronic pain sufferers often deal with, is the continual harassment, not only by the fact that, they're under criminal investigation or even just under surveillance, their prescriptions are monitored, but also they cannot get the required treatment because their doctors are also under threat. And that culminated in a SWAT raid on the guy and poor Mr. Pay, who was surveilled prior to, they still sent a full SWAT unit in. They banged his door down, and the way he describes it is 4 or 5 guys, and this is Linda, his wife, said 4 or 5 guys in black outfits with guns. They banged in, broke down my front door. 2 or 3 came down the hallway with their guns out and started checking all the rooms looking for Richard. Mind you, the guy's paralyzed. Quote, my first thought was that this was some type of robbery, remembered Richard, describing the no-knock raid. There were several men in the bedroom with black ski masks holding weapons. One pointed at me, telling me not to move or they were going to shoot me. Well, I guess Richard had that covered. It says they searched his wife, they searched him, and they began going through their home, which contained, by the way, 2 school-age children. Now, Linda says, Richard kept saying, please call my doctor. Can you call my doctor? Everything's fine, call my doctor. And they said they had already called his doctor. Now, despite having no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Pay ever sold or distributed a pill to anyone but himself, prosecutors charged him as a drug trafficker, a first-degree felony. The law allows this based merely on arbitrary quantities. Quote, a prescription for 60 of my pills amounted to more than 4 grams, explained Richard. That would be enough for a conviction for drug trafficking. One prescription. Because remember, folks, once you take it from the pharmacy to your home, you trafficked it. You took it there. We had to go through traffic, right? I mean, as absurd as it may sound, that's the way it is. You traveled in commerce. And unfortunately, Pay's longtime friend, Dr. Steven Nerkowitz, had sold him out when the tyranny of the state was applied to him. Originally a suspect, Nerkowitz was himself harassed by the feds and threatened with prison time. He protected himself by denying that he provided Mr. Pay with 200 prescriptions to help him relieve his pain. Dr. Nerkowitz became a witness for the prosecution and testified that the prescriptions, all of them, were forgeries. Now, prosecutors had enough to hammer Mr. Pay with charges that could lead to the rest of his natural life being behind bars. Investigators allegedly found blank prescriptions, a doctor's stamp, and Nerkowitz's DEA number written in Pay's address book. Was it evidence of an evil drug dealer? Or a desperate, suffering man who went to great lengths to make sure his pain never went untreated? You know how many people out there, just to go, not to go so far off a tangent, but how many people would rather deal with a street thug to get relief than to have to go to a doctor or go to a pain management clinic and go through all of this harassment, all of this invasion of privacy? You know, a drug dealer doesn't care. They don't care what you need it for. They don't care why you're there. All you need is the green. You bring the cash, they give you your stuff, and both parties walk away happy. And there's no problems. And nobody asks questions, and everybody maintains their anonymity if they so choose. But in the legal arena, you can't do that. How bass-ackwards is that? How effing crazy is that? To where you can't get relief through legal means, where you would think your privacy would be more respected, that it would be more appreciated. No, 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 no. You have to go to a street thug. What does that say? So, Dr. Russell Portnoy, a chairman of the Department of Pain Medicine at Beth Israel Hospital in New York, said during a 60-minute interview that chronic pain sufferers will go through extreme lengths to ensure they never suffer a break in their pain treatment. State prosecutor Scott Andringa led the legal assault on Mr. Pay, while admitting that nobody could prove Pay was a seller. He said he simply did not believe that Pay could acquire that much pain medication alone. Quote, "Nobody saw him selling," said Andringa to CBS. "The evidence suggests it, but it doesn't prove it conclusively. But it is a reasonable inference from the facts that he was selling them, because no person can consume all these pills." Oh, really? When did you become a doctor? Last time I checked, lawyers weren't doctors. Just saying. Not that you can't do the homework yourself, but the simple fact is, when you're in chronic pain, and in this case, this happened 12 years after his accident. That's 12 years being in chronic pain. That's 12 years being treated with opiates. You're going to develop a ginormous resistance and tolerance to opiates. You're going to have to take a buttload to get relief. But this guy knows better than, and he knows best for everybody, apparently, in wherever he's DA of, down in Pasco County, Florida. He knew what was best for him, for Mr. Pay that day. So as far as the state was concerned, even if the pills were legally prescribed, the amounts were unbelievable. In the prosecutor's medical opinion, that made me an addict and my doctor a pusher, explained Mr. Pay. Eager to add a conviction to his record, Andringa offered Pay a plea deal if he would admit to a lesser drug charge. It would save the state some work and give Mr. Pay the opportunity to avoid a possible conviction of drug trafficking. But Pay refused to plead guilty, maintaining his innocence. Quote, "There's something worse than living in severe, unrelenting pain, and that's living in severe, unrelenting pain, not getting relief," Pay related to CBS. "Had I accepted a plea bargain and carried that, a conviction on my record, I would have found it nearly impossible to get any medication. I didn't want to plead guilty to something I didn't do." And again, that's like what I told you earlier. That's what happens, is they try to get you, and then they plea deal you, and then you have a conviction on your record, and you can't get any relief because of that conviction, because you're too much of a risk. Therefore, you're blackballed. So Mr. Pay fought the charges and tried to protect his innocence, and the state coldly threw the book at Mr. Pay. The meager checks and balances only went so far to protect Mr. Pay. The unrelenting prosecution spent 3 years working to imprison the disabled man. The first 2 attempts to prosecute him were thrown out of court, one by mistrial, the second by procedural error. The third attempt, a different story. Mind you, look at the taxpayer dollars that were wasted on prosecuting a man guilty of treating his pain. And you're telling me that's not human rights abuse? Mr. Pay said the prosecutor in his case was incredibly overzealous. He said, quote, "He doesn't drop cases," is what was explained to him, because he has the power to refile. And refile he did. The prosecution's case was flimsy and bothered at least one juror. Nurkiewicz himself admitted to sending undated prescriptions to Pay, yet he was never charged thanks to his participation with the prosecution. Nurkiewicz's own logbook revealed a record of treating Mr. Pay, yet in court he told another story. Additionally, the state never bothered to collect handwriting samples from either the doctor or Mr. Pay himself. Pay expected justice to prevail in court. He could not have imagined that a jury would actually convict him on 15 counts of prescription forgery, unlawful possession of a controlled substance, and drug trafficking. And under Florida law, mandatory minimum sentencing requirements compel the judge to issue a sentence of at least 25 years in prison. Now, Dwayne Hillis, the lone holdout juror who believed Pay's stubborn adherence to his innocence, later admitted deeply regretting his decision to compromise with the other jurors in issuing a guilty verdict. He told the St. Petersburg Times that the jurors wanted to go home, and they were promised that even if found guilty, Pay would serve no prison time. He said they were lied to. Quote, "I said guilty. Put it on the verdict. I hope y'all can live with yourself," said Hillis. "I just hate myself for what I did." Assistant State Attorney Mike Halkiktis, in denial about railroading an innocent man, declared after the trial, quote, "It's unfortunate that anyone has to go to prison, but he's got no one to blame but Richard Pay. All we wanted to do was help him." Does that sound like help to you folks? Does that sound like they wanted to help him by surveilling him? Really? By terrorizing this poor man? He's paralyzed. Really? You want to help him? How about donate to some cause or look to find a cure for paralysis? Let's start there. That's helping the poor man. You know, maybe throw him a couple $100 for groceries. That's helping the man. So on April 16th, 2004, Richard Pay was sentenced to 25 years in prison with a fine of $500,000. So he was shipped off to Tomoka Correctional Facility in Daytona Beach, Florida. So with a mandatory drug conviction, you go straight to prison. There's no bail pending appeal. Richard said, had I murdered, had I raped, had I robbed a bank, I would have been entitled to bail. Now, Pay later appealed the decision, but the decayed checks and balances failed him. The Florida District Court of Appeals upheld the decision by a majority vote. One dissenting voice, Judge James Seals, argued that the punishment of Richard Pay was an example of cruel and unusual punishment. Quote, I suggest that it's unusual, illogical, and unjust that Mr. Pay could conceivably go to prison for a longer stretch for peaceably but unlawfully purchasing 100 oxycodone pills from a pharmacist than had he robbed the pharmacist at knife point, stolen 50 oxycodone pills, which he intended to sell to children waiting outside, and then stabbed the pharmacist. Governor Jeb Bush, a hardened drug warrior, of course, Daddy started the war on drugs, who campaigned for a government database to monitor patients' prescription drug regimen as his #1 legislative priority, refused to sign a pardon. Ironically, his own daughter, Noel, was also found guilty of prescription tampering. Guess what happened? She was referred to a drug treatment program, but received no prison. And so Mr. Pay was labeled inmate 1900782 and confined to a tiny cage, left asleep on a 3-inch foam mattress on a steel prison bed. So to the best of his ability, he tried not to aggravate his condition and passed some of his time drawing cartoons, many depicting the injustice he had suffered. Ironically, once in prison, there was less stigma about treating his chronic pain with high doses of opiates. Pay was hooked up directly to a morphine pump, something that he could never have been allowed outside in the free world. He was receiving higher doses of painkillers in prison than the amounts which he had gotten him in trouble in the first place. So once he got to prison, he got adequate treatment. What does that say about our society? What does it say? Folks, I mean, this is ludicrous. We ignorantly and foolishly and cruelly allow people to suffer because of a social stigma. That's all it is. It's a social stigma. That's not to say that there aren't people that get addicted to things. Painkillers is just one of many things that they get addicted to through abuse, not through the legitimate use of the medication. Because there's a difference between physical addiction and psychological addiction. But God forbid we go searching for the truth. Instead, what we're left with is a modern-day witch hunt. That's what we have. And it's because of politics and social standards that allow this to take place. An addiction, my friends, is not an excuse to withhold treatment from people who need it. And it's not an excuse to rob people of their God-given natural rights, to force them into submission, into conceding their rights by holding medicine over their heads. It's unbelievable, that this is allowed to go on in the United States, of all places, more than any other place in the world. This is what we have. And there is absolutely no legitimate reason why Mr. Pei, as a prisoner, would get treated better than a free man going to his doctor. Pei revealed that the prisoners were quite accepting of him. Quote, "I never had the fear of violence in any form from any other inmate." He said, I found I had more fears of some of the officers. Pei revealed incidents where he'd been assaulted by prison guards, locked for weeks in solitary confinement, and put through torturous sleep deprivation. Quote, "So I was sleeping in my bed at around 1 o'clock in the morning. The lights were on. The lights are always on. And the shift officers were conducting their, quote, shakedown, which means they come in and go through all of your belongings to search for contraband. It seems to come out of nowhere. He had a radio in his hand, and he swung it down as hard as he could, and hit my legs with it. If I could have gotten out of bed and hit him, I would have. He said to me, quote, "I just wanted to see if you had feeling in your legs." He saw the wheelchair next to my bed, and that the sheet was covering my legs. Pei languished in prison, his brother Jim revealed. Quote, "He's a very depressed man right now, very depressed, and very angry." Now, it's very likely that Richard Pei was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. His story had stirred some degree of controversy in the outside world, and political pressure was mounting to fix the injustice. Governor Bush never granted Pei a pardon. His successor, former Attorney General Charlie Crist, yielded to the pressure and made the right decision. Crist himself, a drug warrior, at least had the decency in this one case to sign Pei a full pardon. And on September 20th, 2007, after 3.5 years, Richard Pei was wheeled out of prison a free man. The draconian laws which allow a first-time offender who had committed no violence and had never harmed anyone to be oppressed by the state for a decade and be carted off to prison still exist and regularly ruin the lives of countless Americans. The cold enforcement of drug prohibition, coupled with the epic mistake of mandatory minimum sentencing, creates a terrible injustice in the United States. Folks, I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how often this happens. And there have been people that have stood up as advocates for chronic pain sufferers, and every single one of them disappear or are persecuted or are killed. The last one being a doctor that I've had on many a times. Now he doesn't even come on the radio anymore. Dr. Alan Solarian, who is in just awful shape. And it looks like he may go to prison. Why? Because he treated his patients. They called him a drug trafficker, a drug dealer, because when some of his patients were threatened by the DEA and their medications taken from them, they went into immediate withdrawal and they blew their brains out. And they blamed the doctor for it. And are actually trying to get him, I think, on manslaughter, when he had nothing to do with it. If anything, he was treating their pain and had it under control, and were giving people who normally wouldn't have a life due to that pain, giving them some sort of life back. Which, if you've had it before taken away from you and you get it back, you understand what that means to be able to get your life back. You understand what it means that, hey, you know, the things that I used to think were mundane and crappy and boring, like grocery shopping, are now such a blessing and a joy to go do. Or the ability to go out and do yard work. How many people can't stand doing yard work? But I'm telling you, you lose the physical ability to do yard work and you get it back, oh, it's becoming one of the joys of your life. And that's the problem with society today, is everybody knows what's best for you. In hour number 2, I'm going to highlight another story. This is a recent story of a father out of Atlanta who's facing child cruelty charges because of a punishment that he gave to his teenage son. It's an amazing story. And one that I think will get a lot of people irritated because I didn't find anything wrong with what he did. Now, we all don't understand dynamics. We don't know family dynamics. We don't understand the situation. The question is, at what point in time is it okay for you to intrude into somebody else's business, into somebody else's life? And I know the standard argument. Why? It's for the children. It's for the children. We're trying to protect the children. You know what a more effective way of dealing with something like this is? Go talk to your parent. Go talk to your neighbor. Instead of calling the police and reporting them, calling Child Protective Services, go talk to them. Confront it. Grow a set. Get out there. Or even better, get to know your neighbors. Get to know your neighbors. A lot of the problems that we deal with in America today, and throughout the world for that matter, is that instead of befriending neighbors, instead of trying to help neighbors along, and don't get me wrong, folks, there are times when you have one of those neighbors that you just can't stand, and okay, that's fine. But that whole concept of being neighborly is gone now. That sense of community, and instead, everybody is looking through their blinds, peering at someone else, at their neighbor through the blinds. Hey, what's Murray doing today? So we'll go into that in hour number 2. I'm also going to get into this piece by the Daily Caller about banks refusing to give customers their money unless they can prove a good reason for needing it. I mean, you want to talk about a story that'll make you bash your head in with a claw hammer. That's it. So some really good stories to get you fired up on this Wednesday night. And don't forget, folks, if you want a free bumper sticker from truthfrequencyradio.com, just go to truthfrequencyradio.com/stickers and send away for your very own Truth Frequency Radio Silence is Consent bumper sticker. Because it truly is, folks. Now is a time more than ever that we need to let our voices be heard. And not just speaking out, civil disobedience, do not consent, don't participate. We need to step out of the system, circumvent it as much as we possibly can, and become as self-sufficient as humanly possible. And we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. The tide is turning, but it's going to take a lot of effort to repair this shit. Tell you what, hour number 1's done. Hour number 2's on the way. Coming up next, Atlanta. Boy, oh boy. Some great CPS story coming out of Atlanta when we return. Haven't you always wanted your very own Truth Frequency Radio bumper sticker? To get the word out about the fastest growing news talk outlet in the independent media? Joe Joseph here for truthfrequencyradio.com. KTFRN and LibertyStickers.com have teamed up to give you your very own Truth Frequency Radio bumper sticker for free. Just go to truthfrequencyradio.com/stickers today. And don't forget to visit our friends at LibertyStickers.com, home of the world's most dangerous bumper stickers. Their vast selection and quality of stickers are second to none. TruthFrequencyRadio.com, because silence is consent.
Hey, Big Mouth. Yeah, you. Listen, I want you to put the word out on the street. Tell your coworkers, your family, your paisanos that my good friend, Joe Joseph, is doing a good thing. He's sticking his neck out for me, for Sil, and for all the people in the world. Isn't that right, Sil?
He's part of the family now, Teach.
That's what I thought. So tune into him right here on Freedom Link, Monday through Friday, exclusively on the Truth Frequency Radio. Yeah, they're watching. Big deal. They're watching me too. They're watching everybody. So grow some cojones and give them something to watch and listen to. Make them earn it. Give them paperwork until they choke. That's right. I know you won't let me down. So you're going to put the word out about my good friend, Joe Joseph, right? Good. Now do me a favor and get out of here.
After work, I'm so tired that I want to be left alone to sleep. Hey, listen to me. Who are you? I knew you years ago when you felt healthy and young and everything worked on your body. Do you remember that? Yes. I wish I felt like that now. You can feel like that again with a new microplant powder formulation called Iodine Now. It cleans the entire body from head to toe and feeds the body what it really needs. You'll be in a better mood and you'll find more drive in your romantic life. Really? I gotta try Iodine Now and feel good again. It also protects you from radiation, heavy metals, fluoride, chlorine, and bromine, including cancer and most major diseases. You'll be amazed. You can be your own doctor. I want to keep you out of the hospital and off pharmaceuticals. Wow, why are you so nice to me? Because I'm you. You're out of shape, and I need a better-looking future.
Call 888-910-4367. That's 888-910-4367. Iodine Now. Only at HempUSA.org.
My faith in destiny is all I need to prevail.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Freedom Link with Joe Joseph and John King.
Welcome back, everybody. Joe Joseph here. You're listening to the Freedom Link on Truth Frequency Radio, truthfrequencyradio.com. And man, I'll tell you, hour number one was a great ending to that story for Mr. Pay. And of course, I'm so glad that he was able to get his full pardon and kind of get his life back in some way, shape, or form. But I'll tell you, it's an ongoing epidemic. And it just goes to show you that, you know, the state seems to think that they know what's best for you. It just seems to be that way. Now, I'm going to now play a clip. This is out of Atlanta, Georgia. And this has to do with a father. He's a vet that punished his son in a way that, I don't know. I'll let everybody hear it, and then we can discuss it.
After two women were accused of abusing a young child by putting him in a cage, a father is now accused of cruelty to his teenage son by sending him on a forced march that began here at Kings Highway and Highway 5.
He is approximately 4 foot 2 inches tall and about 144 pounds, 145 pounds.
According to Douglasville police, 40-year-old Charlie Mays also made his small 16-year-old son carry one of these, a large landscaping paving stone the entire time, a stone that weighed nearly 23 pounds. And he even made him carry it 3 miles to their home several times over the weekend. day and night.
In between that time, he was at home having to move rocks and stuff from one side of the backyard to the other, and then being taken right back out to the same location, dropped off, and made to walk back again.
A military veteran with no criminal record, Mays told police he was using military-style discipline to punish his son for watching too many videos and not doing his schoolwork.
He did not feel that this was inappropriate at all, and neither did his wife.
A woman at the couple's home told us they have no comment. Meanwhile, Charlie Mays faces 1 count of child cruelty and got out of the Douglas County Jail on $3,500 bond Memorial Day. Paul Crawley, 11 Alive News.
Okay, so here's my take on this. While people might think it's cruel and unusual, we have to remember how wussified our society is now. You see, back in the day, it wasn't uncommon, say, for Junior to get in trouble and Dad to go, Junior, you're not going anywhere until you get that 2 cord of wood chopped and stacked. 2 cord of wood chopped and stacked. Damn, that's a lot of work. If you've ever chopped and split wood, let me tell you, 2 cord, damn. You're working. You're busting your ass. Or when we were a more agrarian society, was it cruel and unusual for a Junior to work sunrise to sunset? And believe me, they worked. There was no automation, and if there was, it was only the big farmers that could afford it. So the fact that he's having his son carry a 23-pound stone 3 miles is really not all that bad. Now, that's not something that I would personally do, but hey, you got a son that's sitting on his duff, not doing much, not doing his schoolwork, or not fulfilling his personal responsibility, and Dad's saying, oh, well, if you're not going to do that, then here's your alternative. Let me tell you something. You carry that stone 3 miles a couple times, you're not going to want to do that again. And that works. But where does the state have any authority to go in and charge this man with child cruelty when there's nothing cruel that he did? He's trying to teach his son a life lesson. He wants his son to not grow up and be a panty-waist, yellow-bellied, what's a man these days? Hell, the kids growing up now wear these jeans, these skinny, tight jeans that are painted onto their legs, trying to look like girls. It's unbelievable. That's what we want men to be? That's what we want our men, our next generation to be? I mean, oh, no, it's just a phase. No. There are phases, don't get me wrong. Back in the 80s, they had hair bands where people, like Poison and Great White and all them, they'd get on stage and they'd have the makeup on and the big hair and all that stuff. Now, I remember not one of my friends we ever put makeup on. Never. We never had big freaking flowing hair. No. Now that was a fad. That's entertainment. But that doesn't mean like, oh, let's all dress up like Justin Bieber. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want the next generation men to be. I mean, if that's the way the men in this country, the men in this world are going to be 20 years from now, where they're that wussified, oh, we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. We need more fathers like this one. Okay, off the PlayStation, Tommy. Time to get to work. I feel really blessed that my oldest son never went through that. I mean, he went through a little phase like that, the pants down around the ankles, that started there. And then, you go into a phase of the tight jeans and believe me, it didn't last long. The more, and I found this out too, the more that you vilify it or make fun of it, not so much vilify it, like, ooh, that's bad, that's inappropriate. Bleh. No. But the more you make fun of them and tell them, hey, look, you know how ridiculous that looks? Eventually they get it. And he did. So now he wears normal pants. Thank God. Thank God no more skinny jeans. But it's only because we allow that to happen. And a lot of people allow that to happen for fear of what happened down in Atlanta to Charlie Mays. And that should never have happened to Charlie Mays. Charlie Mays, a man with no criminal record, no criminal history, and just trying to teach his son personal responsibility and the consequence of your actions or inactions. Damn. So let's just keep on doing what we're doing and just keep on going on this course, America, because I'll tell you, we're really batting 1,000 here. Look at how society is now, folks. I mean, for all of you that are under 30, you may not remember things back in the 90s or even the late 80s or whatever. But I can tell you, it was a lot different. Just like my father can tell you that the 60s and the 70s, even the 50s, were a lot different. And society did not evolve. Society devolved. Technology advanced. Society devolved. It didn't evolve. And that's the problem. We live in a society today that is so unbelievably judgmental and totally and completely controlled. I mean, here we have a gigantic, one glaring fact that stands out in front of everybody's face, right? There's one race on this planet, the human race. One. And how many people out there still fall prey to racism? Racism. How many people mark on a survey or a job application race and mark white, black, whatever? How many people stand up against the divide and conquer tactic that's been employed on us for so many years now? That's what we need. People to stand up to the narrative, to the societal standards being put forth by the control freaks. That's who do it. Look at Edward Bernays. I mean, I cannot talk about that freaking vile. I'm so glad that guy's gone. But boy, I mean, he did a lot of damage, folks. A lot of damage. The Century of the Self. Watch it. It's a fabulous documentary. We have to stand up against that injustice. And injustice happens everywhere we go. It doesn't matter if it's your doctor-patient relationship or if it's the way that you discipline your children. Injustice also happens when you go to the bank. Because, of course, you know, in the United States and most countries of the world, we have a system that's in place called fractional reserve banking, which means that they take $1 in, they lend 10 out. And banks are refusing to give customers their money unless they can prove a good reason for needing it. I kid you not, folks. I mean, try it. Try taking out, if you have a large sum of money in savings, try taking it out. This is according to Daily Caller. International Bank, HSBC, has been restricting its customers from withdrawing large sums of cash if they can't provide a good enough reason for why they need it. Because now the bank becomes a judge as far as why you need your money. The policy was brought into effect in November 2013, but customers were not notified of it. It The rule was uncovered after the BBC's Money Box program began investigating complaints by customers that they were being refused access to their accounts unless they could demonstrate a need for their money. One customer, Stephen Cotton, who wished to withdraw $11,000 to repay his mother, said, quote, "When we presented them with the withdrawal slip, they declined to give us the money because we could not provide them, with a satisfactory explanation for what the money was for. They wanted a letter from the person involved." Folks, I mean, really? Are you not like Hulk smash? You know it's coming. You know you're going to turn green and start smashing things. According to Cotton, nobody at the bank would tell him how much he could withdraw, just that he could not have the 11 grand. So he said, "I wrote out a few slips." I said, "Can I have 5 grand?" They said, "No." I said, "Can I have 4 grand?" They said, "No." And then I wrote one out and said, 3 grand. And they said, "Okay, we'll give you that." Cotton was told that he could not return the same day to withdraw the same amount, and that if he wanted any more cash, he'd have to return the following day. Angry, Cotton complained to HSBC and was told, quote, "As this was not a change to the terms and conditions of your bank account, we have no need to pre-notify customers of the change." Another customer who did not want to be identified relayed his story to Moneybox. He wanted to withdraw $16,000 for travel expenses to repay his sons. He even contacted the bank in advance to make sure that the cash would be on hand. A day later, he was contacted by HSBC with a request that he pay his sons by electronic bank payment and that he provide proof of his travel expenses for the remainder. Like, you got to submit a travel claim to have access to your own money. A third customer wished to pay her builder for some construction work, but was informed that she would have to provide the builder's invoice. And folks, let me tell you this. It's not just HSBC. It's not just the big banks. A lot of you out there use eBay like crazy. I don't know about you, but I can't use PayPal. PayPal has put, and I'm putting this as this is kind of an understatement, a bad taste in my wife and I's mouth. I mean, you want to talk about harassment? You want to talk about just absurdity on a cosmic level? Use PayPal on a regular basis. Eventually what they're going to do is they'll freeze your account. They always do. And then they ask for, well, you know, we want to verify that this is you. So, well, we need a license. So we need, a bill or an invoice or something like that. That's one thing, right? Oh, and by the way, maybe your banking information too. Why don't you give us that? We'll keep it real safe for you. You know? Let me just give you a bank statement. And then when you redact it, oh no, it can't be redacted. Okay. We'll play your silly game. But when it got to the point where we were going to try to do the eBay merchant thing, and they said, well, we want to see invoices. We want to see where you're getting your inventory from. I was like, oh, stealing trade secrets, are we? Eat my... And so they froze our account and took whatever money was in there and then come up with some cockamamie story. Oh, yeah, well, you actually owe more than that. So you actually owe us. Yeah, right. That's going to happen. And that's what happens, you know, when you interlink accounts and everything else. It just becomes a nightmare. So as a consequence, you know, me and PayPal, we don't get along anymore. And I won't participate in that kind of system. Won't do it. That's kind of why, you know, when these new electronic currencies, these new alternate currencies came out, it was really kind of cool because, you know, it was a way to kind of circumvent the system. I'm not totally I'm not convinced about that. I won't participate in those yet either. And what's very interesting about your PayPal account is those are interest-bearing accounts, meaning that if they freeze the account, they make money on it. The longer they hold it, the more interest they make. And so that's why they do it. It has nothing to do with security. It has nothing to do with your account. It has nothing to do with fraud protection. It has nothing to do with ethical guidelines. It has everything to do with making money. That's why they freeze your funds. Great site if you ever want to see some really good, or should I say bad, horror stories about PayPal. PayPalSucks.com. PayPal has literally ruined the lives of many, many people and have destroyed reputable businesses because of this scheme they have to freeze people's assets. And they can do it for up to 6 months. That's a lot of money for some people to be held up for 6 months. A lot of people live off of PayPal. So this happens all the time. It's not just banks. But all these regulations have been imposed on banks, allow enormous interpretation. It basically marginalizes the customer. In a sense, your money becomes pocket money and the bank becomes your parent. That's really what it's all about. HSBC, in the face of the ensuing backlash, has now rescinded its policy, saying, hey, wait a minute, guys, we were just kidding. No, we didn't mean that. No, April Fools, May, June, July, Fools. They say, we ask our customers about the purpose of large cash withdrawals when they are unusual and out of keeping with the normal running of their account. Since last November, in some instances, we may have also asked these customers to show us evidence of what the cash is required for. Just listen to that for a second and let it soak in. And go back to that first story with Mr. Pay and how I gave my own personal example of going up to the pharmacy counter, prescription in hand, for lidocaine patches, only to be told that you can't have them until your doctor faxes us a letter justifying their use, their need, telling us that they're essential, whilst holding the prescription in my hand and inconvenienced. Oh, it's not mandatory, but you won't give the poor guy his 11 grand. 11 grand's kind of steep, don't you think? Maybe you should try 3 grand. It's unbelievable. These banks are criminals. These institutions are criminal. And they're at the very heart of the problem in the United States and the world. The banksters, the ruling families of the world, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. I mean, it's nothing new. Been around a long time. And they're fleecing us. They're enslaving us. And folks, we are funding our own enslavement. There's another bubble that's hanging over the global economy right now. And it's one that the banksters has inflated to something so huge that there's no possible way, I mean, it could ever be paid back. The whole system would just have to utterly and completely crash. And that is the derivatives bubble. And a lot of people don't realize, A, the threat that the derivatives bubble poses to the global economy. But they also don't realize that countries of the world have signed on and made their taxpayers responsible for the bad gambling debts of Wall Street and the banksters of the world. Why? Because politicians are beholden to them. Because if you look at campaign contributions, you will find that banks are one of the biggest campaign donors in American and Western politics. And that's not to say that it doesn't happen in countries like Russia and Venezuela, because that's crony politics. But here in the United States, it's bad, and we all know it. As a matter of fact, a lot of our European partners, like Kev Baker in Scotland, they know it's a circus freakish sideshow, the United States now, to the Europeans. The fact that our government just kind of runs rampant over us like this, and not a peep. Not a peep. It was even mentioned the other day that, oh yeah, the Tea Party's losing steam. Look, the Tea Party lost steam about 2008 after it got co-opted by the establishment Republican Party. Tea Party got just totally taken over. Golden boy, Ted Cruz. Wife is a CFR member. Need I say more? In one way or another, they're connected. You do not get anywhere in politics, not up high, unless you're connected. So it's just very interesting how people just continually be so trustworthy to a system that fleeces them, that lies to them, that cheats them over and over and over again. One of the biggest cheats out there, one of the biggest scams out there, folks, is derivatives. And when we come back, we're going to talk derivatives as Michael Snyder lays it out for us about how the derivatives bubble has now hit another.
On your way through this hard venture, you will be tested.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Joe Joseph here. You're listening to the Freedom Link on Truth Frequency Radio. TruthFrequencyRadio.com. Going to finish up this segment here and hand it off to Popeye and Down the Rabbit Hole. Of course, always great radio. And don't forget to tune in to my good friend, Kev Baker, Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And all the great programming here at Truth Frequency Radio. But again, a big problem that we're seeing, and it's getting out of control again, is the derivatives bubble. Now, Michael Snyder reports that the global derivatives bubble is 20% bigger than it was just before the last great financial crisis struck in 2008. It's a financial bubble far larger than anything the world has ever seen. And when it finally bursts, it's going to be a complete and utter nightmare for the entire financial system of the planet. According to the Bank of International Settlements, the total notional value of derivatives contracts around the world has ballooned to an astounding $710 trillion. Other estimates put the grand total well over $1 quadrillion. Now, if that sounds like a lot of money, that's because it is a lot of money. For example, and I want to put this in perspective for you, the entire output of the United States in 2014 is estimated to be around the neighborhood of $17 trillion. That's how much the U.S. produces in 1 year. So $710 trillion is actually...
So, you want the news and information without the hate, the hype, the fear? Well, you've come to the right place. You can support Truth Frequency Radio by spreading the word on social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, or your favorite forums. Want to take Truth Frequency Radio on the road? Listen on your iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, or other mobile devices. Want more than just the free stuff?
Sign up for a VIP membership for as little as $4 a month and get super high-quality downloads, member-only content, and instant access to your favorite shows without the wait. It's only through your loving support that we're able to cover the cost and continue broadcasting. So now, stay tuned for more Free Speech Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. KTFRA, worldwide.
Time and time again.
You need to come here and help us. We need assistance, please.
Those we should be able to depend on let us down.
Federal and state and local officials saying help is on the way. Well, the folks here in Bell Harbor say, show me.
Don't depend on the government to save you. Take action now so that you're prepared for the next disaster with MyPatriotSupply.com. Get the best prices on storable food, non-GMO seeds, water filtration devices, home canning equipment, survival and self-reliance books, and more at MyPatriotSupply.com. Call 866-229-0927.
We are hurting down here and we need help immediately.
Before it's time to survive, it's time to prepare. MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Since our founding in 2005, we at YouTube have continually strived to bring you the best possible video experience on the internet. But now we're updating YouTube to make it even better and give our users more of what they want. Introducing YouTube Plus, the new and improved version of YouTube. We're bringing a whole bunch of great new additions to YouTube. First of all, we're leveling the playing field by entirely removing subscriptions. You know how we've been phasing out subscriptions and making them less and less important by taking them off your home screen? Well, now subscriptions are non-existent. Everyone is equal. YouTubers that put in hours and hours of effort to make quality videos will be at the same level as 12-year-old Call of Duty gamers and video bloggers. Now you might be asking, how do I know what to watch now? Well, now your home screen is going to be filled with videos we think you'll like. Did you accidentally click on a My Little Pony video once? Well, now your home screen is going to be filled with videos just like that.
YouTube Plus. We own 99% of the content creators.
An amount of money that it's just incomprehensible. You know, instead of actually doing something about the insanity or the insanely reckless behavior of these big banks, our leaders have allowed the derivatives bubble and these banks to get even bigger, to get even larger. Too big to fail is a far more massive problem now than it was the last time around. And at some point, this derivatives bubble is going to burst and start taking those banks down. And when that day arrives, we're going to be facing a crisis that's going to make 2008 look like a Sunday picnic. And if you don't know what a derivative is Myra Rodriguez Valderez, a managing principal at MRV Associates, provided a pretty good definition in one of her recent articles by the New York Times. She wrote, "A derivative, put simply, is a contract between two parties whose value is determined by changes in the value of an underlying asset. Those assets could be bonds, equities, commodities, or currencies. The majority of contracts are traded over the counter, where details about pricing, risk measurement, and collateral, if any, are not available to the public. In other words, a derivative does not have any intrinsic value. It is essentially a side bet. Most commonly, derivatives contracts have to do with the movement of interest rates. But there are many, many other kinds of derivatives as well. People are betting on just about anything and everything that you can imagine. And Wall Street has been transformed into the largest casino in the history of the planet. After the last financial crisis, our politicians promised us that they would do something to get derivatives trading under control. But instead, the size of the derivatives bubble has reached a new record high. In the same New York Times article, Goldman Sachs and Citibank were singled out as two players that have experienced tremendous growth in this area in recent years. Goldman Sachs has been increasing its derivatives, according to the New York Times, its derivatives volumes since the crisis, and it had a portfolio of $48 trillion at the end of 2013. Bloomberg Businessweek recently reported that as part of its growth strategy, Goldman plans to sell more derivatives to clients. Citibank, too, has been increasingly getting into the derivatives portfolio despite the numerous capital and regulatory challenges. In fact, its portfolio has risen by over 65% since the crisis, the most of any of the four banks, to $62 trillion. According to official government numbers, the top 25 banks in the United States now have a grand total of more than $236 trillion of exposure to derivatives. But there are four banks that dwarf everyone else. And the following are the latest numbers from those four banks. Now, J.P. Morgan Chase has total assets of about $1.945 trillion. So nearly $2 trillion in assets, right? That's a lot of freaking assets. You know what their total derivatives exposure is? $70.08 trillion. $70.08 trillion. They have assets of $2 and $70 trillion in derivatives exposure. Citibank has $1.3 trillion in assets, $62.25 trillion in exposure to derivatives. Bank of America has $1.4 trillion and more than $38 trillion in exposure to derivatives. Now, you have Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs. Think about this for just 1 second. I gotta put this in perspective. Now, you heard those banks right there, right? Those banks right there, they had, I think J.P. Morgan was about $2 trillion, correct? Yeah, $2 trillion. And down to $1.4 trillion for Bank of America. But that's how much they had in assets. Goldman Sachs has $105 billion. $105 billion in assets. About 10% of the assets, or a little, actually less than 10% of the assets of Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Yet their total derivatives exposure is $48 trillion. $48 trillion. If the stock market keeps going up, interest rates stay fairly stable, and the global economy does not experience a major downturn, this bubble probably isn't going to burst for a while, according to Michael Snyder. But if there's a major shock to the system, we could easily experience a major derivatives crisis very rapidly, and several of those banks could fail simultaneously. There are many out there that would welcome the collapse of the big banks, but that would also be very bad news for the rest of us. You see, the truth is that the U.S. economy is like a very sick patient with an extremely advanced case of cancer. You can try to kill the cancer, which is the banks, of course, but in the process, you'll inevitably kill the patient as well. Right now, the 5 largest banks account for 42% of all loans in the entire country. And the 6 largest banks control 67% of all banking assets. 6. If they go down, we go down too. And that's why the fact that they've been so reckless is so damn infuriating. Michael Snyder continues. He says, just look at the numbers for Goldman Sachs again. At this point, the total exposure that Goldman Sachs has to derivatives contracts is more than 460 times greater than their total assets. Could you imagine, my friends? Could you imagine being in debt 460 times more than what you pull in, than your assets. I mean, unbelievable. And this kind of thing isn't just happening in the United States. Deutsche Bank in Germany has more than $75 trillion of exposure to derivatives. That's even more than any single U.S. bank has. The derivatives bubble is a sort of Damocles that's hanging over the global economy by a thread each day, each month, and each year. At some point, that thread's going to break. That bubble's going to burst, and then all hell's going to break loose. You see, the truth is that virtually none of the underlying problems that caused the last financial crisis has been fixed. Instead, our problems have gotten even bigger, and the financial bubbles have gotten even larger. Never before in the history of the United States have we been faced with the threat of such global financial catastrophe. And sadly, most Americans are totally oblivious to all this. They just have faith in these leaders, that they know what they're doing, and that they've been lulled into complacency by the bubble of false stability that we've been enjoying for the last couple of years. But unfortunately for them, this bubble of false stability is not going to last much longer. A financial crisis far greater than we've expected or experienced in 2008 is coming, and it's going to shock the world. Jonathan Kahn, author of The Harbinger, was on my broadcast probably about 8-9 months ago. And he said that 2015 is a Jubilee year. It's also a year that harbingers come every 7 years when you are being judged. When your country's being judged, that's every 7 years. Bam, you get hit. And each time you get hit harder than before. And in his book, he kind of lays out the different times in recent history where harbingers have befallen the United States. 2001, we had a big financial downturn as a result of the economy losing steam and 9/11 happening. In 2008 with the Lehman Brothers. And then 2015 would be the next Jubilee year. And according to his calculations, it's going to be even worse than the one in 2008. And it would certainly make sense that if that's the case, we could be looking at a derivatives bubble collapse. It's something very serious and something to consider. And that's why I say, you should be pushing right now as much as you can to be able to do things to make yourself more self-reliant. And that especially means if a switch is flipped and all of a sudden the modern conveniences that you're used to is not there, or that you might have to defend yourself and your family. You want to be ready to do that. And you want to make it so that when that switch is flipped, when you have to change on the fly, instantaneously, to that different lifestyle, that it doesn't shock the system. Like I said the other night, one of the best things you can do to just start understanding is just throw the main breaker in your house and sit there and just think about all the ways that right now, as it stands, your life has just changed. What can you do? What can't you do? What capability might you be lacking? Lighting, emergency power, anything like that. What conveniences are you without now? No internet, no telephone, in some cases no running water, no flushing water, no heat. So if it's the wintertime, you might not have heat. You got to figure out a way to heat your house. All of these things are things to consider now more than ever, because I truly feel at this point we're going to see conditions in the United States that we have not seen since the Great Depression. I mean, it's going to be bad. There's only so much that a government can do to mask a problem. There's only so much you can do when you treat the symptom. If you keep treating the symptom, eventually the problem is going to kind of poke its head through, whether the cancer spreads or whether, you might have a torn ligament and it's not so bad, so we just throw painkillers at it, or not even painkillers, but like anti-inflammatories, and then the ligament finally tears and now you're in agony and you have to have surgery, when if you had just gotten it fixed all that time, you wouldn't have had to take all those NSAIDs or anything like that would have eaten your liver up and given you cirrhosis or killed your kidneys. No. But boy, oh boy, those big pharma, those fat cats, big pharma, they love it. And you want to know something? In a collapse situation, they're going to be just fine. Because not only did they loot and plunder you while they could, but they also bought up all the resources and everything else so that when that switch is flipped, they've got everything. And they win. Oh, it may look like they lose. Oh, our precious bank has gone under. Oh, well, I guess I got to go to my private island now and wait till everybody fights it out. Yep. See you later, guys. I'll be over there. Yeah, surfing. I mean, seriously, that's the truth. That's the honest to God truth. That they can make all these gambling moves, all these derivatives, everything like that. They can do all that stuff. There's no consequence for them. Even if they lose, they win. That's what they're setting themselves up for. That's why they're making all these doggone fortresses in the Ozark Mountains and offshore and in different countries like Ecuador. And the reason is crystal clear, because they know that the party can't go on forever and that eventually it's going to come down. And with people like Michael Snyder, economists like John Williams, authors like Jonathan Kahn, that tie it all together, they're all saying the same thing. Late 2014, 2015, that's it. It's going down. And if you look at the way the stock market is acting now in relation to how it did prior to these crises, 2001, 2008, and even today, right before the rug was pulled out from underneath everybody's feet, it was cranking along. Cranking along. People should be very, very, very wary of what of the type of activity you're seeing in the stock market. The fact that it's so inflated, that the value is so inflated. It's going to be a very, very, very rude awakening for a lot of people when the rug is pulled out underneath them this time. And that leads me to my last story of the night. And another way they fleece you, another way that they bilk money out of you, is by stealing your data profile, your data points. Washington Post the other day, Craig Timberg wrote a story, brokers using billions of data points to profile Americans. You ever notice how when you go on the internet now, or you go to YouTube, or you go to Facebook, that the ads are geared towards you already and you don't really know how or why they got that information, but damn, how convenient. It's funny. It's like, here I am on Facebook and it's like, da-da-da-da-da, ooh, Sportsman's Guide. I mean, damn, they even get me. Now there I am salivating over ammo. But they take these data points, and that's how they build your profile. So Craig Timberg writes, are you a financially strapped working mother who smokes? A Jewish retiree with a fondness for Caribbean cruises? Or a Spanish-speaking professional with allergies? A dog in a collection of Elvis memorabilia? All this information and much, much more is being quietly collected and analyzed and distributed by the nation's burgeoning data broker industry, which uses billions of individual data points to produce detailed portraits of virtually every American consumer, according to this FTC report. The FTC report provided an unusually detailed account of the system of commercial surveillance that draws on government records, shopping habits, and social media postings to help marketeers hone their advertising pitches. Officials said the intimacy of these profiles would unnerve some customers who have little ability to track what's being collected or how it's being used, or even to correct false information. The FTC called for legislation to bring transparency to the multi-billion-dollar industry and give consumers some control over how their data is used. Data brokers' portraits feature traditional demographics such as age, race, and income, as well as political leanings, religious affiliations, social security number, gun ownership records, favorite movies, and gambling preferences, casino or state lottery. Interested in health issues such as diabetes, HIV, and depression? Well, that can be tracked too. With potentially thousands of fields, data brokers segment customers into dozens of categories such as Bible lifestyle, affluent baby boomer, or biker/Hells Angels. One category called rural everlasting describes older people with low educational attainment and low net worths. Another, urban scramble, includes concentration of Latinos and African Americans with low income. One company had fields to track track buyers of novelty Elvis items. Very interesting. They say the extent of consumer profiling today means that data brokers often know as much or even more about us than our own family and friends. This according to FTC Chairman Edith Ramirez. She says it's time to bring transparency and accountability to bear on this industry on behalf of consumers, many of whom are unaware that data brokers even exist. Wow. Wow, a government person in a position of authority that actually makes sense for 5 seconds. The brokers gather the information from public records and private sources, such as advertising networks that allow a consumer's online activities, traditional media companies that record subscribers' billing histories, or the loyalty programs that track a shopper's purchase at the grocery store. That was, my friends, one of the biggest. That's where it kind of all started. Before the internet was kind of around, they had the shopper's cards. And you'd go there, you scan your card, and take advantage of the sales. But those sales were tracked. And not only were the sales tracked, but also your purchases. They were collecting all that information to build a profile about you and your shopping habits. And so that's how they knew how to better cater to the needs of a local store. They could set up a local store and change the inventory based on consumer habits. And they had it all tracked in real time. And this was done, I mean, how long has shopping cards been around? You know, you get your Publix card or your Food Lion card or your Pathmark card. Doesn't matter what it is, but, you know, you go down to the supermarket, loyalty card. Get your Lowe's card. And they track everything. Only now it's not just when you go to the grocery store. Now it's everywhere you go, everything you do on the internet is tracked. And it's funny because when you walk down the street and you say, let's say somebody comes up and asks for a survey, you have the option of saying no. See, here you don't. And what's the difference of you walking down the street and you surfing the internet? You're still traveling from one place to the other, if you ask me. It's still basically doing the same thing, whether you're doing it physically walking down the street or you're going from one website to the next. To me, it's essentially the same thing. And it's still an invasion of privacy. And the fact that you cannot voice your dissent and not consent to your information being tracked and released is egregious. But nothing happens and nothing changes in regards to this, and nothing's going to come of this. The individual profiles are sold to marketeers, determining what ads to offer, or to banks that use the data to verify your identity. Now, laws prohibit using information like this to set insurance rates, to make job offers, or measure credit worthiness, although the Federal Trade Commission expressed concern about potential abuses. Oh, really? You think? Because massive data collection on this, see, that's the thing folks don't understand. This has been going on for a very long time. If private industry can collect all of these data points on you, why do you think that the NSA wouldn't and couldn't? If Joe Schmuckatelli can start data mining out of his garage and then eventually become a multi-billionaire, why do you think the government can't do it? And don't do it? Because they do it. And it's very easy to do, and they've been doing it for a very long time. Well, that's the broadcast for tonight, folks. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, for the next exciting edition of the Freedom Link right here on Truth Frequency Radio, truthfrequencyradio.com. Time once again for Down the Rabbit Hole with Popeye. So thank you, everybody, for listening. Have a great evening. Stay safe. And I'll see you tomorrow night.
The Apple's iPhone 5S has been very successful in the US, but we realize that people here in India cannot afford the iPhone. That's why we've decided to work closely with the Apples to bring the iPhone experience to India. We call it the iPhone 5X. The iPhone 5X was built with advanced new hardware. The phone runs on the new Apple's A10 Snapdragon 7870 HD 2-liter turbo Galaxy 29 GHz processor. Our advanced operating system features some of the best apps out there. We have classics such as Instant Gram, Samosa Crush Saga, World of Duty, Call of Warcraft, and Temple Run, in which you get to run from an actual mob of Hindu priests.
And to wrap it all up, with 24/7 customer service lines in case you idiots need help with your new iPhone.
Hello, welcome to iPhone Tech Support. This is Ben Katesh.
Are you sure you're not one of those outsourced white people?
For over 3,000 years, we've been in the background, controlling governments from behind the scenes and creating a new world order. However, we are losing the war, and we need your help. Join the Illuminati now. Travel the world injecting poor brown-skinned people with vaccines. Steal their oil and their gold. Or perhaps you'd like a job as a farmer, growing genetically modified corn, which we make into oil and sell it with no label. Or if you've ever wanted to be a pilot, you could join our chemtrails project. You'd be in the air all the time then. Oh yes, it's time to join the Illuminati. Oh, and don't forget to like us on Facebook.
Oh, hi, everybody. I'm a Republican. I'm running for President of the United States of America. You may have heard that my liberal opponent grants amnesty to illegal immigrants. Well, I personally have gone down to the Rio Grande, puncture holes in raft boats trying to get across my border. She has repeatedly voted to extend welfare benefits to single mothers and supports funding for Planned Parenthood and women's clinics. Whereas I've done everything to shut down any women's health center, regardless of what they offer. Why should we give benefits to godless whores who can't keep their legs together? And speaking of God, you know there's something wrong with this country when some atheist, who's a woman, who's probably a lesbian, can openly run for president. Now on November 6th, you make sure and vote for me, the real American, not this imposter whose name I can't even pronounce because I speak English. I'm your Republican candidate, and I approve this message.
Funded by Texas Fags, Texas Families Against Gay Sex.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network. We are TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
Waking up to ash and dust, I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is in the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age.
Hello, 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 and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure what happened to the theme song right there at the end. I guess we had to speed it up just a touch. Hope all of you are doing well. This is your daily dose of deprogramming. My name is JD, and we are live just like we are every day, Monday through Friday. It is right now straight up 10 o'clock Central Time, and it is the 8th day of December. Unfortunately, a Monday. I know. You always think it's going to happen to somebody else. Then you wake up, and it's Monday. But I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I'll go ahead and say it. I'm just going to say it, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't mean to rub, anybody's noses in anything, but I did, in fact, finish all of my Christmas shopping this weekend. Yes, I did it, ladies and gentlemen. It's eight days into the season here and done. Finished, completely finished. Now the problem comes down to wrapping. See, I'm really good when it comes to selecting presents for people. It's one of my favorite things to do, really. But wrapping the presents, not so much a strong suit of mine. It might be just because I'm a boy. I don't really know. I swear, though, if you gave my mother a single Kleenex and a Boeing 777, she could cover that thing, probably have enough material left over to make it all camouflage, like a wagon or something like that. If you gave me just the box of Kleenexes empty and the entire Sunday edition of the New York Times with which to cover it, couldn't be done. I'd probably end up in the hospital with paper cuts. That's how bad my wrapping skills are. So if anybody out there loves to wrap stuff, please give us a call. Would love to go ahead and send you my presents. You can wrap them and send them to where they need to go. That would be awesome. Anyway, I hope you guys are ramping up for a good week. Today is going to be one heck of a show. I have to tell you right now, a lot of things going on in the news over the weekend. And I also have to tell you, it's going to be a heck of a week, ladies and gentlemen. This this Greg Morse story that we have been covering for a few weeks now is, I think, really getting some traction. And I think this week might be the week that it really, really gains enough traction to get some national attention. And so for those of you who have been following along, obviously we're talking about the mortgage crisis situation. Greg Morse has uncovered a lot of information regarding the Seed Corporation and the DTCC, and they've essentially tracked the mortgage crisis all the way through to its fruition. And unfortunately, the fruition of the derivatives that were created in the mortgage crisis, the bottom line is that those derivatives were then leveraged by bankers and criminal elements inside the government here and abroad, and then used to fund black ops such as the fall of Kiev, things like that. So they have essentially, and when I say they, I mean the criminal cabal of bankers, have essentially fleeced us all out of the value of our homes. They then packaged that value in derivatives and then leveraged it thousands of times, took that money, didn't pay any taxation with it, which is obviously going to be, one of the cruxes of the story is we're talking about the largest tax evasion story in the history of our country. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of this one. But we also know that because of Scott Bennett's research, that a lot of that money did go overseas and was used to fund organizations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and things like that. So anyway, Greg Morse did a very good extended interview with David Knight of InfoWars just last week, and they have released a couple small segments of the interview so far. But we believe that story in its entirety is going to end up airing today, either during the radio show or during the InfoWars Nightly News tonight. We hope that it's going to be up soon because that's what we need to have happen right now. We need to have as many people as possible learning about this, because the solution is very simple, actually. We get enough people to sign Greg's petition, to which there is a link on the Red Pill Report's homepage. If we can get enough people to sign that petition and we show up in Washington with 100,000 of us ready to do some actual investigating, on camera in front of Congress, there's just no way that this issue won't get resolved. So I'm thinking that today might be the start of something just absolutely amazing in that respect. And also in that respect, Greg himself has actually written 3 very, very good articles, each one about a different facet of this particular story. All of them are hosted right now on redpillreports.com. If you go to the main page there, redpillreports.com, right at the top, you'll see a line that says Red Pill Reports Featured, and it says Mortgage Crisis, the entire story, the whole story. You can go to that link that says Mortgage Crisis, and then you will find these 3 articles that Greg has finished over this weekend in anticipation of getting this thing really in the front of the national media and in front of the largest alternative media sources there are. The articles that you're looking for, first one is called Is My Mortgage Funding American Black Ops? This is obviously the Black Op link in the story, what the money was ultimately used for overseas, and just really, really mind-blowing type of reporting here. He has another article which is called Who Owns America, SEED, CEDE, and DTCE. I'm sorry, DTCC. So Who Owns America, SEED, and DTCC, talking about who actually owns the stocks, the bonds, the securities, who owns your actual residential mortgage. I think a lot of people will be really surprised when they read that report also. And again, all of this stuff is related. All of this stuff has it brings it to a focal point to let people really understand how the value of our homes has been stripped from us, and then how that value is then leveraged to create, foment unrest around the world. And which resulted in the deaths of Americans. So, I mean, they stole money from us, they leveraged it, and then they took it to commit atrocities in our name. And, to say that we need to put a stop to this is the understatement of the year. Again, this story, when it finally really gets out, and I anticipate it really getting out this week, is going to be larger than the Iran-Contra affair. I mean, we're talking about millions and millions and trillions of dollars of money being leveraged for things that nobody would ever support if they'd known that was what was going on. His final article is called Mortgage Crisis Perpetrators, which is the strategy to destroy evidence, talking about how they essentially obfuscated all of the leads that were necessary to track down where all of this money went. And they've essentially been caught with their hand in the cookie jar this time. So again, please do tune in to InfoWars today, and keep an eye out on YouTube also for these articles to appear. We want to get these things in front of as many people as quickly as possible, because this story has the propensity to really change the system once and for all. And we'd like to definitely continue to be a part of that. We're very, very proud of Greg and all the work that he has done, as well as Scott, and very, very happy to be doing everything we can to support him in this goal, trying to get this situation resolved. So please go to redpillreports.com, check out those 3 articles, get them printed out, and get them shared with your friends. And we will obviously give you a heads up and a link to any of the InfoWars stuff that happens in terms of Greg's interview there as soon as it becomes available. So do keep checking redpillreports.com every single day. We do our best not only to aggregate all the important news from around the world, but there's a lot of very good and unique information on the website too, because of our in-staff writers and people like Greg Morse that write articles specifically for us as we're trying to get the stuff going forward. So do check that out, and please continue to support redpillreport.com. Also, please continue to support Truth Frequency Radio. Let's see, 11 o'clock today for the guests, we will have Gary Milevsky on again. Gary Milevsky, of course, is the creator of the company Snoopwall, which you can find a link for on our homepage. And I'll tell you what, Gary has been running around like a chicken with his head cut off over the last week. He has done more TV and radio just this last week, because of his expertise and relating to this huge Sony hack. So a lot of information coming out about this Sony hack that's not making it to mainstream news. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. We're also going to talk about some things that you can do over the holiday season to keep yourself protected against hackers. There's going to be the propensity during the holidays to leave home and to leave your Wi-Fi stuff running. And there's probably all kinds of things that we're doing that are not very smart in terms of leaving ourselves susceptible to hacking. So we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about some of the relatively creepy Christmas presents that are hitting the market right now in America and across the planet. As we talked last week about the e-cigarettes having the propensity to put viruses on your machine. So I want to give some heads up on some of the gifts that people may be considering for the holiday season this week, and maybe give you guys some other things to think about in terms of that. Give you a quick heads up tomorrow on tomorrow's guest. Cynthia Marie Brewer will be on the show. She is a very unique case and has a very unique story to tell. We'll just say that she feels and has evidence to suggest that her genetic makeup is exceptionally unique on the planet. And we'll just say that nefarious forces have cultivated her DNA. And why they may have done that, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. But going to be a very interesting discussion tomorrow also. Lots of big, huge actual information and news coming out across the wire this weekend. In the second news segment today, though, I want to give you guys a heads up on a story from the Science and Tech department here. The Smithsonian, my goodness, this is going to be huge, ladies and gentlemen. The Smithsonian has been sued, and as a result of this lawsuit, has subsequently had to come out and disclose some information, we'll say. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the Smithsonian has disclosed, but I'll give you a heads up. If you follow L.A. Marzulli and some of the work that L.A. Marzulli has done, also L.A. Marzulli will be on the show next Tuesday on the 16th, P.S. If you're following any of the work of L.A. Marzulli, you are not going to want to miss this Smithsonian announcement. This paradigm-shifting, earth-shattering, I don't know how else to describe it. You guys aren't going to want to miss this. So do stay tuned in the second news segment today. I'll get into that when we get into science and tech stuff. Let's jump into the international news right now. Lots of crazy things happening. As usual, there was a relatively risky U.S. rescue mission in Yemen that was attempted this weekend. The U.S. essentially sent U.S. Special Forces, including Navy team, SEAL Team 6 members. They were trying to go in and rescue in Yemen a journalist, Luke Summers, and also a South African aid worker named Pierre Corky in a pre-raid on Saturday. Unfortunately, it was not successful. There was a dog there, and despite the best efforts of the U.S. Special Forces, this dog started barking, which alerted the captors to the SEAL team's presence, and unfortunately, they decided to turn the guns then on Summers and on Corky. So both victims that we were attempting to rescue, both murdered by Al-Qaeda as a result of the dog barking, unfortunately. So President Obama actually had ordered this special ops mission when it became apparent that Summers' life was in imminent danger. What's unfortunate about this is that the other gentleman, the South African aid worker, Kirky, was actually scheduled to be released on Sunday. And despite that, we decided to try and go in anyway, and it was unfortunately not successful. I always find it interesting that we would be mounting. This is the second attempt, ladies and gentlemen, also in the last 11 days to free these two abductees from the Al-Qaeda stronghold. So you don't hear a lot about rescue missions going on very often, I guess, obviously, unless they fail. But I find it very unusual that we would have spent so much time and energy, 2 times in 11 days to try and rescue essentially what they're calling a photojournalist. And I think that you can read further between the lines here and realize that we probably aren't putting that much effort into rescuing somebody unless they have some pretty specific CIA type ties. But that's just my own conjecture on that piece of information. So a botched rescue attempt happening there in Yemen. A UN report now has revealed that Israel does in fact have links with the Sierra tech theories. This is a report recently submitted to the UN Security Council saying that Israeli's regime military has regular contacts with Takfiri militant groups operating against the Syrian government. No surprise there. The United Nations Disengagement Observer Force, which has monitored the Israel-occupied Golan Heights since 1974, said in this report that Israeli officers and foreign-backed terrorists have direct cooperation on the Syria border over the last 18 months. And this is according to Haaretz, reporting on Sunday. The peacekeepers obviously also acknowledged that Israel has been admitting injured militants for medical treatment in Safed and Nariara hospitals. So our friend of our friend is an enemy, is a friend of an enemy, is a friend of an enemy, I guess. I don't really understand what's going on there other than we know for a fact, and it has been kind of a known fact for a long time, that obviously Israel trying to promote the toppling of Assad in Syria, and now the UN seems to be backing that up. So there you go there. Turkey has banned the entry of over 7,000 suspected foreign jihadists en route to Iraq and Syria, according to the country's foreign minister just this weekend at a 2-day Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which was a conference held in Basel. The Turkish PM Cavusoglu told his counterparts that Turkey has what they're calling a no-enter list, which now includes some 7,200 names. And Turkish authorities have deported more than 1,000 suspected foreign terrorists since 2011. Difficult to believe. Now, of course, this story is coming out of Russia today. So again, you kind of have to take things with a grain of salt. You know, it is a mainstream media source, so you never know which side of the fence that we're going to be on. But, you know, this follows the report in the German news just last week that essentially Turkey's border is wide open and they are willingly funneling weapons and fighters to Syria. So there you go there. Russia is giving the Ukraine quite a bit of coal. About 50,000 tons of Russian coal have entered into the Ukraine just over this weekend. This new coal has arrived. It's supposed to help alleviate Ukraine's mounting energy crisis, which obviously suffered another blow just this weekend after a deal to import South African coal collapsed over the weekend. We had the story last week essentially saying that the Ukraine needs about 80,000 tons a month just to make it through the winter. So they are getting some coal from Russia now, so that might be good news. Of course, Russia providing this coal in response to the fact that the Kiev energy ministry has turned off power and is limiting consumption between 8 and 11 in the morning and between 4 and 8 at night on the eastern side of the country. And on Friday, Ukrainians' cabinet of ministers actually decided to extend emergency measures for the domestic electric market until January. It's the third time such an extension has been granted over the last 6 months. So the people of Ukraine, especially on the eastern side there, definitely hurting right now. And moving into winter, I hope they can get some sort of resolution. Obviously, you know, natural gas not flowing into Ukraine right now. Big deal. Moving down into Mexico, there obviously a lot of people have been following the story about the missing 43 Mexican student teachers. It has turned out now that the DNA testing of the remains that was found burnt at the landfill, they have now been corroborated to at least one of the students that has been missing. So unfortunately, the people, you know, the parents and the families demands to the government to have these people, their students and their children returned alive, looking more and more likely like that's not going to happen. It's just so disgusting. I don't even know how to, you know, if I was in Mexico right now, the protest thing would be like the last thing on my mind. You're essentially, we have now acknowledged the fact that these students were taken by members of the state, and then the state essentially gave them to drug dealers who killed them. The state is 100% responsible for this, which goes all the way up to the president of the country. And I imagine that the civil lawsuits will be huge. I can't imagine that Mexican students aren't burning the countries down right now. And I'm not saying I'm supporting that decision, but I wouldn't know what else to do at this point. Let's see. A German man has been indicted for joining ISIS and sentenced to a couple of years in prison in Germany. So that is what's going on. The U.S. military command has announced the new command center is being established right now. So they are getting rid of the initial command that they had, and they are essentially establishing a new command to oversee both operations in Iraq and Syria. It's going to be called the Combined Joint Task Force. They're not really giving a lot of indication on what it's going to be involved in it, but that's what's going on there right now. Also, 6 Guantanamo detainees, including 4 Syrians and 1 Palestinian and 1 Tunisian, have all been transferred to Uruguay from the American military base in Cuba, where still 136 detainees remain, according to Pentagon officials yesterday. Among the inmates transferred out was a Syrian prisoner, Jahid Dayab, who had staged a hunger strike and requested a U.S. court to order prison officials to stop force feeding him. So 6 Guantanamo detainees let go this weekend and transferred to Uruguay. Very interesting stuff there. Let's move on to some national news right now. Probably the most important thing, or at least the thing that's shocked me. I don't know. I'm really not shocked anymore. I guess I'm surprised and sickened and disgusted, but I'm not really shocked anymore. But obviously everybody's following the Eric Gardner protest. The protests about this Eric Gardner's murder, believe me, are justified as far as I'm concerned. And they blew up all weekend. But another weekend, another day goes by, another unarmed black man shot by a white police officer, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, not a day goes by, it seems, anymore, but in Los Angeles County, and we're talking about Friday night, not even 24 hours after the Solidarity die-ins for Eric Gardner wrapped up on the corner of Hollywood and Highland. The LA Police Department has repeatedly shot a man, reportedly in the head, on the exact same corner. Just happened just before Friday night just before 7 o'clock on Friday night. The only information released so far was that the man was transported to the hospital in critical condition and was allegedly armed with a knife, a fact that the witnesses are already disputing. And shortly after the 10 p.m., the LAPD announced that he had died. There were several witnesses. One of them posted immediately to Facebook. His name is Jordan White. He saw the entire thing go down. His quote was, "He died right in front of me, and then a squad of police rolled up and put his dead body in handcuffs. What the F, LAPD?" He also says he heard at least 10 shots fired. There are pictures on the Free Thought Project. You can find this article linked in today's news on redpillreports.com, where you can see this gentleman laying in the street, leaking from the head. I don't know what else to say. And actually, Ferrari Shepard, another witness, said that too. He said no CPR, no CPR, just handcuffs, while he reposed on the sidewalk, leaking from the head. The LAPD later tweeted a photo of the alleged weapon, which honestly, ladies and gentlemen, many of your 10-year-old sons out there have got the little tiny Swiss Army knives, the little teeny tiny ones with one knife in the kind of clearish plastic coating. That's what this guy had, and it wasn't even opened, okay? So we're talking about the guy had a pocket knife that could barely be considered a pocket knife. You do more damage with the nail clippers than you really could with a knife on that. But that's what they're saying the guy had. Just unbelievable. So couldn't disarm the guy with a weapon that small, had to shoot him in the head. So anyway, that's what happened in LA over the weekend. And then in this kind of a separate and yet related story, We Are Change has now reported, and I kind of like this, not going to lie, that flipping off police officers, the international ancient gesture of insult, completely constitutional. That's right. A police officer cannot pull you over and arrest you because you gave him the finger. Just saying. I'm just putting that out there. This just happened this week. The U.S. Court of Appeals in the second court ruled that it is obviously not a basis for reasonable suspicion of a traffic violation or reasonable suspicion for impending criminal activity. So if you're somebody out there that feels the need to express yourself in that way to a police officer, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying don't do it either. But do know that it is completely constitutional. So there you go. Violent crime, apparently way, way down in San Francisco. What happened that dropped violent crime in San Francisco? Well, according to the chief of police there, Greg Sir, it's what happens when you stop prosecuting drug users, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. According to the San Francisco police chief, Greg Sir, violent crime has gone way down. Now, he is not saying, and I don't want anybody to say that Mr. Sir is a fan of legalization. He's obviously somebody who's been involved with narcotics for a very, very long time. But he does have the views that drug addiction is a health problem and not necessarily something that the police should be dealing with, but maybe that the health centers and departments should be dealing with. But regardless of what his viewpoint is, San Francisco itself is offering a pretty enticing glimpse at what American cities might begin to look like if drugs were legalized and decriminalized. So the department in San Francisco still makes drug arrests for drug dealing, but they only operate on a complaint-driven basis. So they don't go out of their way to set up stings or raids. And while causation does not equal correlation, Sir believes that the drop in violent crime since the shift in policy began indicates that his department and its priorities are, in fact, correct now. So good news there from San Francisco. Violent crime going down after they decided that they were not going to go after drug users anymore. I think that's a fantastic deal. There's a report coming out of Chicago from some of the protests this week. This is startling stuff, and it has to do with Chicago Police Department using the Stingray, which is obviously that piece of equipment that sucks up all your cell phone data. So some leaked reports from the Chicago Police Department using a Stingray this weekend. When we talked with Gary at the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to talk a little bit about how to protect yourself from those as well. More national news, big science stuff, health and economy.
So, you want the news and information without the hate, the hype, the fear? Well, you've come to the right place. You can support Truth Frequency Radio by spreading the word on social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, or your favorite forums. Want to take Truth Frequency Radio on the road? Listen on your iPhone, Android, BlackBerry, or other mobile devices. Want more than just the free stuff? Sign up for a VIP membership for as little as $4 a month and get super high-quality downloads, member-only content, and instant access to your favorite shows without the wait. It's only through your loving support that we're able to cover the cost and continue broadcasting. So now, stay tuned for more Free Speech Radio right here on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. KTFRA, worldwide.
Big business has discovered the preparedness market, and that makes it difficult to know where to go and who to trust. MyPatriotSupply.com is owned and operated by patriots just like you. Has the best prices on storable food, non-GMO seeds, water filtration devices, home canning equipment, survival and self-reliance books, and more. MyPatriotSupply.com has old-fashioned values and the absolute best customer service in the industry. Look for the deal of the day. Unique, affordable survival supplies that fit anyone's budget. Get same-day shipping on all orders and free shipping on orders over $49. Call 866-229-0927, 866-229-0927, or visit MyPatriotSupply.com for emergency preparedness, self-reliance, and food independence. Shop with a name you know and a name you can trust. Before it's time to survive, it's time to prepare. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Did you know there are 3 million edible food plants on Earth, and none have the nutritional value of the hemp plant? HempUSA.org offers you hemp protein powder. It does not contain chemicals or THC, is non-GMO, and is 100% gluten-free. Hemp protein powder burns fat, builds muscle, contains 53% protein, and feeds the body the nutrients it needs. Call 888-910-4367 and see what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you. Only at HempUSA.org. Wouldn't it be nice to have one product that replaces more than 10, saving you space, time, and money? HempUSA.org has a complete full-spectrum vitamin mineral detox formulation called Micro Plant Powder Gold. Micro Plant Powder Gold contains 101 vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and iodine. Has a 100-year shelf life and is a perfect addition to any storage shelter. Make Micro Plant Powder Gold your choice. Call 888-910-4367 or visit HempUSA.org today.
Evil contains within it the seed of its own destruction.
Truth Warrior with David Whitehead, Mondays on Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome back to the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. It is straight up 10:30 right now, Central Standard Time. We are live, and we're working through our news segment right now. I want to talk a little bit more about a couple national stories, and then we'll jump into this Smithsonian disclosure. It's going to blow your minds, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not kidding when I say this. It's going to blow your mind. But anyway, talking about the situation that happened in Chicago over the weekend, and of course, we're talking about all of the Eric Gardner protests that happened. But an audio recording leaked by the hacktivist group Anonymous appears to prove that the Chicago police used an IMS eye catcher, which is commonly referred to as a stingray device, to intercept phone calls during the Eric Gardner protest on Thursday evening. The IMS eye catchers, which are small devices that mimic cell phone towers, give police and government agencies the ability to capture people's cellular data in real time. The audio posted to the official Anonymous Twitter account on Friday reveals a conversation between the CPIC, Chicago's Homeland Security-run Fusion Center, and a police officer who is spying on an alleged protest leader. So this is actually what the police were saying. This is a quote from the actual transcript. It says, one of the girls is kind of an organizer here. She's been on her phone a lot, and this is an unknown government employee telling the CPIC. He goes on to say, "Are you guys picking up any information where they're going? Possibly." Speaks like a anyway. And then the CPIC employee says, "Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it. We'll let you know if we hear anything." So this leaked audio comes only a day after protesters began tweeting out pictures of this mysterious government vehicle equipped with the unknown device on its roof. There are pictures of this device in this report. You can find it again at redpillreports.com in the news section for today. But very ominous looking, looks like a Suburban with some pretty hefty looking equipment on top. So now essentially what we learned because of this leaked audio is that obviously the police departments are using stingrays in the pursuit of things that would not be normally considered heinous crimes, which is the only real reason that they're supposed to be using them. And also, obviously, they're not supposed to be sucking up information from people across the country without warrants, without the specific articulable probable cause. You know, that's the whole reason that we have warrants for things like that. So Chicago PD using stingrays live on the weekend, and people not too pleased about that. So we'll talk again, as I said, with Gary Miljewski in the next half an hour about that. There's also a fantastic story from Michael Snyder talking about 19 signs that you might live in a country that has gone completely insane. So some of these signs, one of them might include when the people who are occupying the highest offices in the land tell you that an $18 trillion debt is under control. Well, you might live in a country that's gone completely insane. How about when your president starts acting like an emperor and starts ruling by decree, and your elected representatives won't lift a finger to do anything to stop it? You could also live in a country that's gone completely insane. When the greatest dream in life for millions of your fellow citizens is to win the Powerball jackpot, probably also gone insane. When dressing up sex dolls in fashionable clothing and photographing them is considered to be art, you definitely live in a country that has gone completely insane, ladies and gentlemen. There's tons of other reasons on here, and some of them I can't even mention on the air. How about there's 2.5 million homeless children living in your nation, and nobody is calling that a national emergency? My goodness, so many reasons that you could really put your finger on to say this country has gone completely mental. Another great indication is the fact that the only guy who got indicted in the chokehold death of Eric Gardner was the guy filming it. Unbelievable. Okay. Anyway, let's move away from the national stuff. I had promised a big story about some national, about some science stuff here, and I'm going to get into it right now because this, to me, is remarkable. And this is not conjecture. This is not a fake news site or anything like that. The story comes out of Vortex Courage, which is a relatively notable site in the alternative information universe. But what's really important about this story is that it actually involves case law now, that this has actually happened at the U.S. Supreme Court. So what am I talking about? Well, the Smithsonian has now had to admit to the destruction of thousands of giant human skeletons back in the early 1990s. Yep. If you've been following the L.A. Marzulli story, talking about Nephilim, talking about giants living in the world, and the Smithsonian has always been under the gun of conspiracy theorists saying that the Smithsonian was, integral into the hiding of these things. But now a U.S. Supreme Court ruling has forced the Smithsonian Institution to release classified papers dating from the early 1900s that proves the organization was involved in a major historical cover-up of evidence showing giant humans remained in the tens of thousands, had been uncovered all across America, and were ordered to be destroyed by high-level administrators to protect the mainstream chronology of human evolution at the time. These allegations stemming from the American Institution of Alternative Archaeology that the Smithsonian Institution had destroyed thousands of giant human remains during the early 1900s, and it was not taken lightly by the Smithsonian, who responded by suing the organization for defamation and trying to damage the reputation of the 168-year-old institution. Oopsie. During that court case, new elements were brought to light as several Smithsonian whistleblowers admitted to the existence of documents that allegedly proved the destruction of tens of thousands of human skeletons reaching between 6 and 12 feet in height, a reality mainstream archaeology cannot admit to for different reasons, claiming the AIAI spokesman James Sherwood. He goes on to say, there has been a major cover-up by Western archaeological institutions since the early 1900s to make us believe that America was first colonized by Asian people migrating through the Bering Strait some 15,000 years ago, when in fact there are hundreds of thousands of burial mounds all over America, which the natives claim were there long before them, and that show traces of a highly developed civilization, complex use of metal alloys, and where giant human skeletons are frequently found, but still go unreported in the media and news outlets, he explains. A turning point in this case was when a 1.3 long human femur bone was shown as evidence in a court of the existence of such giant bones. This evidence came as a major blow, obviously, to the Smithsonian lawyers, as this bone had been stolen from the Smithsonian by one of their high-level curators back in the mid-1930s, and he had kept this bone all of his life, and which had admitted on his deathbed in writing of the undercover operations of the Smithsonian. He wrote on his deathbed, it is a terrible thing that is being done to the American people. He wrote in a letter, we are holding the truth about the forefathers of humanity, our ancestors, the giants who roamed the earth, as recalled in the Bible and ancient texts of the world. The U.S. Supreme Court has since forced the Smithsonian Institute to publicly release a classified information about anything related to destruction of evidence pertaining to the mound builder culture and to elements relative to human skeletons of greater height than usual, a ruling that the AIAA is extremely enthused about. The public release of these documents will help archaeologists and historians to reevaluate current theories about human evolution and help us greater our understanding of the mound builder culture in America and around the world. This being explained by Hans Gutenberg, who's the director of AIAA. And finally, after over a century of lies, the truth about our giant ancestors will be revealed to the world. And so the documents in this case are scheduled to be released in 2015, and the operation will be coordinated by an independent scientific organization to assure political neutrality. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. And it's funny because most of us already knew that this was reality, but the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court now is essentially forcing the issue to the front of the burner is just unbelievable to me. And this picture of the 1.3 long femur bone, 1.3 meter long, I mean, that is huge. That person must have been at least 12 feet tall, 13 feet tall. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So very, very cool news coming out of the science and tech world right now. I'm happy to report that. I hope that as the disclosure continues in 2015, that we get more and more information regarding that. And obviously will be a highlight of our discussion with L.A. Marzulli next Tuesday. So is the veil finally starting to come down? Boy, I think so. I really think so. We talked last week about NASA's Pluto probe, which had been traveling through space in a state of hibernation for the last 9 years. They were effectively trying to wake it up on Friday, and it has turned out now that the probe did awaken, and it did send back information saying that it was ready to rock and roll on the 6th of November. It actually took about 4.5 hours for the signal from the probe to cover the 4.7 billion kilometers and reach mission operations team at the Applied Physics Laboratory at Johns Hopkins. So right now, the probe is only a mere 260 million kilometers from Pluto. Should be some pretty interesting stuff. This is obviously the first time we will have any type of equipment as close enough to Pluto that we can actually take pictures of it and things like that. There's also a lot of other scientific doodads on the probe, infrared imaging, ultraviolet spectrometers, and multicolor cameras and things like that. So we should get some very interesting information. It's going to be about 6 more weeks of prep work until we're close enough to really start doing things with this probe, but very cool science marching forward in that respect. Let's see here. Kind of a startling story on Tech Blog right now, and it's really just a series of pictures, so I would recommend everybody go and check again the news segment today. But this gentleman had found some very interesting things in some Chinese hard drives and flash drives that he had bought on eBay. And this is just, I'm kind of putting the story up as an indicator, as a little bit of a heads up to people who might be purchasing some of this stuff from secondary sources on eBay for the holidays. He basically bought 5 different devices. One was a 500 gig hard drive, a couple, USB card readers and things like that. Every single one of them completely fake. He opened all of them up, and they were all weighted, meaning people glued nuts and bolts inside of the cases so that they felt like they were something legitimate. But when you open it up, it's just a whole big mess of hot glue and obviously no functionality at all. So just kind of as a heads up, guys, when you're buying stuff on eBay, make sure you're getting it from a reputable person, because if you don't, well, that's going to be on you guys. Let's see here. Scientists have now invented erasable printer paper. Probably a good thing if you're somebody like us here at Red Pill that goes through a lot of paper all the time. Some 90% of business information still continues to be stored on paper today, and most of that paper is just able to be used just once. So some scientists in California are hoping to change that with a new kind of paper that they have invented that can be erased even after it's printed on. So it actually can be used and reused about 20 times without any significant decline in the quality. But what's more is the paper doesn't actually require additional inks for printing, which is nice because it makes it more economically viable and as well as environmentally viable. So instead of ink being used to create words and images, the new printing process actually works in what you might call the opposite way. The paper itself is actually a film made of glass or plastic, and then through a paper version is in the work, but right now they're using glass or plastic, and it comes in red, blue, or green, and the printing process bleaches the sections where the text doesn't appear instead of adding ink to where it does. So oxygen eventually erases the text by turning the bleach sections back to their original color, but that process takes about 3 days right now. So they can heat it up, they can limit that or speed that process up to as little as 10 minutes. And right now they're actually working on increasing the number of uses up to about 100, which would obviously put a big dent in our use of paper, and could obviously bolster recycling efforts and things like that. So very cool that we're moving towards that. Some information coming out of Colorado on a scientific front right now. The compound cannabidiol, which is a component of the cannabis plant, has been the focus of study for years now, but now it is about to get some extra attention to determine its medical use. Officials at the Colorado State Public Health Department have recommended that over $9 million in grant funding should pay for a series of clinical trials to assess cannabinoids and cannabis for pediatric epilepsy, post-traumatic stress disorder, Parkinson's disease, blood tumors, ulcerative colitis, and pain management. These would be state-sponsored trials, and that would be a very big step in removing cannabis from the Schedule 1 standpoint that it is in now, which obviously the government thinks it's Schedule 1, which means it has no medical value whatsoever. There's been tons and tons of research saying that that's not necessarily the truth. One of them was in California. And so Colorado following suit now going to invest some money. And it's nice because if they're getting federal grant money, we're actually going to get some real results. They'll actually have access to quality cannabis, medicinal grade cannabis, and we can actually decide whether or not some of that stuff can be beneficial. I think that for the most part, the jury's pretty out on all of that. But I personally believe, after watching so many stories about children suffering from epilepsy, that there's a strong indicator that your endocannabinoid system does play into that. So we'll be watching for some of that information to be coming out of Colorado here soon. Let's move into some economic news right now. The Dow down just a touch, about 15 points currently. Gold sitting at $11.92, up just about $2 for the day. Silver following suit at about $16.28. Let's give a quick look at oil here. Crude oil falling quite a bit here, down almost another 3% this morning, below $65 a barrel to $63.89. That's a big deal. Also a big deal, and stemming from more of this protest situation that's going on with Gardner and Ferguson and things like that. But on the economic front, NYPD officers are collecting several $1 million in overtime because of the flood of activists clogging city streets to demonstrate against the pro-cop grand jury decisions in New York and Ferguson. Of course, this was law enforcement officials talking to the New York Post over the weekend. They say it is a good time of year to be getting this overtime. And if the protesters want to pay me so I can make sure to pay all my Christmas bills, well, that's fine with me, said another officer. So right now, the cops are clocking more than 16-hour days, some of them starting at 7 in the morning and not getting off until almost midnight, but many of them are not complaining because the hefty holiday paychecks that they're getting. Some have already worked 3 different overtime shifts, equaling an extra 36 hours of pay, which also adds up to an overtime bonus of about $1,000. So good deal for the police officers there, getting out and earning some of that Christmas money for murder somebody, and then you get Christmas money on top of it. It's a great deal. Sounds like a great job if you can get it. Let's see here. The EU planning on ditching their plans to force banks to keep high-risk trading activities separate from their main business practices because of opposition from some member states. So what does that mean? Well, banks are not really comfortable being accountable for their own mistakes. They would much rather you were accountable for their mistakes. And so there has been an initiative in the EU to try and force banks across the entire European Union to separate the risky trading from the customer deposits. And obviously, a lot of people in the EU, and by people I mean bankers, not very excited about that potentially happening. So there you go. Look for more of that to happen across the world, I think. And then in another kind of interesting little bit of news here, I don't know if any of you guys remember the creator of the Liberty Dollar. Norfed was his organization. Bernard von Nothaus. He was actually convicted back in 2011 of counterfeiting charges for minting and distributing a form of private money called the Liberty Dollar. Now, you could buy solid silver coins from Norfed, and they were considered a private barter currency, which is absolutely 100% legal in the United States. But this gentleman got into a lot of trouble. They obviously charged him with counterfeiting, and they put his life really through the ringer. They had initially asked for 14 to 17 years in prison. Turns out he is only going to get 6 months of house arrest because ostensibly he really didn't do anything wrong. And I have been following the Liberty Dollar thing for a long time because I have some silver from 2008, but I also have a certificate, a warehouse receipt from his organization, Norfed. And so essentially, one of the services that he offered, he made these beautiful, beautiful warehouse receipts. They were essentially like $1, like a silver certificate. And he had silver in the Liberty Dollar vaults. And some of that silver belonged to me. And the government came in and stole it all, which means there's nothing that I can do with my certificate to get my silver back. So I essentially lost my money, lost my silver to the federal government. I know there is a class action lawsuit that is involving people like me who have been stolen from by the government, but not really sure what the state of that is right now. And I imagine now that Bernard has finally kind of come to fruition in terms of his indictment and his charges. Maybe we'll move forward on the civil side of things for people like me who were blatantly stolen from by the government. Good times, good times. Let's talk a little bit also about some health news right now. Cuomo, the governor of New York, has come out and said that 2 more people returning to the state from West Africa are going to be under 21-day quarantine. They have both agreed to the 21-day in-home quarantine, and both of them right now not showing any symptoms of Ebola. But Governor Andrew Cuomo says Saturday that the state is going to continue to exercise an abundance of caution. These people are expected to arrive in the coming days. They'll be the 7th and 8th people in New York to undergo the voluntary at-home quarantine during the virus incubation period. Both of these people were in direct contact with people diagnosed with Ebola in West Africa. So just keeping that in our minds, because there is still the propensity for Ebola to spring back up again. So it is a good idea to exercise caution and to try and stay on top of all of that. So could a pinch of turmeric a day keep memory loss away? Apparently, according to Natural News, eating a single gram of turmeric each day could cause short-term memory improvements in people predisposed to memory loss. And this is according to a study conducted by the research crew at the Monash University in Melbourne, Australia, and also corroborated by several Taiwanese research institutes, as published in the Asia Pacific Journal of Clinical Nutrition. They go on to say, our findings with turmeric are consistent with these observations insofar as they appear to influence cognitive function where there is disordered energy metabolism and insulin resistance. So turmeric root has been used as a spice and medicine for thousands of years and is still an important component in traditional Asian cooking and medicinal systems. It's also a critical component of curry powders, giving them their yellow color. This story goes on to report some information about another study testing the working memories of adults over the age of 60 who had been recently diagnosed with prediabetes, which is known to be associated with memory loss. They actually gave participants a breakfast of white bread and then supplemented with either a gram of turmeric or a placebo, and then their memories were tested both before and after the meal. They went on to say that they found that this modest addition to breakfast improved working memory for over 6 hours in older people with pre-diabetes. So turmeric, curcumin, very, very important and super, every day there's another piece of information coming out talking about turmeric and curcumin and how absolutely beneficial they can be to our health. So I also want to draw your attention to, I'm not going to go through this entire article right now, but there's a fantastic report on the Activist Post today, and it's kind of relates to the health right now. And the whole thing is about coming to grips with conspiracies and trying to maintain your mental health, because this is a challenging issue. There are so many things going on around us all the time. And, the process of waking up is not an easy thing to go through. You're presented with a new framework. You're basically required to go through every piece of information that you've ever acquired in your life and check it against the new framework. It can be isolating. You can be very polarized from your friends. Some of the issues that we talk about, the 9/11 and things like that, or the Israel, those are very polarizing issues. So there is concern, and people need to be able to be comfortable in their belief structure. There are so many things that are going on that will make you feel like you've lost your mind, or will it's just it's important to try and remember that you're not alone, that being fully awake does not necessarily isolate you from everyone else, and that there is a community of people out there, and it's growing every single day, of people who recognize the true state of the world. But I definitely recommend going through this article, taking some deep breaths, and recognizing that you were probably born in this time for a reason. If you're one of the people who have the necessary hardware and software to be awake, then there's probably a pretty good reason for that. So not to be discouraged by the fact that sometimes we can feel isolated from our friends and family because of some of the things that we know. It can be discouraging, but again, go and check out this article. There's some great tips on how to improve the relationships between your friends and your family, especially if you find yourself, polarized like I have in the past. There's also an article that has come out from Forensic Food Lab. This is really important because we are moving into the holiday season, and my big holiday push right now here in the house, the last things that I have to do other than getting the tree up are getting Boulevard's stocking figured out. I've got to get him some healthy cat treats and things like that. So there's a great article, again, at naturalnews.com and hosted at redpillreports.com that goes through all of the cat treats that are out right now and grades them on whether or not they have heavy metals in them. So good thing to check out and be aware of if you're a cat or a dog lover like I am. We're going to come back from this 3-minute break with Gary Miljewski, and we're going to talk about hacking, Sony.
Joe Joseph here for Truth Frequency Radio. According to allgov.com, since 9/11, a total of 238 Americans have died from a terrorist attack. That's 24 a year, making your chance of dying 1 in 625,000. Conversely, you have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming a victim of police brutality. Yet we spend trillions of dollars on the war on terror while militarizing an abusive police force. At truthfrequencyradio.com, we have a team of the very best personalities in independent media. A team that's dedicated to bringing you reliable and rock-solid news and information so you can arm yourself with knowledge and join the fight against worldwide oppression and tyranny. Truth Frequency Radio. News without the hate, hype, and fear.
We are submersed in a construct that was designed to break us and keep us broken, but it hasn't. It failed. We still go on because we were designed from an eternal template of infinite creativity and not a synthetic house of cards built on pride and false power. Breaking free from the programs and paradigms that hold us down takes courage, endurance, tenacity, and trust. The reason it is so hard is because to be a free and sovereign being, we have to smash every lie, even if it hurts. It is good to be reminded of how resilient, unbreakable, magnificent, and powerful we truly are. And if anything provides a foundation for that, it is the book, Our Universal Journey. Go to ouruniversaljourney.com.au.
Doctors don't want you to know about iodine because it allows the body to heal itself quickly and permanently. Iodine Now is a complete powder formulation that will load iodine into the body with